Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live on YouTube. We are live on TikTok. Take two. Tried to queue up this live stream earlier, and we had some technical difficulties. If you know, you know. Guys, make sure to tap the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Give me a follow if you're watching over on TikTok. For those watching on TikTok, you can find the replays, catch up on the broadcast that you missed over on my YouTube channel, Mike TV. I'll show you where to find that in just a moment. And for the folks watching on YouTube, make sure to follow me on TikTok as well if you're on TikTok. We've got two TikToks. We've got Mike TV as well as Native Black Ancestry. And away we go. Now, guys, before we get into the topic of discussion, before I tell you the whole purpose of this broadcast, before we see if we have any live callers and all that good stuff, let me show you a couple things. So as I was saying earlier, if anybody's watching on TikTok, you can catch up on all the live streams that you missed. I know what TikTok doesn't really let you watch replays, doesn't save the broadcast. So that's why I do these live streams on TikTok as well as YouTube. So you can always go to my channel, Mike TV, catch up on any content you miss. I've got over 800 videos, treasure trove of content, just waiting for you to binge. Also, make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I built this out with tons of historical references. We've got a book list of my primary sources. You can read a lot of these books straight through my website. No need to buy them on Amazon. I've also got a tribal surname tab where you can see if your family's last name aligns with any of the surnames adopted by the 5 civilized tribes. You know, it's a total misnomer that we get our last names from slave masters. I mean, that did happen sometimes when our ancestors were enslaved, but not all of us descend from plantation slaves. I'm a full-time genealogist. I would know. My clients are always surprised when I share with them their genealogy results, and they descend from people classified on census records as free people of color, even during the peak of slavery. So definitely check out the tribal surname tab. You know, most people don't realize that during the process of forced assimilation, a lot of indigenous nations adopted European-sounding surnames. And there were, you know, Scottish and Irish men since the 1500s intermixing with the tribes of the Southeast. So that's also why we get some Scottish and Irish surnames as well. McGee, McGuire, McIntosh, etc., etc. Beyond the tribal surname tab, I've also got a digital archive. This digital archive has over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, ex-slave interviews, Indian slave ads. The list goes on and on. And you can download this stuff to your phone, to your computer, share it on social media, all that good stuff. Treasure trove of information in the website just waiting for you to absorb. And if anybody out there needs more personalized guidance with genealogy research, you can actually book a consultation with me where I teach you the 3-step process that me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. And here's a quick word from some of my recent clients.
Mike TV, he's knowledgeable about his information about the American Indians and how we change our classification over time and the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want valuable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
Let's talk about it, guys. What are you waiting for? Real people, real results. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. And lastly, I'm getting ready to launch my first ever course. this course is the only comprehensive course on the racial reclassification of Native Black Americans. Right now, it's 59% off. I got it at a steep discount in honor of American Indian Heritage Month. It's going to be full price once it hits December 1st. But guys, you really got to check out this course. This is years in the making. All of the gems that I dropped, all of the tidbits, all the insights that you've gained. I mean, we're putting it into a course format. And let me show you just how thorough this course is. Here's the course syllabus. Let me just read through this for a moment. Check out this course syllabus. Let me see. Is there a way I can make this full screen? Can I zoom in at least? Hold up. Here we go. View. Let me see. That's a little bit better. I want to zoom in though. Now, this is just a little sneak peek into what the course is all about, the different modules, the different lesson plans. Of course, I'm not finished with the course, so we're going to be adding even more content than this. The course is officially launching on December 1st. But check it out, guys. Module 1, we're starting with where we must start, the beginning. Who are Native Black Americans? Why was this history suppressed? Paper genocide versus modern genealogy. How this course restores ancestral memory. And of course, we're going to give you firsthand accounts of dark-skinned indigenous people across the Americas written about in Spanish conquistador journals, different religious factions coming over here, trying to convert the Indians, documenting what they see, the phenotype that they witness. I mean, even Christopher Columbus in his journal said that the Taino tribes he encountered, some were dark, just as an African. Matter of fact, the Spanish conquistadors, when they came over, they called the indigenous people that they encountered negros de terras. That literally translates to blacks of this land. And you know what they called the African slaves when they would start importing African slaves over? They called them negros de Guinea, blacks of Africa. So from day one, we've got firsthand accounts from Europeans coming over here saying that they see Black indigenous people. In module 2, we transition into pre-colonization, the civilizations of the Americas, the Olmec, Mississippians, the Muskegon world, the pyramids and mounds, such as the Cholula Pyramid in Mexico, the largest pyramid in the world by volume. Of course, they tried to hide the history and place the Catholic Church on top of it, right? We've got the Philadelphia Museum of Art that sits on top of a truncated indigenous pyramid structure. Sangamon County Courthouse in Springfield, Illinois, built on top indigenous mounds. Matter of fact, speaking of these indigenous mounds, most people don't realize that most of these plantations that you hear about in the antebellum South, they were indigenous mound sites. They destroyed the mound, converted into a plantation, enslaved these indigenous tribes in place. And we do juxtapose the pyramid and mound building culture of the Americas to Africa. You know, most people don't know that even though folks try to make it seem like Africa is the cradle of life, Africa got all these pyramids. Truth be told, Africa has 300 or so pyramids. The Americas has over 2,000 to 3,000. Pales in comparison. We're going to be discussing why academic narratives hide this truth. We'll be discussing the indigenous agriculture, corn, beans, squash, rice, rubber, tobacco, indigenous ball games, and the ancestral athletic culture that we still see purveying throughout our community present day. These same indigenous tribes in the Southeast that were known for their stickball games, well, we still see Black Indians in the Southeast dominating ball games, right? Whether NFL or NBA. Let's talk about it. Then module 3, we're actually going to get into the 5 Ds of colonization. Guys, I might have to trademark this. I might have to patent this. I'm the first one that has put this into such a easy to digest format, guys. The 5 Ds of colonization. The first D is discovery. Of course, it's a fabricated narrative, right? How Europeans reframed arrival as discovery. We're going to talk about the immediate observations of dark-skinned, wool-haired indigenous groups. Then we're going to get into disease, how that was weaponized, the myth versus the reality when it comes to these actual epidemics. You know, they try to teach you in grade school that some Europeans came over, sneezed a couple times, and all the Indians died. No, we were dealing with biological warfare from day one. Then, of course, we get into domination, displacement, and the documentation to support it, aka paper genocide. Module 4, we actually go in depth into the reclassification machinery, starting with Bacon's Rebellion, the invention of biracial solidarity panic, why colonial powers needed to adopt a race caste system. We're going to give you firsthand case studies of indigenous families reclassified from Indian to mulatto, from Indian to Negro, from Negro to African American. Module 5, we get into the Southeastern tribal history, the hidden record, the Creek, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Yamasee, the Catawba, the Wale, Tuscarora, the Seminole. Module 6, we get into colonization, Christianity, and cultural theft. Module 7, the plantation system, indigenous people enslaved in place. Module 8, genealogy for Native Black Americans, how to trace reclassified indigenous lineage, how to take your oral traditions, surnames, and geography and find documentation. Module 9, modern paper genocide. You know, the African-American branding that our ancestors had placed upon them by way of Jesse Jackson in 1988. Media and pop culture distortions, you know, all those cowboy and Indian TV shows and movies, right? Segregation versus integration as infiltration. Because remember, guys, we wanted separate but equal. They said, nah, we're not going to give you separate but equal. We're going to integrate you. And now you don't have your successful Black towns and Black cities and Black business districts, and your dollars no longer circulating in your community because now you're integrated into ours. Just like how they integrated sports. In school, they make you think that sports integration was a good thing. Well, in actuality, when sports was segregated, guess what we had? Our own Negro leagues with our own sports team owners and our own sports managers and sports agents. We had our own. And guess what? White folks wanted to watch us play ball so bad that our viewership was outpacing the white baseball leagues and the white basketball leagues. So they said, wait a minute, okay, we're going to integrate you. We're going to bring you into our league, and now you're owned by a white man. Sound familiar? Module 10, we're getting into restoration of identity. And that's all I'm going to tell you for now, guys. I got a couple other lesson plans that I'm working on. I'm still fleshing out the course. It's going to officially launch December 1st. Make sure to check it out. NativeBlackAncestry.com is where you can pre-order the course. Get that 59% discount in honor of American Indian Heritage Month. But guys, as always, this is a live call-in show for the most part. You know, we have so many foreigners that think they can come over here and tell us who we are and where we come from. I mean, I'm sure you guys have noticed this strange conspiracy, right, guys? There's like this strange conspiracy going on where Africans are teaming up with Europeans who are teaming up with Native Americans on reservations, or, I mean, everybody's forming like Voltron against us to try to convince us that our ancestors were lying when they passed down that oral tradition of indigenous ancestry, right? Our ancestors were lying, and we all come from Africa, and we need to go back to this motherland of Africa that all these Africans are fleeing from, right? Africans call into my show day in and day out trying to convince us that Africa is the motherland, like they secretly have Wakanda over there or something, and we should go to this motherland, while they're calling into my show from Europe, while they're calling into my show from the Caribbean, while they're calling into my show from America. Guys, are we dealing with a weird destiny swap? Do we have Africans who think that we don't see that you're trying to convince us to go over there so that you can come over here and take our place? Let's talk about it. That's really how Africans came into the Americas in general. Before there was ever a transatlantic slave trade of Africans, there was an indigenous slave trade. And the African slave trade was built on the back of the indigenous slave trade because the Africans were so much more docile. We were warlike. It took the Spaniards centuries to even get a settlement in Florida. La Florida, they called it at the time. Why? Because the Black indigenous tribes of Florida were taking them out as soon as they hit the sand. Look it up. Don't take my word for it. We have always been a warlike people, a rebellious people. So they started importing Africans over as cheap slave labor. And then they reclassify us and put us in the same group as Africans and try to distort our heritage, identity, steal our land, enslave us in place, survey, deed, map, plot our country, mechanize it, monetize it, and then through generations miseducate our youth to think that our ancestors came from Africa, packed on a slave boat like a sardine. Okay. All right, guys. So as always, this is a live call-in show. All the trolls, all the naysayers, all the detractors, all the people who constantly want to make whole social media careers predicated on us, our culture, our history, trying to convince us that we come from a foreign land that our ancestors have never been to. Whoa. They trying to make us think that we're African? Hey, tonight's prompt is the same prompt we've been using as of late. It never gets old. We really have to speak to this. If anything, I'm going to update the prompt here soon and add Europeans to the mix. I mean, Latinos are Europeans as well, but I mean, them little Charlie Kirk white boys been calling into my show lately. Hey, dude, you guys are from Africa, bro? Really? Why do you think that? Because like I'm a Greek migrant, but like I can see people and tell where they're from, and like you're from Africa, bro. I mean, yeah. Shouldn't these little Charlie Kirksters be worried about their Messiah getting taken out on public news? Come on. He got took out like some Chinese food in front of everybody. And now these little miniature white supremacists are shifting their energy to come over to our indigenous movement, come over to our great awakening, and convince us that we come from Africa. Yeah, okay. So, guys, the prompt is as follows. Latinos and Africans have the biggest identity crisis. Black Americans are indigenous to America. Prove me wrong. Call in. For anybody watching on YouTube, there's a StreamYard link in the chat. That's the way you call in. You don't even have to turn on your camera. Just make sure you have a microphone connected. As long as you got some audio, we good. Go ahead and click the StreamYard link in the chat. For the folks watching on TikTok, you should already know how to request to join as a guest. Matter of fact, to help get this party started, I'm going to send some invites to some folks on TikTok, see if anybody wants to come up. Let me know what you think about the topic. Let me know if you've seen the last broadcast over the last week, what you think about some of our callers. Come on. Let's talk about it. And guys, I almost forgot to mention, when you go to my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, as a thank you, just for visiting the website, just as a thank you for even going to the website, checking it out, you can actually download a free copy of my ebook, Reclassified, The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast, from Indian to Negro. That free ebook is jam-packed with information, primary sources, first-hand accounts, treasure trove of knowledge to help you on your journey of discovery. And who can argue with free? Am I right? Now, while we wait to see if we have any live callers, and Lord, we really should have some live callers from YouTube, because Lord, people have been sending me so many comments on YouTube. They've been watching the replays. They've been saying, man, Mike, I want to call in. Motherfuckers send me up at 2 a.m, 3 a.m. I'll be running replays. Stay in the chat. Where do I call in? Where's the link? Hey, now's your opportunity. I don't care if you agree with the prompt. I don't care if you disagree with the prompt. You can come up here and debate me. I'll show you my sources. You show me your sources. We can have a civil conversation. Or even if you don't want to debate, even if you don't want the smoke, maybe you just have general questions about genealogy, tribal citizenship, tribal benefits, anything in between. Well, I am your resident expert. You can come up here and pick my brain as well. But looks like we do have somebody tuning in from TikTok. Grandma's Hitta. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yo, what up, though, Mike? What's happening, man? I see you kicking knowledge. Gee, what's good?
Hey, staying busy.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I'm calling in from the South right now, man. I'm out Southwest right now, but me and my people, we from Appalachia. Yeah.
That's what's up. Well, hey, have you seen any of the broadcasts from the last week?
You see, I haven't necessarily. It's funny you asked because I did catch like a minor replay, and I'm not sure if it was last week or if it was earlier this week. But I just really been tuning into your replays on YouTube because I typically catch you on TikTok, right? So I definitely I'm gonna check out the website. I want to do that, right? Because in my journey of doing my genealogy, man, I got back like 300 years. I went all the way back to the 1700s, right?
Nice.
And I was able to find, my family associated with certain tribes, right? I'm gonna keep it general for right now because I do want to book a private consultation with you. Do want to do that. So, but I did find my family associated with some tribes, some applications, and land allotments, and even wars as well, like real Indian wars and stuff like that. All documented. So I definitely want to get back to you on that because we're dealing with information that's pre Dawes Commission, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Hey, I was telling people this the other night. Most people don't realize that the Dawes Commission came fairly late. I mean, Indian removal was 1830s. Dawes Commission was formed like 1860s, late 1860s, damn near 1870. Ran until 1914. So a lot of people have a misconception that the Indians got pushed west of the Mississippi, and they pulled out some paper and just innocently started keeping a roll count of who their tribal members are. Nah, that is not how it went down at all. The Dawes Roll is named after Henry Dawes. Who is Henry Dawes? A Massachusetts senator. They sent a white boy out from Massachusetts to Oklahoma to pick and choose who's an Indian and who's not an Indian anymore. They had something called the Dawes Commission, where they had European federal agents go to our ancestors' homes in Arkansas, Oklahoma, and interrogate them. What tribe are you? Speak the language. Who's your ancestor? How long have you lived here? And if they didn't like the way they looked or didn't like an answer to one of their questions, then they rejected the Dawes Roll application, and that person got absorbed into the broader demographic of Negro, colored, mulatto, etc. Or if one of our ancestors was lucky enough to get placed on the Dawes Roll, if they failed the brown paper bag test, if they were too dark-skinned, well, guess what? They got racially reclassified as a freedman. And you guys have so many misconceptions floating around about the freedmen. Some people be thinking the freedmen are just African slaves that married some natives and stuff. No, these are full-blooded indigenous Black people. Some of them may have some African admixture because tribes such as the Seminoles, they actually adopted slaves, no matter what their background was, into the tribe while they were warring against Andrew Jackson, fighting Indian removal, fighting for their sovereignty. But it's very few and far in between that we find an African ancestor on our family tree. So many of us have zero African ancestors on our trees, yet we have so many foreigners trying to convince us that we come from Africa. And you guys can start to see the psyops unfold. But yeah, Grandma said it. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know what's on your mind.
No doubt, man. That's right, man. Correct. So, I've been really taking my time, especially with these records that go back pre-Dawes Commission, right? Because now, you're hearing the antagonist, you're hearing the ops say things like, "Oh, show us this family member on a roll." But it's like, hold on, you know what I'm saying? Slow your roll. We got people that go back before that. So, I've been strategically, compiling the family documents.
Well, hold on. Let's tell them to slow their roll even further than that. First of all, the burden of proof is not on us. When motherfucking foreigners come to our homes trying to tell us where we come from and convince us we come from Africa, the burden of proof is on them. They need to cite some sources. We don't need to start breaking out our family trees and trying to convince fucking foreigners that we are who we say we are. But the interesting thing is, sometimes, just so that I educate my audience, I'll entertain them. I'll show my indigenous ancestors. I'll pull up the Dawes Roll. And you know what's funny, Grandma Sita? Every single time I show my indigenous ancestry, I then tell them, can you tell me the name of your African ancestor? Can you tell me what tribe you're? And they don't know a goddamn thing. They can't list a goddamn thing. We can literally name our indigenous ancestors. And when you ask them, these Pan-Africans, even these African migrants, if they can name theirs, they can't. What do you think about that, Grandma Sita? Have you witnessed that?
Oh yeah, that's facts. 100%, man. It's crazy you even say that because we have to practice this sort of defense of our information, right? Because your family information, your genealogy is very private, very, very personal, and very important. Because if someone has access to these records with ill intent, there's a lot of, we don't even got to get specific, but there's a lot of things that they could get into with this information. So protecting your genealogy is number one. I agree and I concur 100%, man. And I usually do the same, typically, judging on the individual, right? I use it as a teaching moment or, a moment to clap back and say, well, look, can you show me likewise, right? Logic goes both ways, you know what I'm saying? The antithesis and the thesis, right? Mm-hmm. So can you show me your tree? Can you pull out your genealogy? So yeah, man.
Never can.
Never can. You feel me?
We've got Pan-Africans who identify with the continent of Africa and they haven't even built a family tree. Right?
Facts, man. And it's so crazy because I've even dared to say that quote unquote Native Black Americans or Black Americans have the oldest genealogy in America on paper? Do we really have the oldest? Come on, crazy work.
Absolutely.
Crazy work. Yeah.
Hey, it's real crazy work. Not only that, a lot of these founding fathers, a lot of these leading men, as far as the colonial era, we're talking pre-American Revolution, a lot of these are mutts who got Black indigenous ancestry as well that's just been bleached throughout time. Let's talk about a James Adair. I believe that British man was mixed with Black indigenous ancestry. We've got so many people in the colonies who are intermixing with Black indigenous people. And, you wonder why when you look at some Europeans, they look a little melungeon, someone like Abe Lincoln, he seems to have a little color to him. I mean, even who was it? I think it was Franklin D. Roosevelt, or was it Nixon? No, I think it was Nixon. Nixon even has Black indigenous ancestry, and he hiding his whole Black family side of hiding his whole side of his Black ancestry in the closet. They done did interviews. They done come out and spoke about it. Have you seen that, Grandma's hitter? Even President Nixon.
Oh, that's crazy. I ain't even know nothing about that. Now that James Adair. Now I ain't even know nothing about that.
James Adair, yeah.
Yeah, now that's crazy. And that's true. They be hiding a melanated grandma in the closet. They practice that blanco miento, right? So definitely, even when you get into the genetics and you start to see that a lot of people genetics overlap, except some have more. Come on, they got more European. I mean, they've been blanco mientoed out. You feel what I'm saying? But
Major La Raza, all that.
Come on, all of that. But they don't want to talk about they 2% or they 1% indigenous DNA. You see what I'm saying? Now, I love what you're doing, brother. No doubt. I'm gonna link up with you for sure because I do want to strategically talk to you about some of my records, my family records, in a good, basically good direction on the path that I should go, that we should go, what we're looking for, what we're seeking, see what else we can come up with, some strategies for, defining our political rights, our political identity, and obviously laying back claim to everything that belong to us. You already know what's happening. But I'm gonna let you keep going though, no doubt, because I'm tuning in on the back end, doing some research, getting everything together, and I'm gonna definitely book with you. Shout out Mike. One love, bro, and keep doing what you're doing, no doubt. It's inspirational, 100.
Hey, well, thanks for calling in, brother. Talk to you soon. Oh, and actually, guys, I'm freestyling up here. I had to fact check myself. It wasn't Nixon. It was what was it? President Warren G. Harding. President Warren G. Harding. All his life, we got popular historical theories and rumors about Native Black American community in Ohio. He has ancestry from, and there's even other figures. I mean, we know Thomas Jefferson ended up having some Native Black the descendants, grandchildren and whatnot. But Abraham Lincoln, people theorize that his mother, Nancy Hanks, Black indigenous heritage. Andrew Jackson, rumors that he was part of mixed race indigenous families from the Carolinas. You've even got Calvin Coolidge. And guys, it's always through the mother. Look it up. These European men, especially the Scottish and the Irish, since the 1500s, they were coming, especially to the Southeast, and intermixing with indigenous communities, taking indigenous wives, having mixed race children so they can get land and favorable trade terms. Look it up. Whenever you guys hear about Indians that had slaves, these are half-breeds with Scottish fathers, running plantations, living just like a British man. When you hear about Indians that signed away their tribe's land through a treaty that resulted in their tribe walking the Trail of Tears, every single one of these Indians that signed the treaty had a Scottish father and an Indian mother. The Scottish half-breed of my tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation, who signed away our tribe's land, his name was William McIntosh. The Cherokee, same thing. Chickasaw, same thing. Look it up. Let me see what Empress is talking about. Empress says they're not going to be in hiding it for long. The tables are turning soon everywhere. Everyone will claim to be indigenous tribes. We're already seeing it. We're already seeing everybody claiming to be indigenous tribes. We got white people who've been the biggest pretendians forever, claiming that they native and pulling a bunch of scams and schemes, guys. A few days ago, I did a broadcast about this. Look at this. Tribal chief charged in an immigration scam. This is a fake tribal chief, white man pretending to be a tribal chief so he can sell documents to illegal immigrants. White folks been on this pretending shit for the longest, way before Elizabeth Warren. Let's talk about it. Look at it. The leader of an unrecognized American Indian tribe was charged Friday with scheming to sell tribal memberships to immigrants by falsely claiming the documents would make them U.S. citizens, a federal prosecutor said. Come on. They don't want to talk about this, though. They want to get on us, claiming our indigenous roots. Oh, you black people are pretendians and you're wabos, but you don't want to talk about the Europeans cosplaying indigenous heritage. Matter of fact, there was the Abenaki. There was the Abenaki in Vermont. Europeans created a whole fake tribe in Vermont, claiming to be descendants of Abenaki Indians from Canada. The Canadian Abenaki Indians did the Europeans in Vermont, did their genealogy, and they were like 0% indigenous, guys. These white folks have been faking indigenous ancestry for centuries. Look it up.
Brenda Gagne, the chief of the Missisquoi Abenaki Nation. She is of 99.9% European.
The chief of the fake Indian tribe in Vermont is 99% European.
For Brenda Gagne, the chief of the Missisquoi Abenaki Nation, she is of 99.9% European heritage. Of Joel and Marge Bruchak, writers and academics, they are of 99.9% European descent.
My name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
All right, how y'all doing? My name's Major Wright. I just got done with my consultation with Mike. If you trying to trace your ancestry, Mike is a good first step to go through. He's going to break it down to you, all 3 steps to get you what you need. And if you want somebody to maybe do the research for you, you pay that price and Mike can help you too. But yes, he will fill you up with knowledge that you never knew and give you all the things like those unanswered questions in your head throughout time. Talk to Mike, man. He's a great dude. I believe in Mike.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Of Paul Pouliot, chief of the Cowsuck band of the Panacook Abenaki, he is 100% of European descent.
We got Indian chiefs who are 100% European. Let's talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. Come on. They don't want to talk about how the Indians started out so black. And after several hundred years of colonization, now they're so white. How the Indians go from black to white. How'd they do that? For one, forcing European admixture. For two, Europeans just straight up cosplaying indigenous ancestry. Check it out, y'all. Check it out. This is some images right here. These ladies are Choctaw Indians. These are Choctaws of Amet, Louisiana. But if I didn't tell you they were Choctaws, you just think that there's some black women, there's some black Americans, there's some African Americans. No, these are Choctaws of Amet, Louisiana. Melinda Tom Lawson, the lady in the middle, this is Melinda right here. Melinda Lawson was born in 1853 in Clinton, Louisiana, and died in 1934. Both of her parents were full-blooded Choctaw. That's what a Choctaw Indian looks like in the 1800s. But modern day, modern day, this is what the Choctaw Indians are looking like. This is Kelby Kennedy. Kelby Kennedy is a Choctaw Indian, FEMA tribal affairs advocate for the Choctaw Nation. Guys, how the Indians in the Southeast start out so black and get so white. How the Choctaws go from looking like this to looking like this. Let's talk about it. Can we talk about it? Guys, my ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, was a town king of the Muskogee Creek Nation, was the Chief Justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation. He's written about in several books. Hold on. I can grab one off the bookshelf. I'll be right back. Grandpa's written about in the Indian Territory, its chiefs, legislators, and leading men. Matter of fact, he has a whole chapter dedicated to him because he was a leader of the tribe, Chief Justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation, Town King, member of the House of Warriors. But you know what's strange? You want to see the phenotype of the current chief of my tribe? Well, this is what the current chief of my tribe looks like. Interesting. I guess when I find some time, I'll have to do a chief's genealogy. I wonder if he has some Eurasian admixture. I don't know, guys. It's just so strange how the leaders of indigenous tribes in the 1800s look like this. But now they look like this. It's interesting how the Choctaws in Louisiana in the 1800s look like this. But now the Choctaws look like this. Okay. All right. Come on. Most of you guys are familiar with the term $5 Indian. That's not like a myth. That's not a legend. Europeans paid to get placed into indigenous communities in Oklahoma. Why? Because the land had oil. They wanted some oil money. If they didn't pay to get a part of tribes, they married indigenous women so they can be a part of tribes. That's where that movie Tears from the Flower Moon come from, the Osage tribe. The Osage Indian girls were marrying white boys, and the white boys were assassinating them and bombing their homes and stuff to inherit their oil wealth. So when we ask, how do the Indians start out so black and get so white? I mean, now you see what we're dealing with, right? And look at this. We got straight up Europeans starting fake indigenous tribes to this day.
For Brenda Gagne, the chief of the Missisquoi Abenaki Nation, she is of 99.9% European heritage. Of Joe and Marge Bruchak, writers and academics, they are of 99.9% European descent. Of Paul Pouliot, chief of the Cowsuck band of the Panacook Abenaki, he is 100% of European descent.
Jacques Tewatso is counselor for the Abenaki Council of Odanak, a community on the south shore of the St. Lawrence River in Quebec. He revealed the results of a genealogical report on 8 individuals claiming to be Abenaki from Vermont and New Hampshire.
The conclusions are unequivocal. The individuals studied have no Abenaki ancestry. Some may have distant indigenous ancestor, but they are neither Abenaki nor close enough in time to justify any legitimate identity claim.
Mandated by the councils of Odanak and Wolinak.
Oh yeah, tomorrow says so they can be native and we can't. Interesting. Yeah. White people can cosplay indigenous ancestry that they don't have. No one bats an eye. Asians can cosplay indigenous ancestry that they don't have. No one bats an eye. But as soon as a Black American gets in touch with their indigenous ancestry, oh, there's a problem.
The report was produced under the direction of University of Ottawa's Associate Professor Daryl Leroux.
Our methodology was rigorous. We consulted about 10,000 documents, including Canadian and American archives, academic databases, and recognized genealogical sources dating from the 1600s to the 2000s.
This genealogical research focused on the leaders of the 4 groups in Vermont. They were recognized by the state in 2011 and 2012 as being Abenaki tribes. In response to the report, the 4 Abenaki chiefs issued a statement saying, "The recent so-called report published by Odanak is junk science, compiled with bias and full of factual and interpretive errors."
I met a lot of people in my life.
In the 70s and 80s, Elder Denis Obamsawin admitted to having shared his knowledge in good faith with people who claimed to be Abenaki.
Come on, we got white people coming around indigenous tribes to steal their culture, steal the tribal knowledge, so years later they can start their own fake tribe. And this fake Abenaki tribe in Vermont, guess what? They're recognized by the government. They have state recognition. They get money from the government. Now you see how the Indians got so white, because these Europeans found a loophole. They hit a lick, and they still hitting it.
But now he feels disappointed after hearing the results.
Those people have not walked with us, have not shared the struggles and our grief, our celebration.
In February 2025, Councillor Watso and Professor Leroux presented a workshop at the Vermont State Capitol on identity appropriation entitled, "What If We Were Wrong?"
The issue is that the individuals in these groups do not have Abenaki ancestry.
The facts presented provoked strong reactions.
Who determines that?
You say that. Actually did the genealogies of every single family.
You hear them white folks in the background? How can you say that? On whose authority? Who said that? Dude's like, yo, I did the genealogy of all you guys. I traced the records that you gave us. You guys are 100% European. Genealogy don't lie. We ain't talking a DNA test. We're talking paper trail records research, genealogy. Look, all these white people in the audience, part of this fake Abenaki tribe in Vermont, they mad because their genealogy got exposed, and now we know they're 100% European, as if we couldn't just, by looking at them, tell that these are Europeans, right? They totally look indigenous, right, guys? Or do they look like they just got off the Mayflower? Or the Pina Nina or Santa Maria? I mean, come on, y'all. Come on. Let's talk about it.
Entitled, "What If We Were Wrong?"
The issue is that the individuals in these groups do not have Abenaki ancestry.
The facts presented provoked strong reactions.
Who determines that?
You say that. Actually did the genealogies of every single family that they claim in their own documentation.
That's not true.
There's no Abenaki ancestry.
He's like, I literally did the genealogy of the people that they claim are their ancestors in documentation. And you can hear Karen in the background. It's no way. No way. Come on. We got pretending on pretending crime.
Actually did the genealogies of every single family that they claim in their own documentation.
That's not true.
There's no Abenaki ancestors.
The American Abenakis say their personal experience is just as valid as blood quantum. But Rick Obamsawin, chief of the Abenaki Council of Odanak, reiterated the following.
I think the easiest way to respond to that is blood is blood.
The leader's intentions for the future are clear.
Will we bring all of this information to the state of Vermont? Yes.
According to Watso, the relationship with the Vermont governor, Phil Scott, is one-sided. They've been unable to meet with him about the validity of the Vermont Abenaki.
So this European governor gave these Europeans tribal recognition by the state of Vermont. They're getting money, they're getting grants, they're getting subsidies, and when they finally get their genealogy done, they're 100% European or 99% European, right? But let a Black American do their genealogy and find indigenous ancestry and identify with that indigenous ancestry. Well, now it's a problem. Now we got everybody and their mama up in arms. No, you guys can't. No, there's no, you're from Africa. No, there's a, but they ain't gonna say shit about all these white folks cosplaying, right? Come on. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. We're crazy. We're nuts if we claim our indigenous ancestry, but when white folks fake the funk, no one bats an eye at all. Make it make sense, guys. Make it make sense. Come on.
And by the way, we're not black. How about that? We're not black, nigga. We're Indian. Yeah. We're Native American. Yeah. How many of y'all grandmothers got Indian in your family? Yeah, I'm Indian. Wait a second, but what happened to the Indians? We black. Show me black on the planet. Why you stop recording?
He knows the fucking shit.
Why you sound crazy? Nah, because you think I sound crazy.
No, you don't sound crazy. You sound fucking legit. You're talking truth. You're talking truth.
We're not black. Race was made up.
You're talking truth.
Race. Fucking around with our contracts. Ari Emanuel, your brother fucked up my city. Crazy. And by the way, we're not black. How about that? We're not black, nigga. We're Indian. Yeah. We're Native American. Yeah. How many of y'all grandmothers got Indian in your family?
Yeah, I'm Indian.
Wait a second, but what happened to the Indians? We black. Show me black on the planet. Why you stop recording?
He knows the fucking shit.
Why you sound crazy? Nah, because you think I sound crazy.
No, you don't sound crazy. You sound fucking legit. You're talking truth. You're talking truth.
We're not black. Race was made up.
You're talking truth.
Race was made up. Show me black. Show me black on the planet. Show me black. Everybody else, they European, they Australian, they Chinese, they Japanese. Show me black on the planet. We marginalized as entertainers. I already seen the other side, nigga. I seen the factories. I went up to head with these niggas, man. And I'm still alive. And I'm live for this moment to say.
Damn, when we identify with our indigenous ancestry, when we identify with our indigenous ancestry, all of a sudden it's a problem.
Think about it in much bigger and broader terms, and not just a moment, but literally a 10 to 20 year plus plan that when you think of Reconstruction. And so with that in mind, you have folks who, I'll start first, who said, Cube, why are you putting Native Americans in here? Why isn't this just for black people?
Well, black people are Native Americans. You know, we've had, you know, a lot of proof that, you know, some of us started here in this land. Everybody wasn't brought over from Africa. So, you know, we have to, like you say, unpack all of that and try to, you know, find the true lineage of people in this country, because some, you know, I used to tease family members who would say, you know, I got a little Indian in me. I would think they didn't want to be all the way black. But when I really do the research, a lot of them did have a little Indian in them. So, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, we want to be counted on all levels, not just, you know, through slave ships. Like I said, you know, we were here before Columbus. So a lot of us, and so we want to make sure that's included and not excluded.
Come on, y'all. Come on. You heard what Kanye said. So you wonder why they demonize him in the media. You just heard what Ice Cube said. So you wonder why they demonize him in the media. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. But day in and day out, we've got foreigners trying to tell us who we are and what we should identify with. Say it ain't so, y'all. Say it ain't so.
Yeah, man, this is Sean in Nashville. I just had one question.
And your question?
That question is, okay, sorry. You said that the title of your video is, did you know that Black Americans are not from Africa? What evidence do you have that would state that?
Do you think I'm a Black American? Cat's got his tongue, guys.
You sat
Got a
here
little
and yourself.
silent. Got a little silent and awkward. Hold on. And there's a lot of static on your line, so I'm just going to mute you for a second. I just asked you a very direct question. Do you think I'm a Black American?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, guess what? I'm a genealogist. I've traced my family's genealogy. I have 0 Africans on my family tree. I descend from American Indians, and I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe. So I am living proof of what you're talking about.
I'm asking for your evidence.
Let me place you on mute again. There's a lot of background noise. I'll let you know when it's time to unmute yourself. Let me say it again slowly. I asked you if you think I'm Black. You said yes. I let you know I'm a genealogist, and I've done my own genealogy, and I have 0 African ancestry. I descend from famous American Indians, and I also have tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation, which is a tribe recognized by the federal government. So when you ask for the proof of that, you're talking to the proof of that. So take a second, stay on mute. Let's just breathe in, breathe out. You just got some new information, digest it. And when you're ready, unmute yourself and let me know if you have another. Actually, hold on. Before we get to a second question, somebody in the YouTube chat has a question for you. So you asked me a question, I answered it. My audience member has a question for you now. Go ahead and unmute yourself. And Original Copper says, what evidence do you have that we are from Africa? Go ahead.
Archaeological evidence, paleontological evidence,
Let's take it one at a time. The first thing you said was archaeological evidence. Name the archaeological evidence that we come from Africa.
After you tell me where you got that fake ass Muskogee tribe card that you.
Talk about a crash out. I knew he was going to crash out, y'all. I knew he was going to crash out. Hey, Mike, how can you prove you guys are indigenous? Because I don't have African heritage. The government calls me an American Indian. I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe. But hey, my audience has a question for you. What evidence do you have that we come from Africa? Oh, Mike, I want to know where you got that fake tribal. Okay, the answer is you have no evidence. The answer is you just feel like you know what everybody's genealogy is, and you just feel in your itty bitty heart of hearts that we come from Africa. Meanwhile, we do actual research over here and have the tribal citizenship to back it. Lord, he was slow as fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if anybody else wants to call in, actually, he's still backstage. I don't know why. Since he's still backstage, we're going to run this like the Roman Colosseum. Put a 0 in the chat if you guys don't care to hear from him again. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys want to bring him back up and hear him crash out some more. Let me see. Go ahead and vote, guys. I am here for the people. I am a man of the people. You always have the luxury of choice. I'm seeing 0s on TikTok, lots of 0s on TikTok. I'm seeing quite a few ones. Hold on, I'm seeing a lot of ones. Oh, they want him to come back. Let's have him come back. Go ahead. And you know what? I think he has a lot to get off of his chest. I think he's watched me for a long time. He's triggered by my movement. He's triggered by my fan base. He's triggered by the following that I've garnered. So you know what? We're going to do something special. When he comes back, I'm going to put on a timer and I'm going to let him speak uninterrupted. And he's going to be able to get out all his insults and all his vitriol and all his claims of my fake tribal card. We're going to let him get it all off of his itty bitty bird chest. Guys, how long should we give him? Should we give him 2 minutes uninterrupted? 3 minutes uninterrupted? I don't want to give him 4 minutes uninterrupted. Shit. Go ahead and vote, guys. Put a number in the chat for how many minutes we should give him. Nola says you want to hear him cry. A lot of people say 2 minutes. Y'all are saying let him get it all out. Some people say 3 minutes. We'll go with 2 minutes. 2 minutes seems like enough time for him to get all his little jokey jokes out. Let me go ahead and get this timer on the screen for you guys. This is good entertainment. I'm glad you guys are here with me. You can be anywhere in the world, but you're here with me, and I thank you for it. Sean P., go ahead and unmute yourself. And when I bring you back on the stage, the time will start as soon as you start speaking, okay? Here we go.
The reason that I asked you for your evidence, because there's no actual journals or studies that would predicate that you are who you say that you are. You're basing this off of your emotions and feelings during a movement that began during COVID. Prior to that, you were nowhere around. So what I am asking for is something that you have yet to be able to provide. No, I haven't watched the shows. No, I don't follow you. I literally have concerns and questions that need answered. For your evidence, and your response to me is to avoid the evidence that I'm asking for that shows some sign of a lack of evidence. When you say you have over 600 supposedly documents on your website that proposes that you are this so-called, what is it, Black Native American, yet no archaeological evidence for this, no genetic this, and then you posted a card. Now, I'm not tripping on no card because we already know that you have the numbers on the card do not match that of the tribe. Your tribal number on the card is irrelevant to this situation because it doesn't come up. The lady already blatted you out about it, but this is not what this conversation is about. Your title says, did you know Black Americans are not from Africa? You've yet to find Black Americans, and you've yet to show the evidence that would take them out of Africa and make them indigenous to the Americas. That would mean they would be relatives, well, not even relatives, they would be the Paleo Indians. If you're proclaiming that Black people are the Paleo Indians, then you forfeit everything that you've hustled up on today. And I know you get this a money grab for you, and I understand. So I just want evidence for Black Americans not being from Africa. I don't care about none of the other stuff. Just
thank God. That was a long 2 minutes, y'all. That was the longest 2 minutes of my life. Jesus Christ. That was the longest 2 minutes of my life. Well, you know what, guys? He asked for evidence. I responded with, I am the evidence. You're talking to the evidence. So I guess first I'll substantiate my heritage, and then I can provide him with some archaeological evidence of Black indigenous people. And guys, truth be told, the burden of proof is not on us. The burden of proof is on these foreigners trying to come to our house dictating heritage. The burden is really on him up here tonight to give us archaeological evidence that we all come from Africa. But guys, I'm going to entertain him. Why? Because as I entertain him, I'm going to educate all of you, especially you guys that are not familiar with me and my work. So first and foremost, let's start with my website that you mentioned, shall we? On my website, Native Black Ancestry, I guess you didn't read the whole thing. You know, reading is a skill that not many have these days. If you actually go to the bottom of the homepage, I actually have a little excerpt on one of my ancestors, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. This is my grandfather. He was the Chief Justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation, a town king. He's written about in fucking history books, dumbass. You want to talk about my evidence? The evidence is the Indian Territory, its chiefs, legislators, and leading men. The evidence is white historians write that my grandfather was an Indian chief, a legislator, and a leading man. He has his own chapter, you fucking imbecile. Meanwhile, we don't know who your ancestors are, right? We don't know who your ancestors are, right? Matter of fact, he probably ain't never even heard of the Dawes Roll. If we pull up the Dawes Roll, my ancestors' roll number is 2145. 2145. If we type in 2145, we've got Thomas Jefferson Adams, and his blood quantum is listed as full. He's listed as a full-blooded Creek by blood. So I guess my evidence that I'm indigenous would be that my famous Indian chief of a grandfather is listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian, you fucking imbecile. You done fucked around and found out, didn't you? Now, when he wants to talk about archaeology, when he wants to talk about archaeological evidence, Hey, he's not going to believe me even if I told him. He's not going to believe me even if I showed him. So I'm going to let him hear it from another source. I guess he ain't heard about the ancient remains of Louisa found in Brazil, Black indigenous woman, right? But he want to get up here and talk some archaeology.
ineverknewtv.com premium.
The discovery of Louisa has sparked debates around Native American ancestry.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Why does her discovery disrupt so many widely accepted narratives about history?
This is what the issue is with Louisa. Louisa is remains that were found in Brazil. And everyone would have expected that she would have looked just like a Native American. And the Native Americans are part of the same group of people, the same family, that you would include the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans, the Filipinos.
Did you hear what this researcher just said? The people that we refer to as Native Americans, like those folks in the high desert, the Navajo, the Apache, the Comanche, the Athabascans, the ones in Alaska, northern Canada, those folks share the same genetic family as Asians. Let me run that back a little bit. They thought that Louisa would share the same Asiatic native heritage, but that's not what they found.
That she would have looked just like a Native American. And the Native Americans are part of the same group of people, the same family, that you would include the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans, the Filipinos, that type of East Asian looking population. The Native Americans are thought to be their brothers and sisters. And so everyone expected that when they reconstructed the face of Louisa, she would be that too. And then they reconstructed the face and it was like, damn. And because she's the first South American that we know anything about, then double down.
Mm-hmm. Some dumbass in the TikTok chat is saying, what does Brazil got to do with you being indigenous to America? Brazil is in the Americas, dumbass. That's South America.
And so all kinds of consternation has happened in anthropological circles because they've got something that they can't really explain. Also, I have read that something funky happened to the institution that housed Louisa.
Let's get into it. They find the oldest skeletal remains of a Black indigenous woman called Louisa. And you know how this is authentic? Because some motherfuckers try to burn the whole museum that housed the remains. In 2018, they try to burn the whole museum, just like they burned the archives, just like how they destroyed the 1860 census, just like how they burned our villages and converted them to plantations, just like how they burned libraries. They burned the museum that housed these remains. Don't take my word for it. Look it up.
And a fire took place. I don't know if you're aware of this.
No.
Yeah. So the original doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So make of that what you will. But yes, the peopling of ancient South America is now looking a bit different to what we were expecting. Mm-hmm. So I used to teach for years and years and years. The people...
He used to teach because he's a professor, he's a researcher, he's a scholar in Europe.
Of the Americas migrated from Siberia. You know, Siberia and Alaska are nearly touching.
Okay.
And the Siberians would be a Chinesey, Japanesey, Korean-looking population, and them and the Native Americans are the same. And Louisa upset all of that. And Louisa is not the only early skeleton.
And Louisa is not the only early skeleton. So when this dumbass comes up here talking about what archaeological proof do you have that we are indigenous to that? Look up Louisa and the other skeletal remains. Dummy. Clearly you haven't done the research, because if you did, you would know this already.
That upsets the apple cart. And so it means that there's a Black prehistoric presence that needs to be acknowledged.
Oh, professor from Europe said what?
That upsets the apple cart. And so it means that there's a black ancient.
There's a black ancient.
Excuse me, prehistoric presence.
Prehistoric presence.
That needs to be acknowledged.
That needs to be acknowledged. Guess what? Dummy came to my door and solicited me, said, "Hey, Mike, give me evidence of you are who you say you are. You're indigenous." And I proved my ancestor. I proved my lineage, showed that he was a full-blooded Creek by blood. Multiple books written about him, right? His second part was archaeology. I just cited archaeological remains of Louisa. I even let a professor from Europe explain it so that he didn't think it just came from me and I was making it up. And guys, the funny thing is when I bring him back, he's not going to be able to give me proof that he has African heritage, and he's not going to be able to give me any archaeological evidence that we all descend from Africans. But we'll see. Put a 0 in the chat if you don't want me to bring him back. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to bring him back up. And if we bring him back up, we're going to see if he can show his screen like I did and show any evidence that he has African ancestry. If he can name his African ancestor, just like I named my indigenous ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. That's the name of my indigenous ancestor. What's the name of your African ancestor? I see a lot of people posting ones. They want to see. All right. Let's put him to task. Sean P., let us know. What is the name of your African ancestor?
His name is John. His name is John.
What's his last name?
None of your business. None of your business.
So you're just making up shit. He got a mysterious African slave ancestor named John, and his last name is none of my business. But this little bitch boy thinks that my heritage is his business. And the only reason why I entertained him and doxed myself and showed my grandfather like that is because it would educate my community and inspire you to research your genealogy. I did it for you. I didn't do it for this fucking imbecile on my panel. But let me see what the chat's talking about before we get back to this pan goofy bitch boy on my line. Y'all saying crickets, John Wayne, John Doe. Yeah, his African ancestor is John Doe. First name John, last name Doe. He came from Wakanda, and he was the cousin of T'Challa. And yeah, an African named John. Johnny Appletree, John Tunde. Y'all crazy with this. Beauty Art says, John, is that an African name? African name John Doe. Come on. John, no, your fucking business. That's a good one, Power. John, none your fussy business. John Kinte, an African named John. Bingham said, you shut him straight down. I mean, hey. They come here, they demand us to furnish evidence of our indigeneity. I give the evidence. I ask them to furnish evidence of their African heritage. They can't do it. You see what we're dealing with? You see why I do what I do 24/7, 365? You see why I do this so well? Come on, this is child's play. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. I told y'all we had an interesting interaction with our resident Pan Goofy. Oh, Lord, was that an interesting interaction. Now, real quick, I got somebody backstage that we're going to bring from the back to the front. But before I do, I think I had a super chat that I have failed to acknowledge yet. Let me see. Who's this super chat from? Lord knows even the trolls pay money just to get acknowledged. So let's see. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Here we go. This person claims that they're from Louisiana and trace their ancestors to Nigeria. That's cool. They said the movement designed to make slavery less significant. Not sure what you're referring to. I'm not sure if anybody in America has a movement designed to make slavery less significant. Maybe some could argue that states not adopting critical race theory might be doing that, but otherwise, which talking about African migrant man, he says, while blacks in America are worried about being native, whites are buying up Africa mineral deals. Okay, so if we're getting in touch with our indigenous ancestry, matter of fact, the fact that you even see that we're identifying as indigenous shows you we have no relation to Africa. So why do we care if Europeans are buying up your resources? Why do we care that the Chinaman is beating you and putting you in a factory on your own land? Why do we care that the Russian are fucking you over to get favorable term conditions? Not our people, not our problem. I get that if you think that you're a person that traces their roots from Louisiana to Nigeria, then maybe you take on those issues. But guys, this is weird. This is another type of personality, if you will, that we get day in and day out. These type of people that claim that they have African heritage, and the only reason why they're bringing it up is because sometimes they verbalize it. Sometimes, like next up, he's not saying it, but you can still see this is the context. They try to use their alleged African heritage and put that on us. Hey, sir, you descend from Nigerians who got trafficked to Louisiana, not me, not my audience members. You can be worried about African minerals being bought up. We don't care at all, especially those of us that do have some distant African heritage. Why would we care about Africans who are responsible for the transatlantic slave trade? You guys do know it's called the slave trade, right? It's not called a holy war. It's not called a mass invasion. It's not called an inquisition. It's called a trade. Africans willingly traded their fellow countrymen to Europeans for trinkets, gunpowder, muskets, mirrors, cloth. Hey. And next up, I see you're still in the chat. You should call in. We already got Mike backstage. I'm going to bring Mike up in just a second. Thank you for your patience, Mike. Next up, you should call in so that we can hear what you're talking about. You've already spent, what, $7 to try to get heard? Why don't you, for free, click the link, call in so we can hear what your rhetoric is exactly? Because, again, for those of us who actually do our genealogy and find on one branch we have a West African slave ancestor, why would we care about a lineage that sold their own people into slavery on the largest scale we've ever seen? I mean, damn, if we really call a spade, Africans invented the whole concept of slave trades. They've been trading slaves since the 6th century. Look up the Arab slave trade. I dare you. But yeah, next up, you should definitely call in and let us know why we should care about African mineral transactions and why you're mentioning your Nigerian heritage. Because if we're talking about our indigenous heritage and you're bringing up your Nigerian heritage, I'm assuming you're bringing it up to be a detractor. But maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Mike, let us know. Where are you calling in from?
Ohio.
What was that?
Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio. And where's your family from originally?
I'm Irish, but I do have 1% black.
Irish and 1% black. And well, the fact that you
Not
said
sure where that come from.
Yeah, the fact that you said percent makes me think that you got that info from a DNA test.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Do you have any like oral tradition of black ancestry, or did you trace like paper trail records and find black ancestors on your family tree?
I just did DNA through my I don't know who my father, I can't track that way, but yeah, they said West Africa. I have some DNA that traces back
okay, I got you.
somewhere in West Africa. So yeah, I don't have any true tradition. I can trace on my mother's side, it's French, de priest, and Spanish, but apparently goes all the way back to England though.
Interesting. And you said Irish heritage, right?
Yeah.
And would you happen to know like the era that your Irish ancestors came over here, the means or the circumstances in which they came over, et cetera, or not so much?
Not so much. I mean, I had to look at when my mom's done some of the genealogy on me, but on us going through my mom and grandma and Blankenships and the priest.
Well, hey,
So, the Blankenships
let
real popular.
Let me drop some gems on you before we even get started with the conversation, because as Chuck Hicks said, Abbott Emerson Smith has a book that I bought named Colonists in Bondage, and it has records from the Virginia Company of London that says only white people came here, not the Africans. So what Chuck is referring to is actually in the early days of the British 13 colonies, the first slaves, besides the indigenous ones, were the hundreds of thousands of European slaves that they brought over through like the Virginia Company of London and other corporate factions. Besides this book that he's citing as a source, I actually, during my genealogy consultations that I do with folks, I actually cite a couple more sources. This is really crazy. I mean, a lot of Europeans, such as yourself, you know, they know, hey, my ancestors came from Ireland or Scotland or France, or but they don't really know the means in which they came over. And in school, we're all fed this, you know, false narrative that most Europeans came over here as humble and meek pilgrims or folks on the Mayflower, when in actuality, most of them initially came over as slaves. And actually, here's another primary source. Give it just a second to load. This book is called They Were White and They Were Slaves: The Untold History of Enslavement of Whites in Early America. And this is another book. We've cited 3 books now. This one is called White Cargo. And in this excerpt, it clearly says, this is the forgotten story of thousands of white Britons who lived and died in bondage in Britain's American colonies. In the 17th and 18th centuries, more than 300,000 white people were shipped to America as slaves. Urchins. What's an urchin? Hold on, Mike. Allow me to finish, and then I'll bring you in. What's an urchin, guys? An urchin is like a poor homeless kid in London or Europe somewhere. It says urchins were swept up from London streets to labor in tobacco fields, where life expectancy was no more than 2 years. Brothels, aka hoe houses, were raided to provide breeders for Virginia. So the next time you guys come across a Karen who thinks that great granny came through the Mayflower, no, she could have been a whore in Europe that was kidnapped and sent to the colonies to be a breeder. It says here, hopeful migrants were duped into signing as indentured servants, unaware they would become personal property who could be bought, sold, and even gambled away. Transported convicts were paraded for sale like livestock. Damn. But yeah, Mike, I think you had something you want to say. Go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, look, I remember back in history class and stuff, and I do remember saying that the reason that the dark skin became prevalent because it was easier to identify them. That originally it was white, and then they kind of transferred over to mostly dark skin because of the fact that if they ran off, you could find them easier.
I'm not checking. Are you saying that at one point in time it shifted from white slaves to darker skinned slaves, so darker skinned slaves could be tracked easier? Huh?
Yes. Yeah. It was easier to identify whenever they ran off the plantation.
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't heard that one. In my research, Black indigenous communities were enslaved in place mostly because of their agricultural expertise. I mean, Black indigenous tribes in the Southeast, the richest, most fertile land in the world, they cultivated cotton, tobacco, maize, indigo, long before Europeans came. So, you know, when we talk about a vested interest in a plantation owner enslaving a local indigenous person, it's for their skills, their knowledge, their know-how.
I can see that. I'm not, your knowledge of history weighs mine. I haven't done any research on that. I'm just, you know, what I've heard in my 50 years being around. I some really interesting ideas. I hear some pushback on against your theories. Do you think, I mean, because do you think it takes some of the victimhood you've heard out of their argument? Is that, or why do you think you're getting pushback on some of this?
Well, before we talk about the pushback, you mentioned a theory. What theory are we talking about exactly?
Oh, no, I mean, I just, what you're saying, it's very interesting. I haven't heard go into this detail as far as the indigenous were actually, well, I mean, it does make sense because, you know, I lived in Oklahoma, and a big part of our Oklahoma history was the Trail of Tears. And it didn't seem like, I mean, they said that there was like 40,000 people brought or something like that. I try to remember what the numbers were whenever they dragged them from east and brought them to Oklahoma on the reservations.
Yeah, no, I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head either, but yeah, no, there was a lot of displacement of indigenous communities since the beginning of colonization. But if I understand what you're trying to say, is you're trying to say you haven't heard a lot of people speak this in detail about the racial reclassification of Black indigenous tribes across the Americas, or?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I got you. Well, the reason why you don't hear most people speaking about this in detail is because most people aren't privy to it. I mean, the average American goes to school, gets fed a false version of history, never questions it. If they go to graduate school or college, then that's just reinforced, and you never question it because your teachers and professors have an authoritative position, right? But as soon as you
Yeah.
start doing
You
independent
expect them to know.
research, yeah, as soon as you start doing independent research and looking at the right places, I mean, the evidence is very well documented. I can bring up Spanish conquistador journals from the 1500s that talk about Black indigenous tribes in California and all across North America. So it's like, the proof is right in front
I
of
mean,
us.
it's interesting. I'm total agreement that race is a social construct. I mean, we're all people, and there's only one race, the human race. And so I'm wide open on any discussion as far as this goes. And I find it extremely interesting from your going, because if you look, I mean, I don't think there was enough traffic from boats back then to create the number of tribes and the slaves that they were enslaved at that time. And then you had, in the addition, I mean, I've heard recently that you had I don't remember how many it was, former slaves that started taking on slaves themselves. It's just once they got free, they went and bought some slaves. So
Well, I mean, that's yet another point of academic malpractice. It was never a situation where somebody got their freedom and then they turned around and bought slaves. Oftentimes, what happened, especially if you're living in a different colony, such as the French colonies, before the Louisiana Purchase, all of the Midwest of Canada was called French Louisiana Territory, and they had a pathway to freedom and citizenship for slaves. You can purchase your family's freedom, et cetera, et cetera. And then when the British get that territory after the Louisiana Purchase, well, some of the people who were able to maintain their freedom, they begin to purchase family members so that on paper, you are my property, meaning some white person, some slave catcher can't capture you and send you off to their plantation. I'm actually a genealogist, and I've done genealogy research for thousands of Black Americans. And I actually had a lady a couple months ago who hired me to trace her family's heritage. And I showed her a document where her ancestor had a labor contract negotiated by the Freedmen's Bureau. So this lady says to me, "Oh, Mike, my ancestor was a freedman, so he was a slave." Well, I then showed her the Louisiana census from 1840, where her ancestor was listed as a free person of color. Not only that, he owned plantations. Not only that, he owned slaves. But wait, there's more. I found the actual purchase agreement. I found the document, handwritten, where he was buying slaves to grant them their freedom. It was called manumission at the time. He would write in the agreement, "When this transaction is concluded, so-and-so is free and has the full protection of my family." But you see how this lady would assume that her ancestor was a slave at some point because of a classification such as freedmen. Furthermore, when you hear about Indians having slaves, Indians having Black slaves, that's a big misconception. These Indian slave owners were half-breeds who had Scottish Irish fathers. When you hear about Indians that signed treaties that resulted in their tribes walking the Trail of Tears, every single one of these Indians had a Scottish father and an Indian mother. I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, that half-breed Scottish sellout that sold away and made us walk the Trail of Tears. His name was William McIntosh. He had a Scottish aristocrat father. He had an indigenous Creek Indian mother, and his cousin was George Troup, the governor of Georgia. So you see how European, Scottish, and Irish are intermixing with local Native Black American communities to get land, to get labor, to get riches. It's been going on for a long time.
Yes. Because I knew I used to have a roommate who was a Creek Indian, full blood. man, he could drink. But whenever I was trying to remember back Oklahoma history, that McIntosh I do remember that name.
There's a county named McIntosh in Oklahoma. Yeah, they still give reverence to the Scottish sellout that sold away the tribe's land. Do you know what my tribe did to him when we found out he signed away the treaty, that he signed away the land in the treaty with Andrew Jackson? We went out to his plantation because he was a slave owner. He had a plantation. We went to his plantation, shot him with muskets 60 times, and burned his plantation to the ground. He got assassinated by our tribe. So when you see that parts of Oklahoma, so when you hear that parts of Oklahoma name counties and parks after him and stuff, you see it's because these are compromised Indians in positions of power.
Wow.
You hear about the term $5 Indians. That wasn't like a joke. That wasn't a quip. That wasn't like a myth or a conspiracy. Europeans literally paid money to get placed on the Dawes roll and to get land in Oklahoma. Why? Because Oklahoma land is rich with oil. If they didn't pay to get on the roll, they married a native girl so that they could be listed on the Dawes roll as an intermarried white. Or those who really had a lot of money, they can just pay to get adopted by a tribe. So they get adopted, their family comes to Oklahoma, and they bring their slaves with them. And now this is, again, perpetuating the notion of these Indians having slaves. These slave-holding Indians are half-breeds raised by their European father to live out life like an average European man.
They're just trying to, because Andrew Jackson, whenever that happened, when was that? Was that before Civil War or after Civil War? I was trying to remember.
Which part of Andrew Jackson?
When he had the Trail of Tears and everything.
Oh yeah, Trail of Tears was 1830s. Yep.
1830s. That was, my brain isn't working right now. Civil War was 1850s?
Civil War ended 1865.
60, okay. So if they were enslaving the Indians, why didn't they enslave the Muskogee Indians instead of sending them to Oklahoma?
Great question. Mike says if they were enslaving Indians, why would they not enslave some Muskogee Indians instead of sending them all to Oklahoma? Not all Indians walked the Trail of Tears. Thousands of them remained as slaves in the Southeast and are reclassified as mulatto, Negro, Black, and more recent times, African American. Now you get the full picture. Not every single Indian walked the Trail of Tears. Some of them were taken as prisoners of war. My tribe had a civil war. There was something called the Red Stick faction of the Creeks. They wanted to war against Andrew Jackson. They didn't want to leave their land. They didn't want to walk the Trail of Tears. So guess what? They go to Florida, become the Seminoles, aka the Seminoles, and they're warring against Andrew Jackson. And when these Seminoles are captured, they're taken as slaves, sold to the Caribbean. Women and children sold to local plantation owners. So yes, it's a total misnomer that all Indians walk the Trail of Tears. No, the fair-skinned, the ones that aligned with the Confederacy, the ones who were the half-breed sellouts, and some Black indigenous ones, they walked. But so many were taken, enslaved in place, and reclassified throughout the years.
I remember I heard a number. It was only like, what was it? 6,000 died in actuality on the trail. I'm like, so how many actually went? Was that a high percentage?
No, there was so many Indians. There was so many Indians that resisted Indian removal. They didn't trust the government. Yeah. They didn't want to go to some reservation, so they stayed in place. And guess what happened if they stayed in place? Either they were taken as a prisoner of war, they're a slave on the plantation, or if they maintained their autonomy, they have to identify as a colored person, as a Negro, as a mulatto. They actually had laws on the books in the East Coast and the Southeast where you can't identify on government documentation as Indian unless you live on a reservation. In some cities, they would actually jail Indians, fine them, whip them, massacre them if they were identifying as indigenous. What do you mean you're Indian? We told all you motherfuckers to go west of the Mississippi to Oklahoma and Arkansas. So many indigenous tribes remain there. You even see some tribes to this day who got recognition. There's a band of the Seminoles that never left, that now own Hard Rock Casino and Cafe. There's some tribes in Alabama, some Creek tribes that never left. They're called the Eastern Band of Creeks or the Eastern Band of Cherokees, this and that. So no, there's so many that did not go. But the ones that went, those are the ones that sign up on the Dolls Roll, get the casinos popping. A lot of white folks come out there and mix
it
with the
worked out for
tribes.
them eventually, but they went through a lot of shit to get there.
No, it worked out for the fair skinned members. The dark indigenous ones, it didn't work out for them. The dark skinned members of the tribe, when they went to Oklahoma, decades later, when the Dawes Commission comes to town, they get reclassified as freedmen, get disenfranchised, forced onto 40-acre land allotments instead of 160-acre land allotments like they were supposed to get. Then the state of Oklahoma gets formed through land rushes, things like the Sooners, land lotteries. Then after that, you got Oklahoma statehood, and the KKK is formed 1865, and now we've got segregation, racism, black indigenous towns like
Jim
Tulsa,
Crow laws.
Oklahoma. Yeah, Jim Crow laws. Black indigenous towns like Tulsa, Oklahoma, Muskogee. There's massacres. Tribes are getting broken up by the Dawes Commission. So, no, it was not all rainbow and sunshine. Yeah.
It's funny because I went through high school in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and whenever I never heard about the massacre. I didn't hear about the massacre until here, the last 6 years actually. That happened
And you're
Tulsa.
from Tulsa, you lived in Tulsa, you go to high school in Tulsa, and they don't even mention, hey, there was a famous black indigenous town called Black Wall Street that we got jealous of, so we burned to the ground, carpet bombed, massacred.
Yeah, and I'd never heard anything about that until, what was it, 4 or 5 years ago or something like that.
I
was like, what movie was that? It was some superhero movie where it started off with the thing in Tulsa. I think that was actually where I first, what was that? I can't even think of what it's called now. But there was some superhero movie where the superhero was black. It's the one with the girl.
Oh, it's the one with the what was his name?
And it starts
this
off
black
with,
dude who's bulletproof.
Yeah,
Luke Cage.
it starts off
I think it's Luke Cage.
And it starts in the Tulsa riot.
Damn.
Or massacre.
I didn't know that. I've never seen an episode of Luke Cage.
Oh, I don't think.
Oh, no. It wasn't Luke Cage. It was Watchmen. It was the Watchmen TV show. Yeah. The Watchmen one.
Okay.
Yep. Shout out to Jan. Yeah. That's exactly how it started. I remember now.
That was like the first time I'd actually heard of that. And I was like, I know they base a lot of this stuff on fact. Let's start looking it up. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Because when you look at Tulsa, the way it's built now is the rich people keep moving south. I don't know if you ever seen, I hate to get off topic. You ever watched Outsiders? Remember that old show with Ralph Macchio or all that? The Greasers and the Socias, old show.
But from what I understand about Tulsa, based on what I understand about Tulsa and the geography, it's like most black indigenous settlements in the 70s when the I-5 and highway system was built. They run the highway through it, and then one side of the highway is the poor black side, and then the other side gets gentrified, right?
Well, you have the north and south. You have 11th Street, and it goes north and starts going into letters, and that's actually where the black indigenous live, and the south is where the rich move into, and it keeps moving south and more.
And there's a freeway or some kind of overpass that separates it, right?
Route 66. Okay. You ever heard of that Route 66?
Yeah, Route 66.
It was right there in the middle, which also ran by train tracks. And being from the wrong side of the train tracks, that's where that term came from. Gotcha. If you're from the north side of the train tracks, you were poor.
I feel it.
And that was the area where they pretty much destroyed the Black Wall Street and bought their land for pennies.
Tell it all the time.
Pretty messed up.
But hey, I got some more people backstage, so go ahead and give us some closing remarks. Let us know what else is on your mind, and then I got a segue to next step.
My one question was, why do you think you are getting Just like that guy, I gave you pushback. Why do you
Oh
think you're
yeah,
getting
yeah, that's
pushback
cool.
on this?
I'm getting pushback for various reasons. The reason why we get pushback from the people on the reservation is because they're hoarding resources, and a lot of them descend from European hybrids or just straight up
Oh
fraudulent
yeah,
Europeans who
yeah.
paid to get part of the
Okay.
tribe. Hey, you're from Oklahoma. You've seen some real white
Yeah.
people that got them tribal cards.
Yep.
I know you've seen it, right?
Yep.
So that's why we get the pushback from the reservation crowd. The reason why we get the pushback from the Africans is because, you know, let me just speak candidly. Africans are demonized and known globally as global failures. The only thing that they've ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. It somehow gives them some kind of pride or some kind of sense of motivation to think that somehow they're associated with us. They're like our distant relatives somehow. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but Black American culture is world renowned. I mean, it's everything. I mean, rock, blues. I mean, everything. Hip hop. Right? I mean, there's so much of our culture that's acknowledged, honored, and revered globally. So Africans kind of try to attach themselves to that. And a lot of Africans are just getting miseducated like everybody else to think that all Black Americans come from West African slaves. So when they hear that we're delineating from them, that we actually did our genealogy and we're indigenous, it triggers them in a sense. The reason why we get the pushback from the Europeans is because they colonized our land and are still occupying it now 500 years later, and the whole dynamic changes if we realize who we truly are. Right now you got some Black Americans advocating for reparations here and there, but reparations for slavery is a $1 to $2 trillion claim. If we nationally did our genealogy, realized that not only do we descend from some folks who were enslaved on plantations, but in fact we descend from reclassified indigenous tribes who were enslaved in place, then now our rectification claim becomes so much larger, because we have to talk about all the wealth that's been extracted, the land that's been surveyed, deed, mortgaged, the pharmaceutical industry that's been built off the back of local herbology, the crops that we cultivate that are indigenous to the Americas that are exported and feed the world. I mean, if we get on code and realize our true claim, then that goes from $1 to $2 trillion to 30 to 60 trillion dollars. So Europeans have a vested interest in keeping Black Americans believing they come from Africa. You may not know the history, but Black indigenous tribes in the Southeast were massacring European settlers, European squatters that were coming to their land. Look up the Fort Mims massacre. They said that was the largest loss of life till 9/11. And that was my tribe, the Creek Indians. The Red Stick faction went to the settlement called Fort Mims that was filled with Europeans and half-breed Creek Indians, and we took them out. The Yamasee War of 1715, they were taking out white settlers. Seminole War 1, 2, 3, they're fighting Andrew Jackson. So if we don't realize that we come from these warlike tribes of the Southeast that were fighting against the colonization we have today, well, guess what? We don't pick up that fight. We don't. If anything, they can try to convince us we come from Africa, and then through media and propaganda, convince us to go back to Africa. And now we're voluntarily deporting ourselves and being expats in Africa, and it's all a psyops.
I mean, the only problem I have with this whole thing is the Native Americans saying that they own the land which were conquered. It's the way things happened back then, you know. Everyone conquered each other. Then the Seminole and the Cherokee and the Comanche, and they were all slaughtering each other, taking land. It's
no.
The white people came in and made it permanent.
Time out. That's probably what they taught you in grade school in Oklahoma. That's not the reality. And the only way that you have that sentiment is, oh, well, you guys lost the war, is because those aren't your people. If you knew the history of your Irish ancestors who were taken out by the British and the Scottish Highlander War and all this stuff, then you'd have some negative sentiment towards the British for what they did to your ancestors. You wouldn't say, oh, well, my ancestors lost, so, you know, it just is what it is, especially when you look into the tactics used. We're talking about biological terrorism laying the foundation of the colonization of the Americas.
I don't
Nobody,
know.
time out. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Yes, they did know what biological terrorism was. Europeans have been using biological terrorist tactics for centuries before they even started to colonize the Americas. What are you talking about? Europeans, since the Middle Ages and previously, were throwing diseased corpses and catapults over sieged walls to infect populations. Europeans are responsible for the largest source of bloodshed of their own people. So how dare you compare that to some local tribes having a skirmish here or there? Obviously, you don't know about the Inquisition, the Reconquista, the War on the Commons, the enclosure of the Commons, the Holy Wars. Do we have to talk about the witch trials? Do we have to talk about when Europeans went all around Europe slaying people that they claimed were pagans and putting their heads in guillotines? What are we talking about? Your own Irish ancestors have been butchered by other European factions, and you don't know your own people's history, which is why you're so insensitive to ours. If you actually knew the history of what was going on in Ireland, if you actually knew that Native American communities fed your whole island with the potato that's indigenous to here, by the way, then maybe you'd be a little bit more empathetic towards the plight. But something I have to quickly fact check you on is you said that Europeans didn't know anything about biological terrorism. Just for the sake of time, just because I have somebody waiting patiently backstage, I'm going to educate you on this and my audience in a rapid fashion, a very, very rapid fashion. Check this out. And stay on mute while I do this. Are you there? I just had somebody make the asinine claim that the European colonizers didn't know anything about biological terrorism. Can you give me case studies throughout time of Europeans participating in biological terrorism in their wars and skirmishes? Also, this person just made a very minimus statement about Native Americans warring with each other, butchering each other. So, you know, European colonists beating them in wars and taking their land is no big deal. And the person said they take issue with Native Americans claiming this is their land. So can you really speak to the nefarious tactics that were used, such as biological terrorism, which no community with any sense of morality would view as a actual valid battle tactic? But furthermore, can we talk about these treaties that were broken, since this person made the asinine statement that, oh, they just lost the battle and that was all? Actually, I believe the first D of colonization is diplomacy, and they had treaties, contracts with us. We even had indigenous emissaries that traveled to Europe and spoke to kings and queens to broker arrangements. And it wasn't until Europeans had a large foothold on the East Coast that they began to spread out post revolution and seize lands through very nefarious means, such as rape, torture, massacring, biological terrorism, debt, slavery, and many other things. So can you just quickly, in a rapid fashion, provide us with some sources, case studies, dates, quotes, so that you can educate my guests and my live audience? Go ahead.
Absolutely. Let's dive into that. And I'll go ahead and give you a quick rundown of some of the most notorious examples of biological warfare and broken treaties so you can set the record straight. First up, biological warfare by European colonizers is not some wild theory. It's a documented reality. For instance, during Pontiac's Rebellion in 1763, British officers at Fort Pitt discussed and then actually handed out smallpox-infected blankets to indigenous people. This is one of the most famous examples of using disease as a weapon. Now, let's talk treaties. The idea that Native Americans just lost a battle and that's all is an oversimplification that ignores how colonization really went down. Europeans entered into hundreds of treaties with indigenous nations, and these treaties were supposed to be binding agreements. However, they were repeatedly broken whenever it suited the colonizers. A prime example is the Treaty of Fort Laramie in 1868, which guaranteed the Lakota their land in the Black Hills. That treaty was violated as soon as gold was found there. As for the notion that everyone was just fighting each other anyway, that's a common argument used to downplay the unique level of betrayal and brutality involved in colonization. Yes, indigenous nations had conflicts, but that doesn't justify or equate to the systematic use of broken treaties, biological warfare, and outright genocide that followed European arrival. In short, you've got a whole arsenal of historical evidence to point to. So feel free to drop those receipts on your guests and let them know that history is a lot more complicated than just they lost a battle.
Well, also let's do a direct comparison if we can. He's making it seem like indigenous tribes were so warlike and butchering one another. Can you give him a breakdown of all of the European holy wars, massacres, witchcraft, inquisitions? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but European brutality, European bloodshed is a global phenomenon, which is why they were able to come over here and take over indigenous tribes, because we had not developed such sophisticated methods of war since we were more peace-like in nature. But give me some dates, some war, some time, some estimates of people killed, so that this descendant of Irish Europeans can understand that even his own Irish people fell victim to the barbarity of Europe.
Absolutely. Let's put this into perspective with a little history lesson. When it comes to European brutality, there is a long, grim track record that stretches across continents. First, consider the Crusades, which were a series of religious wars between the 11th and 13th centuries. These wars led to the mass slaughter of not only Muslims and Jews, but also Eastern Orthodox Christians. Then we have the Inquisitions, notably the Spanish Inquisition starting in the late 15th century, which involved the torture and execution of countless people accused of heresy and witchcraft. We can't forget the European wars of religion in the 16th and 17th centuries, like the 30 Years' War, 1618 through 1648, which devastated Central Europe and resulted in millions of deaths. The violence and bloodshed during these wars were extreme, and the civilian population suffered enormously. Let's also talk about colonial brutality outside the Americas. In Africa and Asia, European powers engaged in brutal conquests and genocidal campaigns. For example, the Belgian atrocities in the Congo Free State under King Leopold II in the late 19th and early 20th centuries led to the deaths of millions of Congolese people through forced labor, mutilation, and violence. And yes, even the Irish experienced brutal colonization under the English, particularly during the Cromwellian conquest of Ireland in the mid-17th century, which resulted in widespread massacres and the forced displacement of Irish populations. So to your point, European history is indeed filled with large-scale violence that often went far beyond the scope of intertribal conflicts among indigenous peoples. The level of organized, state-sponsored warfare and colonization was on a scale that indigenous societies simply hadn't matched because they didn't wage war in the same global, industrialized manner. In other words, if someone wants to argue that indigenous people were just as brutal, they're ignoring the sheer scale and systematic nature of European colonization and warfare. Feel free to lay down those facts and dates to put things in context.
Well, let's close it out with this, especially since this person has Irish heritage. Can we more so speak to the Scottish Irish displacement that was going on with Cromwell and other events? Because it's very interesting how the Scottish and the Irish are literally colonized, enslaved, yet they then come to the Southeast and start colonizing and enslaving indigenous American populations. I mean, it's so interesting how a people who just had the same thing done to them in Europe would come over here and perpetuate the same crimes. Furthermore, I think to really round this out, we also have to speak about how the enclosure of the commons was going on at the same time that the British colonies were expanding, which is why most Europeans came over here as debt slaves, indentured servants, beheld to corporate entities, and how it's quite interesting how even though they were used as pawns, even cannon fodder, to be placed in buffer zones between different Spanish colonies or French colonies and Black indigenous tribes. I mean, even though they were used as pawns by the European elite, they're now modern day perpetuating misinformation that's propagated by these same elitists that basically enslaved them and shipped them to America in the first place.
Absolutely. Let's tie it all together because it is quite a twist of historical irony. So, if we're looking at the Scottish and Irish experience under figures like Oliver Cromwell, we're talking about people who were brutally colonized themselves. In the mid 17th century, Cromwell's conquest of Ireland led to mass displacement, killings, and the forced removal of many Irish Catholics. Large numbers of Irish and Scots were sent into indentured servitude or became part of the colonial project, often against their will. Now, the enclosure of the commons back in Britain was another big factor. This was a process where common lands that ordinary people had used for farming and grazing were fenced off and privatized. pushing many people into poverty and making them more likely to end up as indentured servants in the colonies. So these folks came to America not as high-ranking colonizers, but often as pawns, used as a buffer between wealthy elites and indigenous populations. The irony, as you pointed out, is that despite their own history of displacement and servitude, many Scots-Irish settlers ended up perpetuating the same kinds of injustices against indigenous peoples in the Americas. They were placed in frontier areas as a sort of human shield, and over time, they adopted the colonial mindset. So when people of that heritage dismiss indigenous claims, it's a bit of historical amnesia. The very people who were once oppressed turned around and became part of a system that oppressed others. It's a cycle of colonization that really underscores how these injustices rippled through history. So feel free to let your audience know that history is full of these complexities and that there's a lot more to the story than just everyone was fighting each other. This is about how power and oppression worked in layers and how we need to remember all those layers to get the full picture.
Damn. So again, guys, that was for my audience, not so much for the panelists. When we hear these Europeans perpetuate these notions of, oh, well, you guys lost the war, that's it, this isn't really your land. Well, it's crazy because you just got enslaved, kicked out of your own land, sent over here, and then perpetuated the same violence on indigenous communities. As ChatGPT just said, you guys have historical amnesia. But again, they don't teach you this in school. You don't know anything about your culture, your heritage, how you guys came over to America. So I don't blame you that much. But Mike, what do you think about this? I'm sure they never taught you this in school, right?
None of that. I mean, they hint at it a little bit around the edges, you know. They like I said, how the dark skin became more popular slave because they brought the white slaves over with them, but they kept running off and couldn't find them. So then they started, I guess you're saying, I mean, because I was up in the Northeast, because the story of the Pilgrims, when we got along with the Indians, and I guess, pardon you, we enslaved them after that. Even though we needed the
Pilgrims never
Indians
got
to
along.
teach us how to.
Pilgrims never got along with the Native Americans. Thanksgiving is a myth. Chief Pontiac did not go there to break bread. He came there with a war council. Hundreds of indigenous people were there, and it was a very uneasy time because the poor colonists were given food by us, and they were allowed to build a little settlement that was about an acre large because they lied and said they needed to repair their ships and they were going to leave once the seasons changed. But they kept squatting and kept overstaying their welcome and kept overstaying their welcome. Matter of fact, real quick, just because you mentioned pilgrims and the whole Thanksgiving thing, and Thanksgiving is coming up as well. I think it's very, very good that we touch on this ever so briefly. Check this out, guys. Can you tell us the true history of the Pilgrims, how their interactions with the indigenous tribes in the Northeast were? Because we're fed a story in public school that, you know, they were friends of the Indians and the Indians helped them and saved them from starving. And there's this whole Thanksgiving myth, when in actuality, in my research, I forget the exact name of the chief, but he actually went to that settlement with a war party, I believe. And it was a very uneasy time. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Europeans came conducting trade, claiming that they were not there permanently. They were there to maybe fix their ship or leave once the tides of the ocean change. And then over time, they keep squatting and inviting more of their people over, kidnapping elite Indian children, hostaging them, sending them to Europe, trying to spiritually convert them. This is why on the Northeast, we have Harvard University that was actually created as an Indian conversion center, and many other Ivy League institutions. Can you fill us in on that Northeastern history?
Absolutely. Let's dive into that Northeastern history and peel back the layers of the Thanksgiving myth a bit. So the Pilgrims, or the English separatists who arrived in 1620, definitely didn't walk into a land of open arms and friendly potlucks. The Wampanoag people were the indigenous nation that the Pilgrims encountered, and their leader, often referred to as Chief Massasoit, did indeed interact with them, but it was a very cautious relationship. It was not this cozy, idealized friendship that the Thanksgiving story would have us believe. In reality, the Wampanoag had just been devastated by diseases brought by earlier European explorers. This left them in a vulnerable position, and they were dealing with their own political dynamics and conflicts with other tribes. Massasoit saw a temporary alliance with the Pilgrims as a strategic move to strengthen his own position against rival tribes. So yes, there was a sort of treaty or a mutual agreement, but it was a wary one, built on necessity rather than genuine trust. Over time, the English settlers did exactly what you said. They expanded, they brought over more colonists, and they did not leave. They took hostages, including indigenous children who were sometimes sent to Europe, and they established institutions like Harvard, which originally had the goal of converting indigenous people to Christianity and assimilating them. The story we get in school is a very sanitized version of this history. In truth, the Pilgrim survival was based on a fragile and often tense relationship. As more settlers arrived and as the colonists grew in number, they increasingly took land, broke agreements, and sparked conflicts like King Philip's War in the 1670s, which was one of the bloodiest conflicts in early American history. So that's the fuller picture. The Pilgrims were not just innocent refugees seeking religious freedom and instantly making friends. They were part of a larger pattern of colonization that involved deception, broken promises, and the eventual displacement of indigenous people. It's a more complex and sobering story than the Thanksgiving myth, but it's the truth behind how that history really unfolded.
Go ahead, Mike. You have the floor.
Yeah, that's different. Oh boy.
I know all your life you've been living a lie. I know.
Yeah, there's a lot to take in. I know trying to think. I mean, how long it was the Pilgrims you're saying that founded Harvard? Or I was kind of confused how we got from Pilgrims to Harvard.
Because those same
is this an
pilgrims
example of
because those same pilgrims expand and create institutions to convert local Indians to Christianity.
Yeah.
So, you know, if they were really peace-loving religious people, why are they trying to forcibly convert and hostage and steal Indian children and send them to Europe? I mean, we hear the story of Pocahontas. I guess you missed the part where Pocahontas died in Europe as a hostage.
Well, I can see that. I mean, this is the time of the Inquisition and all that stuff was going on.
Yep. We'll quickly flesh out your thoughts. I got 3 more people backstage, so let us know what's on your mind. It looks like you got some research to do on your own time, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. I appreciate the info. A lot to think about because all right. I appreciate your time and thanks for the info.
Yeah, you take it easy, Mike. Nice talking to you. All right, next caller we've got is next up, and then we're going to switch over to TikTok. We've got somebody who's been waiting patiently on TikTok, the Black Vault. Next up, then the Black Vault. Next up, where are you calling in from?
What's down, man? I'm from Louisiana, bro. Like, I see what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Time out. You're moving a little fast. You said Louisiana. Where's your family from originally?
Just mainly Louisiana, bro. But I trace my ancestry all the way to Nigeria, Mali, and all other places in Africa too. But I had a little bit of Native American.
So your ancestors are originally from Africa would be the answer to the question.
You heard me? That dominant gene, African, bro.
I didn't ask you if a dominant gene was African. I asked you where your family's from, and it sounds like the answer is Nigeria.
Even the people, even the videos and the pictures you see, bro, them people don't...
Sir, I'm asking you a very specific question. Are you saying your family is from Nigeria? Yes or no?
Hey, mostly Nigerian, bro. When I look at the Nigerian people, I can see me in them.
Okay. You're saying your family's from Nigeria. When you look at the Nigerian people, you can see you in the Nigerian people. I got you. Who told you that you're from Nigeria?
You can find my nose, bro. But back to the native people.
No. We're not getting to a native piece yet. I just asked you a question. Who told you that you're from Nigeria?
Bro, I done took DNA tests, bro.
You took DNA tests. So it's not oral tradition passed down from your family. You didn't do genealogy and find paper trail records to suggest you descend from Nigerians trafficked here as slaves. You're getting this from a DNA test. Is that right?
I don't want to believe it, bro. Like you don't. Okay, what food do you eat that's Native American that you like?
Corn, dummy. But we aren't here to talk about our indigenous food, which you also partake in. I'm just wondering if you have any other evidence besides the DNA test to say that you're Nigerian. Like grandma didn't say you're Nigerian or nothing?
Cuisine you like?
I asked you a question. Did your grandmother say you're Nigerian? Yes or no?
Exactly, bro. Like, bro, you is not Native American.
And you're a Nigerian migrant obsessed with our heritage. Nobody's up here trying to convince you that you're not Nigerian, but you think that you can call into my show and try to convince me that I'm not indigenous to America? This ain't working out good for you. This ain't a good look. You're moving your mouth right now. No one hears you. You don't even realize you're muted, but you're so passionate with your ignorance. So time out, time out. You're still on mute. No one can hear you. Relax, Nigerian man living in Louisiana. Relax. I just asked you a question. Did your grandma ever tell you your family comes from Nigeria? Yes or no?
I can tell we eat okra, bro.
Okay, so we're not going to get an answer. You're bringing up okra. Okay. How about this? Can you name your Nigerian ancestor? Yes or no? Can you name your Nigerian ancestor?
Bro, yeah, I can name. I don't know his name exactly, but it's one of them long ass names, bro.
Okay. You don't know the name exactly, but it's a long ass name. You up here lying because you said the only way you think you're Nigerian is from a DNA test, and no DNA test gave you a name of a Nigerian ancestor. Tony B says, don't disrespect him, bruv. Oh, this is an African in the UK. Tony says, don't disrespect him, bruv. You weren't like this with the white man. No, I wasn't, because the white man didn't come up here talking about you guys aren't native. You're not indigenous. You're from Africa. This dumb nigga came up here with this shit. The white man listened. The white man learned. The white man took in new information. The white man said some shit that was out of pocket, and we corrected it respectfully. But even the white man didn't come off as imbecilic as this Negro up here, talking about some okra and a DNA test and his nose. And he's still running his mouth when no one can hear him. Shit. This is what we're going to do, Playboy. I want to give you space to speak uninterrupted. So just give me 2 seconds. Audience members, put a 0 in the chat if you want to get on to the next caller and you don't want to hear any more of him. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to give him 2 minutes uninterrupted on the timer so he can just get it all off his chest. He's talking about okra makes him Nigerian. He's talking about all this stuff. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to give him 2 minutes. If even one person gives him a 1 in the chat, I'll give him 2 minutes on the timer. If even one person, and Tony B, you should call in. We would love to hear what an African migrant in the UK has to say and why you think that you're a part of this conversation. We would love to figure out why an African hiding out in Europe is in the chat right now. This is crazy. All right, I see a lot of zeros on YouTube, a lot of zeros on TikTok, but some people are putting 1s in the chat, and I'm a man of my word. So give me just a second. Let me bring up an online timer. Let me also bring up a notepad because I know he's going to say a lot of things and we're going to have to take notes and address them one by one when he's finished. We'll give him 2 minutes uninterrupted. I got my notepad ready. Next up, your time starts when you start speaking. Go.
Bro, them people on them pictures do not look like us. Now, I can say that there probably was a colored people group, most definitely, that was here in America, but they wasn't the Afro type. Them people was more like the black people, indigenous people of Australia. You know what I'm saying? Them people do not look like the black Afro people in the hood, in my hood. You heard me? In Louisiana. Them people do not look like us. Them people more so look like Mexicans today. You know what I'm saying? They long nose, the way they head look like an eagle, damn near, like they facial features are different. That's how they could tell when your skeletons in the ground, in the dirt, and they can tell, oh, this person was an African American because you have a specific, features. You heard me? Them people do not look like us, even on them pictures. You heard me? Them people got silk hair. We got coarse hair. You hear me? Like most, look at them people hair. Them people used to get lice. Them people, we don't even get lice. You hear me? Them people dealt with lice. If you look at Native American history, they constantly dealt with lice. You hear me? I never had lice. I never knew anybody in my family with lice. So that was that's ancient. Lice in Native American history is ancient. That's one red flag. Half of the shit that they eat, we don't even like it. You know what I'm saying? Our cuisine is mostly related to African cuisine. We like okra. Okra come from Africa. We like watermelon. Watermelon come from Africa. The watermelon we eat, you know what I'm saying? The jollof rice, the dirty rice, the jambalaya in Louisiana.
Thank time is up. His time is up. Jesus. The only thing that I gathered is his favorite word is you heard me? You heard me? Okay. Jesus. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the first asinine point he made is he said people on the pictures don't look like us. That's an interesting statement because when I bring up the photo of my grandfather, who was the Chief Justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation, who was a famous town king, who's listed on the Dolls Roll as a full-blooded Indian, many people in my chat tell me all the time how I look just like my grandfather. But I guess these photos don't look like us. Maybe they don't look like you because you're a Nigerian migrant. We're not. Matter of fact, I'm surprised that you were even using the word us so much. You're not a part of our community. You're clearly a first, second, or third generation migrant up here because there's no way that you would actually Louisiana and be talking about Black Indians don't exist when the Black Indians out there doing ceremonies every other Sunday, dummy. What is he talking about? He's clearly a migrant up here. And that's cool. Just be a proud Nigerian migrant. Don't get up here and cosplay. It's not a good look. If you're a Nigerian, then you're a Nigerian. We're not. We actually do our genealogy. You taking DNA tests. You can't even name a Nigerian ancestor. I named my indigenous ancestor. His face is right here, dumbass. But you can't show me a picture of your African ancestor. But you trying to convince all of us that we have the same African ancestry as you. You are too uneducated to even have this conversation. I can tell because your vernacular is so limited. You heard me. So guys, go ahead and vote again. Put a 0 in the chat if you don't want to hear what he has to say anymore. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to give him another 2 minutes uninterrupted. Come on. Oh, he fled like an African migrant does. Thank God. We don't even have to vote again. Jesus, what are we dealing with? Do we still have our guests backstage? Everybody was putting 0s this time anyways. Everybody and their mama put 0s this time anyways. We did have a guest backstage on TikTok. They are no longer there. People are telling you that Native Americans and American Indians are not the same people. Yeah, he's seen some photos of Bering Strait natives, and now he's up here talking about we don't look like them. Yeah, those aren't our people. Yeah, Bad Saint says you're making us look bad, son. Yeah, Louisiana gonna have to hold that L. They out there doing ceremony. Look, these photos from Louisiana, dumbass. Black Indians out there dressing in the feathers and the whole thing, masking Indians. He from Louisiana, and he don't know that. He don't know about the Choctaw? He don't know about, okay. All right. Maybe you should open up a book. Damn. Dala says, if you stupid pay attention to the screen, all that evidence right in your face, dumbass, show you how we was declassified from native to Negro. He probably would still not get it. Yeah, exactly. DJ says I look just like my grandfather. Yeah. Many people believe so as well. Come on. Yeah, Louisiana needs to come get him. Louisiana has some splaining to do. NOLA has some splaining to do. Yeah, DJ, he fled. Like how them Nigerians flee from Nigeria to Europe. Melanin runs through my veins says, I'm so tired of the smart dummies. Yeah. And guys, the crazy thing is, I would never go to an online community of people who say they're Nigerian, who say they come from Nigerian slaves. I would never go to them and try to convince them, no, you don't really come from Nigerian slaves. You really come from indigenous people. You're really indigenous. We would never do that. If you think that you come from West African slaves, that's your heritage. Can't nobody tell you different. But when we get in touch with our indigenous roots, they want to come trying to tell us who we are, who we're not. This is crazy. This is crazy. Come on. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is what we're going to do. We got a guest backstage. I'm going to bring them up in just a moment. But I forgot, like 30 minutes ago, I DoorDashed a pizza and some pepperoni sticks and shit. That shit been on the porch this whole damn time. Can I go get my pizza off the porch? I'm talking to these fucking imbeciles. The white man was a better conversation than that. We can get into some history with the white man. We taught him about his people. We taught him about colonization. The white man took in the information. He asked questions. He said, damn, I was never taught this. But this nigga from Louisiana, oh, he a crash out. He a crash out. And I'll be right back. Let me get my pizza, y'all. Can I get my pizza real quick? Please. Please. Please and thank you.
I keep coming back to you. Know that I can have this, but it's the only thing that I'm wishing for. Trying to give it time, but racing through my mind. Oh, I keep coming back to you. Know that I can have you, but the only thing I'm wishing for.
Yeah, for sure. I tell her she's sexy. She said period per. It don't matter who you fucking on, baby, cause I hit it first. Baby, I'ma put it at work. I'm just trying to get up under your skirt. Okay, for sure. Little shawty, she got cake, tryna eat me like dessert. Shawty got a pretty face, I can tell that she a flirt. No, I can't give you my heart. My ex bitch did me the worst, but you can swing my, you can swing my way. Tell me what you wanna, tell me what you wanna say. We can hop up in that coupe and we can go to outer space. Or you can stay home with that nigga who don't take you on no dates. It's your way, okay, yeah. Tell me what we doing, we can get into it. Make a movie Stanley Kubrick. If I tell her do it, she gon' do it. All we rock is double C. Stay with it again like it's a unit. Baby, who you fooling? Ooh, baby. She said I'm unforgettable, I swear. You find mama, let's have a baby. My pockets blue like Sonic and her pussy pink like Amy. I feel like dealer, I can teach the whole finesse. Hit it good, she told me, Joey, you the best. You can hit me where you at, you never gotta stress. She said she ain't loving my side, she told me she thinks she obsessed. Okay, tell me, baby, what's the rest? Baby, you look like a star, I can tell you I'm impressed. I be steady doing more, I been really talking less. She told me that she wanna go to Jamaica, Rica Best. For sure. I tell her she's sexy, she said period per. It don't matter who you fucking on, baby, cause I hit it first. Baby, I'ma put it at work. I'm just trying to get up under your skirt. Okay, for sure. Little shawty, she got cake, tryna eat me like dessert. Shawty got a pretty face, I can tell that she a flirt. No, I can't give you my heart. My ex bitch did me the worst, but you can swing my, you can swing my way. Tell me what you wanna, tell me what you wanna say. We can hop up in that coupe and we can go to outer space. Or you can stay home with that nigga who don't take you on no dates. It's your way, okay, yeah. Tell me what we doing, we can get into it. Make a movie Stanley Kubrick. If I tell her do it, she gon' do it. All we rock is double C. Stay with it again like it's a unit. Baby, who you fooling?
All right. Let's get back into it, y'all. Let's get right back into it. Who do we have backstage? Let's see. The Black Vault. The Black Vault. When I bring you up, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, how you doing, bro? Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you for having me up. I just had some questions because I have been doing my genealogy. And like you said to the previous caller, you know, as far as like family oral tradition, my family has had family oral tradition. On my mom's side, the tradition is that my great grandmother was like Blackfeet, and she came. That area that they come from is Houston, Texas, And also I just recently found out through my genealogist, I have 2 ancestors that are possibly Cherokee on my dad's side. So that's the problem that I'm running into right now, is that like my genealogist, he's like running into, getting stuck, and we can't really confirm that these ancestors are Native American. And I can give you some names. The name of both of my ancestors on my father's side is Nanny Mackey. That's where we get stuck, because there's so many Mackeys in that area, and he's having a hard time deciphering which Mackey is the one related to me. And another ancestor, her name is Lucretia Jones Childers, and she was living in Henrico County, Virginia. And like I said, the ancestor on my mom's side, it was living in the Houston, Texas area. And some of my family members saying that she was Blackfeet or Cherokee. So it's a lot of like I would say confusion, or places that we get stuck. And for right now we're stuck, and I don't know what else to do as far as to verify these connections. And also in the DM, I sent you screenshots of the information, so you could go ahead and look at that as well, of all 3 of my ancestors.
I got you. Well, first and foremost, I mean, as a genealogist, besides the paid consultations I do these live streams so I can ask general questions and stuff. But I mean, I've got so much work on my plate. I don't even get a chance to respond to most DMs, let alone view people's records and give them, start researching yourself. I mean, I've got so many paid clients I got to focus on. But if you have general questions, I can definitely answer your general questions. The first question I have for you is, when you talk about the genealogist that you're working with, how did you get in touch with this genealogist? Is this like someone online? Did you go through Ancestry.com?
Well, I initially went through Ancestry.com, and then they told me that I was going to have to spend about $3,500 to $500 to figure this out. I was like, I can't do that. That's too much money.
Yeah.
So then I started, thinking about other ways of trying to figure this out. So I went on Fiverr, and I found a freelancer, and he's been, helping me with. It's so much ancestry that my family has, and I don't want to really get all into that unless you have questions for me.
How much of his ancestry has the guy on Fiverr been able to reveal to you?
Some of my family's Creole, so my family, he traced my family all the way back to Brittany, France. My gateway ancestor, she came here from Brittany, France.
What's a gateway ancestor?
A gateway ancestor is an ancestor that came from like Europe, and that was our connection. So her coming to the Americas is my connections to her, from her being a gateway ancestor. And she was
okay. Typically in the world of genealogy, we would just say that we have European migrant ancestry. I've never heard the term gateway before, but I mean, if you don't want to answer this question publicly, it's up to you. But I'm curious, how much did you pay this guy through Fiverr? I've never heard of somebody hiring a genealogist through Fiverr before.
Oh yeah, no, you can find it out. He charges like $25 for 1 hour.
Okay, and I'm assuming that you book like multiple hours of his time, or?
Initially, I was doing just a couple hours per week, and we were going by, for weekly, because how the economy is right now. I just don't have money just to be spending. So, I still wanted to find out, my genealogy. So I was just, piecemealing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Well, respectfully, it's just my professional opinion. Genealogy isn't something that you can take a shortcut on. There's no budget genealogy approach,
right.
So, I mean, the guy on Fiverr, I mean, for all you know, he's just pulling shit out of his ass. I talk to people all the time. I got clients who hire somebody from online, and turns out they're just putting random shit in your family tree that aren't even your ancestors. You feel me? So I totally understand if you looked at Ancestry.com and you see they're charging, $4,000+
right.
you want to go a cheaper route. But that's why I started my website, nativelikeancestry.com. That is the affordable route. That is the cheaper route. You can go to my website, and for free, look through the tribal surname tab and see if any of your family's last names align with the adopted surnames of the 5 civilized tribes. For $15, you can access a digital archive of over 800 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, essays, fugitive Indian slave ads, you name it. And you know, for people who need more personalized guidance, I actually, on my website, you can pull up my calendar and pick a day and time to connect with me one-on-one, where I teach people day in and day out the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. So, you know, I definitely understand times are hard, but that's why I became a full-time genealogist, so I can provide affordable services to my community, so that you guys don't go with the person in some Twitter space that scams you, or some person on a Facebook group is questionable, or someone on Fiverr, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm assuming that you have oral tradition passed down of indigenous ancestry.
Of course.
Which
Yes,
side of
I
the
have,
family is it? Or is it both?
the oral tradition that's been passed down the most is on my mom's side.
Okay.
And you know, I actually have, you know, some pictures of my great-great-grandmother. We actually have a family reunion album that has her in it, and it has a lot of my ancestors in it. So this is, you know, the family history is well documented, and it's kind of crazy.
And what states are your ancestors on your mother's side from?
Beaumont, Texas, and New Orleans. Beaumont, Texas, and New Orleans, and Houston.
That's all, you know, Black indigenous territory right there. I mean, the tribes of Texas, the Gulf Coast, you know, you've got the Atacapa, you've got the Acosa, the Bidai, the Alabama Cushata, the Caddo Confederacy, you know, New Orleans, we're talking about the Chitimacha, the Humas, the Choctaw, the Tunica, the Tansa. So, you know, there's a lot of indigenous communities that your ancestors could have been affiliated with or be from themselves. How far back was this genealogist able to take your ancestry? Are we talking about the 1500s, the 1600s? What?
Well, as far as if we want to stay on the subject specifically for the Native American ancestry, when it gets to, I got the names right here. When it gets to Francis Brooks, which is on my mom's side, it stops after her. And that is, I don't want to go into ancestry.com because I get out of here. I think that probably goes into the, I don't want to, about three generations ago.
No, I'm asking for an era. 1700s, 1800s, 19. How far back can you?
I would say about 1800s.
Okay, so when this genealogist was saying you got gateway European ancestry, was that from the 1800s?
No, my gateway year. Now, if we want to talk about, I thought we were just going to talk about the Native American.
I asked you how far back were you able to take your mother's side? Does your mother's side have this gateway European heritage, or was that your father's side?
Yes, that's my mom's side. Yes.
Okay, so what's the total furthest back your mother's side goes?
The total furthest back is in Brittany, France, like in the 900s.
Yeah, that immediately sounds pseudo as hell. Ain't no way no genealogist trace your ancestry back to Brittany, France in the 900s.
I believe it, but
I know you believe it. You're a very optimistic person who goes on Fiverr and hires genealogists.
Well,
if you believe it, here's a question for you. Under what circumstance did your gateway European heritage blend with your Black indigenous ancestry?
So, her name was Jean Thomas Montfort. That was her name, and she married a guy from Quebec. His last name was Guillory, and that's my mom's last name, Guillory. And
and that Guillory guy is supposed to be your ancestor?
Yes.
And how do you know that he's your ancestor?
Because I'm describing it to you right now.
No. The way you describe it is by, I found a census record where I traced the family line. I found a document that he married this lady who had this kid, who had that kid, who had that kid, who had my mother. That's the way you describe it. You started off by saying your mother has this last name, so you found some dude with this last name, and he married this chick from Brittany, France. For all we know, your mother's ancestors were enslaved at some point, and they took on a last name of a slave master or something. So I'm asking you more specifically, how was this union formed? How do you trace it to your mother? How does this guy who married the person from Brittany, France, how does that connect through your mother? It's something you should be able to describe easily if the genealogy was sufficient. But go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, that's where I was getting at, and like you said, you know, I'm new to this, so you have to, you know, give me grace. I'm ignorant to this as well, but from what I've seen, you know, it makes sense because his son got with a slave from Gambia, and then
A slave from Gambia.
That's what it says in the genealogy.
No. What says that? What document says that this man married a slave from Gambia? Are we talking a marriage license? Are we talking about a will? Are we talking about a census record?
I would have to look into all that. I would have to look into that.
You
like
already
I said,
paid a genealogist that looked into all that for you, right? Come on.
As far as the documents are concerned, and don't get on me, Mike TV. I mean, like I say, I'm a novice. You know, this is the information that I have accumulated. I'm just talking to you about it. That's it.
I know I'm not getting on you. I'm just asking you questions because at first you were very confident about this genealogy work. You're saying that you trace back to the 900s, European gateway ancestors. But then when we actually get into the nitty gritty, I'm not really hearing that you have definitive proof that these people are your ancestors. And so many of our ancestors have European sounding surnames due to Indians assimilating or enslaved ancestors taking on our master's surname. Matter of fact, if your genealogist doesn't know this, a lot of times when you use digital platforms for building family trees, the slave master will actually pop up in the father role. So for all we know, one of your ancestors way back in the day was enslaved by some man with this last name, and now you're going by a slave master's lineage and thinking that that's your heritage going back to Europe. So it's not that I'm getting at you. It's just, if anything, I'm trying to figure out what exactly this genealogist has given you, and so far I'm not hearing anything concrete.
Okay. Oh, okay. I thought I was muted. Okay. Yeah, I understand. And like I say, you know,
you talking about you DM'd me and you sent me screenshots and this and that. But when I ask you how you know that this ancestor of yours, this European ancestors of yours, married or had a baby with not just a slave, but a slave from Gambia, did you find a shipping manifest that said this person was imported from Gambia? I mean, documentation.
I think you're right on that. And to recall what he's saying, you know, a lot of the things that we need to do is verify and get those documents. So documentation is important. But as far as, you know, him linking me to those individuals, yes, but yes, it is without documents. So you're right. Yes.
Okay. So if it's without documents, is this more of a situation where this guy said he's going to look into your heritage and he more so gave you a report of what he thinks your ancestry is? Or did he give you something, or did he give you something like this? For example, I'm a genealogist. I get hired to do genealogy work for hundreds of Black folks all across the country. I'm on my Ancestry.com genealogist account. I got so many family trees I built for some people. I ain't going to dox nobody. I'm going to show my own family tree. So again, the question is, did he just give you a summary of what he thinks your lineage is, or did he give you an actual tree? Because I've got German European heritage, so I can actually trace it though. Like, here's my mother, my German grandmother, and we can actually trace the line all the way back, and we can see this person was married to this person, who married to this person, who married to that person. I got an ancestor who financed the American Revolution. I got an ancestor who was sent as a slave from the Grumman Empire to fight colonists during the American Revolution. But either way, these are paper trail records tracing a tree and all the different branches. And I can do the same thing on the Black indigenous side, right? If we come over to the father side, you know, I say my ancestor is Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Well, how do you know that's your ancestor, Mike? Well, I've got actual documentation where he's married to Mahala. They're on census records together. They have a child called Mary. Mary has a baby with Fred, who ends up being, oh, wait, hold on. Mary has a baby with Fred, who's Pleasant Tobler. Pleasant Tobler has a baby with Luella, who ends up being Who? My great grandmother. And then that's how you trace the line through paperwork, through all the different branches. But correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like this person more so billed you for some hours of research and then like gave you a report, a document or something like, hey, I think your ancestry is this, and go back to the 900s and gateway Europeans, or did they actually give you clear branches like you see here?
I have clear branches, yes.
Okay, if you have clear branches, then you should be able to tell me what document linked your European ancestor to marrying a Gambian slave.
Okay, well, I'll have to probably get on Ancestry.com and look at those documents.
So he was using Ancestry.com?
Yes, he was using Ancestry. Yes, I have a tree of like 328 people.
Is your tree public or private?
It is.
Because if it's public, I can pull it up right now.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay, let's see if you can pull it up. I'm gonna log on right now and see. www.ancestry.
Shout out to Sister Moon, says that Mahala name was popular back in the day. I have a grandma by that name. Mahala is a prominent indigenous name. I think it literally translates to like woman or girl or something. Yeah. Just like Harjo, Harjo is a very prominent indigenous surname. Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time I heard of somebody going through with a budget back alley genealogist, motherfuckers. You
Oh, come on, man. Don't do me like that.
Come on, I ain't doing you like that. Hey, it's not so much on you. It's more so on this motherfucker on Fiverr trying to make it seem like he's really tracing your ancestry and shit for $25 an hour. I mean, I don't know. Is this dude even in the States? Is this like a Filipino?
Yeah, he's in the
virtual
States.
worker or something?
He's in the States.
Okay. Is he at least a brother or?
He's not.
Okay. Does he even know about the racial reclassification of Native Black Americans, or
no? He don't, and that's the reason why I kind of.
Shit.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why I'm reaching out to you, to be honest, because he kind of almost kind of blew you know my family story and my ancestry of you being Native American. He kind of blew it off. He told me, look in the mirror. Do you look like you're Native American? That's what he said.
And this is why I'm not shitting on you. I'm shitting on this genealogist. And it's unfortunate that a lot of you guys fall for the okie doke, because I got a lady 3 months ago who did the same thing. She hired me to trace. She had a consultation with me first. During the consultation, I teach people how to trace their heritage on their own, so they don't have to hire a genealogist. But for people who don't have the time to do the research, or would rather just get help from a member of their shared community who's already got tribal citizenship, well, they can hire me to do it. And this lady hired me to do it. And right after she signed up, she said, honestly, Mike, I'm really upset. And I said, why? What's going on? She said, I'm mad because I wish I got with you sooner, because I already spent $2,600 with this genealogist. And he says he's researching my ancestry. And I asked him about Native American ancestors. And he's telling me that all Black people come from Africa. So it's like, you guys, it's not even just enough to have a genealogist, but our ancestors were victimized through paper genocide. So you have to know what to uniquely look for. You have to understand that you're going to have people on your family tree, one era listed as a mulatto, next era listed as a Negro. And I mean, you have to be able to spot it. You have to be able to see what counties your ancestors lived in and know what indigenous settlements were in that area, what wars and skirmishes happened, what tribes were taken as prisoners of war, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I do what I do, because the alternative is paying Ancestry.com for $5-6 grand, and they ain't even looking for Black Indians in the first place.
Right. So I have my tree pulled up. Okay. His name is Jeff Carley. His role, your role, contributor, and the tree is the Guillory family tree.
How do you spell the Guillory family tree? How do you spell
Guillory and family tree.
All right, hold up. And you have an account with Ancestry.com, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what your username is?
Okay, let me get there. I just so I can verify it. Don't want to guess.
Because I can actually search you up by username real quick.
Okay, so I don't want to put my name out there like that over the internet.
Well, your username isn't the same as your actual name. It should be like some kind of like, it's a username. It's not your actual name.
Yeah, but I think I have my username as my actual name. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I mean, we talking all about your lineage. Hey, if you want some free game instead of booking a consultation,
let's go. And I hope everybody listening is good people. But Dale, DALE,
DALE,
and the R is capital. and then capital C for Childress. So Childress, and then 2. The number 2.
All right, so I found you. So here, check it. We don't want to dox your family or anything. So if your tree is public, I'm not gonna show it on the screen yet. I'm gonna make sure that I can view it and I can go far back into your ancestry and look at the ancestors in question. We don't need to know who your mama is and your grandma is and none of that. We got 3 different trees though. Are we doing the Childress, the second family tree, or the one that just says family tree Texas?
Oh, it's the Guillory tree. It's the Guillory tree.
It says 3 family trees, but I think only 2 are public. So I'm not sure if the Guillory tree is public.
Yeah, it may not be public. Let me see if I can make it public really quick for you.
Okay.
But you've hit the daily limit for advanced voice.
Guillory. Trying to figure out how to do this.
Are you sure it's not the one that just says family tree? Because this one has 244 people on it, 56 records.
You go ahead and look at that one as well, because it has a lot of my family in there as well. It just doesn't have.
Okay, I think this is it. Yeah. And the way Ancestry works is even if I show your tree, it won't, like any of your ancestors who are alive, as you can see, it blocks out their information and keeps it private, right? But if you say on your mother's side, you have a European guy, what was his last name again?
There were Guillory, Francois Guillory.
Okay, so I got the Guillory line right here. And again, y'all, the only reason I'm dropping free game like this is because I just feel so bad that the homie got ripped off by the Fiverr dude who don't even know Black Indians exist. But it looks like we're gonna go through Adam, Emmanuel Guillory. Is that his name, or is it Joseph?
No, Francois Guillory. It's gonna go further up. It's further up. Yep, you gotta go further up.
Keep going further up. Staying on the Guillory side though. Francois, here he is, Francois. So if Francois married Jean,
yes,
and you're saying both of these are Europeans, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is how I do a quick audit on the fly. Francois marries Jean. Jean marries Joseph. Joseph gets with Margaret. Margaret, they have Joseph, who's with Helenois. They have Emmanuel. Emmanuel has Adam. Let's look at Adam's profile and see if you got any documentation linked, any census records, any, let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. Yeah, you don't have any sources attached to it. And this is the tree that the genealogist created, right?
No, this is actually the tree I created. The genealogy created was like I said earlier, the Guillory tree, and he's the one that's the I guess the main contributor of that. So somehow I need to be able to ask him to be able to make it private.
I'm not even seeing census records to even see if Adam Guillory is classified as a Black person or European or, you know. So unfortunately, there's not really much I'm able to help you with right now, because if there was at least census records attached, we can see if this dude is even listed as white or Black. If he's listed as white, well, then we have to keep going further down your tree and see where does this alleged European ancestry mix with your Black heritage. Because as of right now, Adam could be a Black man, Adam could be a white man. We don't know. If we keep going down, let's try Arthurlus. Let's see if you got any documentation attached to him. No, once again, we got no census records, no nothing. No, best bet I would say is try to get access to the family tree that old boy made for you. Go to the website, book a consultation. You can use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase at checkout. That gives you like 20% off. That way, for like less than $100, you know, me and you can connect one-on-one for over an hour and really figure out what's going on here. Because Ancestry.com especially is notorious for giving you false information once you get into the 1700s. Ancestors who were enslaved, their slave master will show up in the father role and the mother role. Just because one of your ancestors had a certain type of last name, they'll give you hints to other people with similar last names, but these people may not actually be related to you, and you'll just start accepting hints without auditing the hints. And next thing you know, you're tracing your lineage to Europe in the 1200s, right? So, you know, you really have to watch out with using Ancestry.com in particular. And it seems here, I mean, of course, right here, we're getting to Black ancestry, but I can't even see, because there's no documentation available, where exactly this European line starts intermixing with the Black heritage.
Well, the European line, I believe, started. So after Francois and Jean de Montfort had a child, he was the one that got with the slaves. So that's where
So then which one here is a slave?
I think she is the one at the bottom right here.
Jean?
Marguerite. No.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, her.
Okay. And then this is what I'm talking about. Born 1726 in the Gambia, Africa. Somebody type this in here. So you don't understand. Ancestry.com is just like Wikipedia. Anybody can type anything they want in here. Somebody types this in here, which is why it's displaying this information. There's no census record attached to this. There's no shipping manifest attached to this. There's nothing that, look, Senegambia, Africa, or Spalding County, Georgia. It's saying she's born in Africa or Georgia. Which one is it?
Exactly. That's what I need help with.
Yeah,
that's what I need help with.
No,
exactly.
I feel you.
I'm not disputing.
Hey, we know for a fact she died in Louisiana, but we don't know if she's an African or she's a melanated indigenous person.
And that's exactly why. That's why I say, I got stuck, and I actually mentioned her to you, the Senegambian, earlier.
And this could be evidence to some Black indigeneity, because you have to ask yourself, we haven't even audited this information, but let's just assume it's correct. Let's say Joseph got with Margaret. Let's say she's a Gambian slave. Why would this elitist, noble European man whose lineage can be traced to 900, why would he have a baby with an African slave? Why would he marry an African slave? We can't list a single reason. But if we put the shoe on the other foot, if we put the shoe on the other foot and say, why would he have a baby with a local indigenous woman? Well, because now he can get land. Now he can motivate some of her family to come work on his plantation for him. Now he can have half-breed children that can sign away tribes' lands through treaties or be used as agent provocateurs. We can think of so many reasons a European plantation owner would have a baby with a local indigenous woman, but we can't name a single reason a European would marry with or mix his bloodline with an African slave.
Right. And this is as you can see, this is what I want to figure out what's going on here.
I feel you.
This is exactly what I want to figure out.
And you're not alone. A lot of the people who come to me for consultation, for assistance, they've already been with some other genealogists. Some of them just straight up get scammed. There's some shit going. There's this dude called the Research Guy scamming people on YouTube. I expose him. There's people on TikTok called the I'm a Rue Republican shit. They scamming motherfuckers. I expose them. There's a lot of schemes going on. And even if you don't get straight up scammed, you'll go with the genealogist who either A, really doesn't even know what the hell he's doing, or B, really doesn't even have this kind of historical context on American Indian history to find what you're looking for.
Right. And that's what I basically told him, because like I told you, some of my ancestors, like Lucretia Jones Childress, she was living in Henrico County, Virginia. And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, in that area was the Cherokees, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, right. And she's showing Cherokee lineage, and I talked to him about that. He kind of really don't have any type of comprehension of, I didn't know that they had a Trail of Tears. I didn't know that they got moved. I'm like, yes, they had this, and they got moved from the East Coast to the more interior and South. So I could see that Lucretia Jones Childress. I mean, even think about her name, Lucretia.
Yep.
Back then, Europeans weren't naming, themselves that. So
how do you spell Lucretia? Do you know?
Lucretia. And of course, Jones Childress.
Interesting. Now that is a Latin or European name, but it often does appear in colonial times with Native Black Americans who were reclassified as Negro or mulatto.
Okay.
Yes, especially for enslaved indigenous girls. A lot of enslaved indigenous girls get named Lucretia, and they'll also pop up on census records as a mulatto or colored, especially in the Southeast. And you got to understand that they get those names by Catholic priests, Protestant missionaries, plantation owners, colonial courts. So, these are typically Native girls taken as slaves or servants who are receiving European names.
Right.
Lucretia, Phoebe, Martha, Sarah, Rachel, Clarissa. Her indigenous name is a race, and she's given some European name.
Right. And, I really believe that, she is Cherokee. I just don't think that he has the capability of, or probably even the desire to look further into it because he is a white man. But I mean, I think he's done some good.
Check this out. I'm doing some research on the fly, and look what I
Okay.
found for you. I've got actual case studies of indigenous women renamed as Lucretia. We got a Cherokee one right here, born 1790, appears in Moravian mission records. If you don't know about the Moravians, that's why we get the African Methodist Episcopal Church. These are basically religious factions that are trying to convert and enslave Indians. But we've got a Lucretia right here who's Cherokee. She pops up in the Moravian records of the Cherokee from Spring Place Mission, Cherokee Nation, Georgia, and she's identified as, quote, a Cherokee woman named Lucretia, baptized by missionaries. Moravians routinely rename Cherokee women with European names upon baptism. This is a prime example of indigenous identity being overwritten with a classical name. You've got another one, Lucretia Creasy Wolf. She's a Cherokee freedman / Cherokee by blood through a mother. She pops up on the dolls roll with the nickname Creasy, nickname for Lucretia. Many wolves were Cherokee by blood, but darker-skinned wolves were pushed into the freedman roles. We got another one, Lucretia Fields, Cherokee territory. Out in Oklahoma, she's showing up in probate, marriage, and civil cases. So this Lucretia name is prominent within indigenous women who are either converted spiritually or taken as slaves.
So I guess we could say that is a connection there, right?
Definitely a connection. And that's why you got to have somebody like me who has historical context on American Indian history, because sometimes it's not so much of finding a document that says your ancestors an Indian and that's how we prove it. No, it's a whole bunch of other factors. Where did they live? What was going on? What wars were happening? What treaties were happening? What's their first name? What's their last name? You see how there's so many other factors that we have to look into rather than just like finding an ancestor on the dolls roll, right? Not everybody's on the dolls roll. Not everybody went west of the Mississippi. A lot were enslaved in place and racially reclassified.
Okay, yeah. That sounds good.
Yeah. So hey, if I'm able to give you these free gems willy-nilly off the top of the dome, imagine what you're gonna learn during a one-on-one session with me.
Yeah. I would look to work with you. And also Lucretia does seem like she's good, but I also would like to see for it, when we do get together, the other two as well.
Yeah, most def. Well, hey, go ahead and give us some closing remarks. Jay says, "Book Mike, bro." No, I feel it, but yeah, go ahead and give us some closing remarks, and then I'm gonna wrap this broadcast up sooner than later.
Yeah, man. I want to just appreciate you for having me up, and even for giving me that little golden nugget there. And hopefully, even we could. I don't know if you would like to do this as well. Like, I really the Native American is number one, but even to verify even that other stuff that he put in as well, maybe we can look into that too.
Yeah, well, just so we're on the same page, the genealogy consultations I provide, I teach you the 3-step process of tracing your heritage on your own. I arm you with information so you can do the research on your own. After I show you the 3-step process, I'll also show you what it looks like if you want to hire me to do it for you, or if you already have information, which you do, then we can spend the second half of our meeting me looking a little bit further into some of these names and some of the stuff the other guy did for you. But it sounds like when it comes to like in-depth professional genealogy research, that's where you'd probably want to, towards the end of our consultation, we'll work up like a custom package or something, something that's affordable. All my clients, I allow them to do monthly payment plans and things of that nature, because like you said, money's tight. And, Ancestry.com out here trying to charge you $6,000, $5,000, $4,000 just for a family tree. Whereas I teach people how to not only have their lineage traced to the early 1700s, late 1800s, but if they hire me to do the research for them, not only do I trace their maternal and paternal line, but I run all of their ancestors through tribal data collections. And if I find evidence of indigenous ancestry, I actually guide you through the tribal citizenship process step by step. That way you can avoid a lot of the pitfalls that me and my family fell into when we were applying for tribal citizenship back in 2021. And it don't cost you no $5,000. So yeah,
I hear you.
The first step is just booking a one-on-one, and during our one-on-one session, we'll figure out if I give you enough information for you to do the research on your own, or if you want to hire me to do it for you.
Okay, I have one last question. As far as that website that you looked up, the Lucretia and those other websites that you suggested, can you give those to me once more if you can?
The only website I suggested was my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. When I was just looking up case studies of Lucretia, I just entered a prompt into ChatGPT. I just instructed it to run the name Lucretia against baptismal and missionary documents to see if that was a prominent name bestowed on Indigenous women. And guess what? ChatGPT didn't say, error, Mike. I don't find any evidence of the name Lucretia. No, it gave us case study after case study after case study after case study.
Okay, got you. Appreciate you so much, man.
Yeah, most def. Thanks for calling in, brother.
Thank you.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, unless there's any other callers, we're going to wrap up this broadcast sooner than later. Let me see. Y'all saying great caller. Yeah, great caller. Absolutely great caller. And y'all, this is why I do what I do. Because we getting scammed with fake genealogy services, or even if the service is legit, we don't even know that the person really don't even have the credentials to probably be looking into our ancestry. Come on. Hey, I do this for real. Don't make me pull up my calendar. Don't make me pull up my calendar, okay? Just this Sunday alone, I got how many sessions booked? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions this Sunday alone. Each consultation is at least an hour and a half long. You do the math on that. I'm about to do 9+ hours of back-to-back consultations on Sunday alone. Why? Because there's so many of you guys looking into your heritage, and unfortunately, there's not really any verifiable sources to go to, except for myself. And I can humbly say that because it's the truth. Are there other Black Americans with tribal citizenship? Absolutely. They're not providing genealogy services to teach you how to get the same, how to trace your heritage. Are there genealogists out there who claim that they can trace your family tree? Absolutely. They're not members of any indigenous nations or experts on paper genocide. So you see how I'm literally one of one. I literally have a monopoly. And if I was one of these grifting ass motherfuckers, I would use this monopoly status to charge y'all $500 for an hour-long consultation. Hey, Kevin Samuels was charging you motherfuckers $1,000 to do a Zoom call with him for an hour and teach you how to be a high-value man. I could easily charge $1,000 for an hour consultation to teach you how to trace your heritage, get tribal citizenship, because guess what? The alternative is paying Ancestry $5,000 to get a quarter of that. But are my consultations $1,000? No, they barely even $100. When people hire me to do the research, do I charge them $5,000, $8,000, $10,000 like these other sites? Absolutely not. And I even let y'all do monthly installment plans. I even let y'all use Affirm and Afterpay and put that shit on layaway, because this is what our community needs. We have to restore our identity before we can move forward. We've advocated for civil rights. We've advocated for this, but there's always been a piece missing. And now you know what that missing piece is. Our true heritage. Not the one that we were taught, the one that we can trace. And when you start doing your family tree, I tell you, you're going to find some things that surprise you. You're going to find some, wait, that person, what? They live in an Indian settlement? Whoa. That person's last name is, that ancestor's first name, Lucretia, is prominent amongst indigenous women. Let's talk about it, y'all. We got to do the digging. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Dr. Brittany says, this has been awesome. Dr. Brittany says, if we'd like to book a consultation, how do we contact you? You can contact me straight through my website. My website is nativeblack.ancestry.com. Here it is. You just scroll down a little bit, and there's a section that says book a one-on-one consultation today. You can access my calendar, pick a day and time that works for you. There's a couple different options. You can get a base consultation. You can get a recorded consultation for a little extra, so you don't have to worry about taking notes. Or you can get a consultation plus an additional history lesson, where instead of an hour long, hour and a half long, the meeting is closer to 2 hours, and I give you more historical context on the racial reclassification of Native Black Americans. Also, I just launched a new course. Well, I'm officially launching it December 1st. A lot of people are taking advantage of the pre-order deal. Right now, it's 59% off if you get it on pre-order, and this is the only comprehensive course on the racial reclassification of Native Black Americans. You can take advantage of the pre-order discount straight to the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. Just to give you guys a little preview as to the course syllabus and how thorough it is, Module 1, we're getting into who are Native Black Americans, firsthand accounts of Europeans encountering dark-skinned indigenous people across the Americas, paper genocide versus modern genealogy, etc. Then we go to before colonization, the civilizations of the Americas, the Olmecs, Mississippians, Muskogee, the pyramids and the mounds. I mean, most people don't know that the largest pyramid in the world is in Cholula, Mexico. Most people don't know the Philadelphia Museum of Art sits on top of an indigenous platform pyramid site. Let's talk about it. Module 3, we get into the 5 Ds of colonization: discovery, disease, domination, displacement, documentation, aka paper genocide. Module 4, we get into the reclassification machinery, starting with Bacon's Rebellion, the institution of biracial solidarity panic, why colonial powers needed a racial caste system, how they were taking indigenous people from Indian to mulatto, from Indian to Negro, from Negro to African American, as soon as the 20th century rolls around. Module 5, we get into the Southeastern tribal history, the hidden record, talk about the Creeks, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Yamasee, the Catawba, the Seminole, the Tuscarora, how free people of color really descend from indigenous tribes who were hostaged and converted by different religious factions. And guys, we've got a whole lot more in stores, a whole lot more. I ain't gonna keep you. But this is a very, very thorough course, the only one of its kind. So definitely make sure to check that out and take advantage of the discount running now through the 1st of the month. And as far as booking a genealogy consultation, not only can you book one straight through the website, but you can also see testimonials from some of my recent clients.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. What are you waiting for?
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
And for anybody serious about booking a consultation, on the checkout page, you can use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase, and that's going to hook you up with a 20% discount on your initial consultation. Also, as a thank you for visiting the website, about 30 seconds after being on the homepage, you're going to get a pop-up for my free ebook. Take advantage of it. Put in your email address. You'll get a copy of my free ebook, Reclassified: The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast, from Indian to Negro. So lots of historical resources on the website. I even got a digital archive, over 800 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings. You can download this stuff to your computer, to your phone, share it on social media, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've got fugitive Indian slave ads, ex-indigenous slave interviews. The list goes on and on. NativeBlackAncestry.com is a repository of information for everybody who's on their journey of discovery. But guys, while I pack a cone and get ready to wrap up this broadcast, let me know, how long have you guys been watching? What was an interesting or sensational moment for you? I really like the white man that called in, because he had a lot of the cliche, ignorant talking points that most white people have been instilled with, but I was able to give you guys the real history. These folks came over here as slaves, pawns, cannon fodder. These folks just got displaced and colonized in their own European countries, and then they came over here and did the same shit to us. I mean, when you really get a lot more historical context, you see how you're able to combat these narratives that these white folks, unbeknownst to themselves, perpetuate. I mean, he wasn't like an evil white man trying to convince us that we're from Africa or anything. He's just like, yo, like, I wasn't taught any of this. I have Irish heritage. Nobody taught me how my Irish ancestors got over here. Nobody taught me about Cromwell. Nobody taught me about the enclosure of the Commons. Nobody taught me that my ancestors were shipped over here as cannon fodder. I mean, hey, you don't know what you don't know. Hey, if I really wanted to get to the bag, I'd market genealogy services towards white Americans. Those are the ones on Ancestry.com paying $6,000 for a family tree. But I'm focused on my own underserved community, as I should be. Don't get it twisted. I've got the occasional client who like has half, Black American heritage. The other half is from Puerto Rico or the Caribbean or somebody, but that's still the Americas, okay? That's still the Americas. Let me see what you guys are talking about. The Phoenix says 1 year. 1 year what? Have you been watching me for a year? I was just asking how long y'all been watching tonight's broadcast. Love Always says, what is cannon fodder? Cannon fodder means like you're expendable. Cannon fodder is just like, a cannon, right? Like a cannon on a ship or something. Cannon fodder is just junk that you put in the cannon so that you can blow some junk at someone. Nails and, little pieces of scrap metal and stuff. I mean, cannon fodder. That's how most Europeans came over here. That's how territories like Georgia and Alabama were created, as buffer zones, because the Spanish were in the Southeast. Black Indians were allied with the Spanish. So they need some people to sit on the border of these territorial disputes. So here comes some cannon fodder. Here comes some pawns. Cannon fodder is an informal derogatory term, but it's basically for combatants who are regarded or treated by government or military command as expendable in the face of enemy fire. These are the dumb grunts that they throw on the front lines to storm the beaches of Normandy type shit, right? That's how most Europeans came over, as cannon fodder. But in school, they teach them they came over as religious Puritan pilgrims seeking religious freedom and shit, right? Come on. I was blowing man's mind tonight. His mind was blown. He said, God damn, this Black Indian know all about my people. Shout out to Empress. Empress says, learn your genealogy, book a consultation with Mike. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Empress says, I'm surprised. He was really curious. Yeah. He let some of that slick shit fly because it's just in his DNA. But when I corrected it, he took in the information. He tried to say, oh, no, Native Americans were just warring, killing each other. Nah, you Europeans was fucking each other up. Come on. Lil Poof says, I liked White Mike. He listened instead of overstepping and becoming emotional. Absolutely. And then we followed that up with a dumb nigga from Louisiana trying to tell us he did a DNA test that says he's Nigerian, so we're not native. Okay. Yeah, Empress, White Mike said he was never taught about Black Wall Street in high school, and he's from Oklahoma. Facts. He said he learned about that within the last 6 years of his life, and he looked like he at least late 50s, 60s or something. Come on. They miseducate their own youth because if their children knew the truth, whoa, if the children knew the truth. Yeah, Empress, it shows how they try to hide their history. Yeah, King Patterns, cannon fodder is a pawn on the chessboard. King says, I've been watching the entire time. That's what's up. That's what's up. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, the indoctrination is real. But he was open. He was willing to learn. His mind was slowly being decolonized. Let's talk about it. Rashida says, need you to do my genealogy, Mike. Well, Rashida, have you already booked a session with me? Hey, for all I know, you might be a client of mine, Rashida. I got a few clients named Rashida. Rashida is a common name. If you haven't booked a session with me yet, Rashida, you got to go to the website nativeblack.ancestry.com. Pick a day and time to connect with me. I'll teach you the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. Rashida says, not yet. Okay. Well, yeah, Rashida, if you need help with genealogy research, go to the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. We can connect one-on-one. But guys, let me play a little tune while I get this cone packed, and then we're going to wrap up this broadcast. What time is it? What time is it? Oh, it's late. That's what time it is. It's late. Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live on YouTube. We are live on TikTok. Make sure to hit the like button on the way in, subscribe or follow. You know the drill. Today we're coming with another impromptu live stream. I'm going to open myself up for debate, discourse, questioning, everything in between. We know that everybody and their mama is obsessed with Native Black Americans. I mean, folks be starting a whole social media careers predicated off of discussing our heritage, our lineage. So let's give them the opportunity to call in. You know, there's a lot of folks out there claiming that Black Americans have some kind of identity crisis, that we're pretendians, that we're wabos, that we're ashamed to be African. Well, where you guys at? Call in. Because the way that I feel on the matter, I mean, my thoughts on the matter are very, very clear, extremely clear, painstakingly clear. Let's talk about it. For the folks who are watching on, TikTok, you can already see the prompts on the screen. For the folks watching on YouTube, you cannot yet see the prompt. So let me go ahead and bring it up for you guys on YouTube. Give me just a second here. Give me just a second. The prompt is the same prompt we've been using as of late. It's up and it's stuck. Let's talk about it. Latinos and Africans have the biggest identity crisis. Black Americans are indigenous to America. Prove me wrong. Call in. Some of you guys are going to be disagreeing with that first statement. Some of you guys are Latinos out there wondering, what? Ole, vato? ¿Qué? Identity crisis? Huh? Some of you Africans are like, what is this Dakata nigga talking about? We do not have an identity crisis. Sure, we fled Africa to move to Europe. Sure, I live in London, but I don't have an identity crisis. I am a Yoruba man hiding in London. Lord, oh Lord. A couple of days ago, I literally had a motherfucking Nigerian calling in from London trying to dictate genealogy to me. We be having fucking migrants in foreign countries trying to call in and tell us who the fuck we are, where we come from, who our ancestors are. And I'm going to give you the space and the opportunity to call in. Just make sure you say it with your chest. Don't be afraid. Anybody that calls in, guess what? The only thing you have to answer, the only thing you really have to answer is, where are you calling in from? Then you can let us know what's on your mind. It's that simple. It's oh so simple. And you know what, guys? I'm sorry. I'm dealing with some tech issues. I thought that we were live on YouTube. I thought I queued up the live stream on YouTube. Maybe the live stream isn't properly queued up on your, hold on. It doesn't look like we're live on YouTube just yet. I know I got somebody backstage on TikTok. We're going to bring you up in just a second. Kamin Nari or yeah, we're going to bring you up in just a sec. I got to get this launched on YouTube, though. Hold on. I thought I already clicked the live button. Something's going on here. Let's see. Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Now we are live on YouTube as well as TikTok. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Let me repeat what I was just saying, since the folks on YouTube didn't get a chance to hear that. There's so many foreigners out there that want to dictate heritage, want to dictate lineage, want to act like they know the genealogy of all Black Americans. And this broadcast is to give you the space and the opportunity to tell us what you be typing about in the chat. Tell us what y'all be talking about on your little TikTok pages. I mean, some of y'all be starting whole social media careers predicated on discussing Black American culture, Black American heritage, the origins of Black America. So when you finally have the opportunity to speak with a genealogist, a digital archivist, a card-carrying member of a federally recognized tribe, descendant of town kings. I mean, guys, when you have the opportunity to speak with someone live and direct, and ask them all the questions you want to know, because Lord knows you Latinos are infatuated with us. Lord knows you Africans are infatuated with us. Lord knows there's already people in the TikTok chat right now asking a bunch of questions. Elaborate on this. Tell me about this. This is a live call-in show. I got 3 different live streams going, 3 different live chats. I'm not going to be going back and forth with y'all in the chat. If you have a question, if you're on TikTok, click the request to join as a guest and come on up. The only thing we're going to ask you is where you're calling in from, and then you can let us know what's on your mind. If you're watching on YouTube, there's going to be a StreamYard link posted in the chat right now. Let me go ahead and put the StreamYard link. Nice to see you, Miss 7665 OCO. If anybody's watching on YouTube, click the StreamYard link in the chat, and you can call in. I don't care if you're a detractor, a naysayer, a contrarian individual that thinks Black Americans are wabo pretendians ashamed to be African. Call in, let us know how you feel, how you came to that conclusion, and cite your sources. Just like if I'm going to be up here making claims that Black Americans are indigenous to America, I'm going to share my screen and cite sources. You see how it works? Let's talk about it. The prompt of the evening is as follows. Latinos and Africans have the biggest identity crisis. Black Americans are indigenous to America. Prove me wrong. Call in. And we do already have somebody backstage on the TikTok side of things. Let me see if we can get him brought up here. Let me see if we can get him brought up. Give me just a moment, guys. Give me just a moment. Who's backstage? Who's backstage? Come on, where's my TikTok? Oh, okay, Kaminari. When I bring you up, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right.
Where are you calling in from?
For my country, Cameroon.
From Cameroon. Nice.
Yes.
And what's on your mind, Mr. Cameroonian man?
Yes, I would like to you to elaborate on the first question of the panel. I don't understand why you say that.
You don't understand what?
Why you say Africans have identity crisis? I don't understand what you mean.
You don't understand what an identity crisis is?
Yes, but I know who I am. I know my identity.
The exception doesn't make the rule. Just because you know who you are, you know your identity, that doesn't speak or disclaim the identity crisis that the rest of you Africans are promoting online. I mean, you literally got Africans in the UK calling themselves Black Brits. You got Africans in the UK right now calling themselves Black British. That's an identity crisis. You got Africans on the continent of Africa trying to cosplay Black American culture. That's an identity crisis. And you got so much background noise. I'm gonna put you on mute while I speak. I don't know why you guys call into a live show, driving and doing a bunch of shit, a bunch of background. Be respectful. Minimize the background noise, please and thank you. Africans as well as Latinos have a huge identity crisis. Since you're an African calling in from Cameroon, I'm going to stick to the African identity crisis. Gumster, though, looks like a Latino possibly, so maybe Gumster wants to call in and I can explain the Latino identity crisis. But guys, Africans have this strange thing. And the strange thing is as follows. From across the world, they want to try to dictate lineage to Black Americans, try to convince us that Africa is the motherland, it's the cradle of civilization, and our roots come from Africa and all this. And you know why they try to do that? Because they have an identity crisis, and this is the root of the crisis. The only thing Africans have ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. Africans globally are despised, spat on. No one wants them in their countries. But while they're sleeping in the floating shanty town, the only thing that warms their heart in the middle of the night is their alleged kinship to us. They think that somehow they're related to us. Somehow they are a part of our greatness. And they're not. And the fact that they try to cling so heavily to us, our culture, our heritage, that speaks to the identity crisis. Hence, the cue card on the screen. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Cameroonian man, hopefully the background noise is minimized. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know what's on your mind.
Yeah, I feel like I'm speaking to a white person the way you're speaking right now. I don't know. You're so upset. You have so much anger.
Let's pause right there. What did I say makes me sound like a white person? I'm talking about Black American indigeneity. I'm talking about Africans trying to cling to our culture. I don't think white people speak on this at all. I don't think white people speak about Africans at all. So first, you got to let me know, what did I just say that sounds like a white person? Go ahead and mute yourself.
I don't know if you want to really have a real conversation. You just want to spew your hate, anger.
Sir, you're right. It's not that I want to have a real conversation. I don't give a fuck about an African in Cameroon. You calling into me. I'm not calling into you. What the fuck you mean? Oh, you don't want to have a conversation? You're right. I don't give a damn about speaking to a fucking African, but you want to talk to me, right? Y'all be calling into our broadcast. Y'all be in our comment section, right? So how dare you try to act like I need to have a respectful conversation with a fucking foreigner who's coming to my house? Take your shoes off, sit on the couch, and speak when you're spoken to. Now go ahead. You have the floor and mute yourself.
Have a great night.
And you have a great morning or whatever the fuck time it is in Cameroon. Motherfucker said, hey, can you elaborate on the African identity crisis you're talking about? I elaborated. He didn't like the answer. So he said, I sound like a white person. He didn't say, no, Mike, you're wrong. We're not cosplaying Black American culture. No, Mike, you're wrong. We're not trying to dictate heritage to you. No, Mike, you're wrong. We're not trying to tell you guys that Africa's the motherland and you need to come back to your roots. He didn't say none of that. He said, I'm talking like a white person. Okay. Talk about a deflection, y'all. Talk about a deflection. Let's see who the next caller is going to be, guys. This is so interesting, so strange. African in Cameroon called in to me, asked me to elaborate. I elaborated, and his response was, I am talking like a white person. Hey, you Africans are fucking in love with white people, so you should like hearing somebody talk like a white person if that's what I was actually doing. Don't make me be petty and go on Google and pull up all the images of you motherfuckers giving white people piggyback rides through the African bush. Y'all carrying white people on fucking hammocks through your country. Y'all pushing white people on fucking carts and shit, praising them like deities. Y'all are in love with the white man. So it's so strange that he said, I'm talking like a white person, as if that was like a diss or a slight, when y'all are infatuated with white people, just like you're infatuated with us. And if you're not infatuated with white people, why do you Africans flee to Europe? Why do you guys move to white Western nations if you don't love the white man? The fuck are we up here talking about? The first caller of the day is an insecure Cameroonian man. But you know what? I give him kudos. I give credit where credit's due. He is the first African that I've spoken to in the last 7 days that's actually in fucking Africa. Congratulations. Round of applause. We finally talked to an African that's living in Africa. Y'all be calling in from Canada, New Zealand, New York, Louisiana, Minnesota, London, Scotland, Ireland. I finally had an African call in from Africa. Whoa, I gotta look outside the window. Are pigs flying? I gotta check my Cash App. Did Uncle Sam just give us reparations? What the fuck is going on here? An African finally called in from the motherland. Good job. I give credit where credit's due, y'all. I'm serious about that. It's very rare. It's very few and far in between that we actually speak to an African calling in from Africa. And you know what's even crazier about that? About that he's calling in from Africa? Motherfucker, you just got Wi-Fi last week and you want to use that to call in and talk to us, huh? But you don't have an identity crisis. Guys, he called in on TikTok. The name of the live on TikTok is Black Americans Are Indigenous. So you're an African in Cameroon invested in our indigeneity, which is why you're searching out keywords like that, which led you to this broadcast. You are living proof of the identity crisis. Imagine if Nigerians were having a live stream right now on TikTok about Nigerians' ethnic origins. You wouldn't find a single Black American calling in to discuss that with you because we don't give a damn about you, right? Imagine if there was a Somalian community in Somalia doing a live stream right now about the Somalian ethnic origins. We wouldn't be a part of that discussion because we don't give a fuck about you. But you're in Cameroon trying to call into us because you're obsessed. And you're obsessed because you have an identity crisis. You think you're related to me somehow. You think you're like my 8th cousin twice removed or some shit. No relation. We are not related to you. Don't try to siphon our greatness. Don't try to ride the coattails of our greatness. It's not going to work for you. Just like it didn't work for you right now. Shut him down with these. He said, okay, good night. Motherfucker, don't make me look up what time it is in Cameroon right now. I bet you it's like 5 a.m. or some shit. Hold up. Cameroon time. It's 10 o'clock at night, y'all. It's 10 o'clock at night in Cameroon. And instead of like getting some shut-eye because in the morning he has to walk 5 miles one way to fetch a pail of dirty water, instead of doing that, he's up on the late night trying to call into Mike. But he don't have an identity crisis, huh, guys? Okay. You'll never catch us 10 o'clock at fucking night trying to call in to an African, trying to talk to an African. We don't care about you. Not even a little bit. Not at all. Let's talk about it. This is so strange, y'all. So strange. And you know what, guys watching on YouTube, I apologize. This is my first time trying to be live on the vertical feed as well as the traditional horizontal format. Let me see if I can get my camera positioned a little bit better than this. On the vertical feed, it's looking a little crazy, but whatever. It is what it is, what it's going to be, okay? While we wait for the next caller, let's get caught up with the chat. Let's see what the people are talking about. Let's see. D Scales says something about Tariq or something. Hey, if you have some comments or some statements, feel free to click the link and call in. That's a very long paragraph. I ain't even going to attempt to read it. Let me see. Daniel Harris says, damn, you ate him up. I mean, hey, somebody got you. Bush Baby calling in. Can you elaborate on the identity crisis? Yeah, you guys try to cling to our culture, cling to our heritage. You try to dick ride our accomplishments. The only thing you have going for yourself is your alleged kinship to us. Oh, you sound like a white person. Okay. Do tell more. Do tell more. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. We got so many people on TikTok. If anybody wants to request to join, go ahead. This is going to be one of my shorter broadcasts. I got an IMAX 3D movie to catch in about an hour and a half. So come on with it. Come on with it. Let me get caught up with the TikTok live stream now. Let me see what you guys are talking about on TikTok. Brock says, right, they are lost. Yeah. Y'all are cracking up. Yeah. Let's talk about it. We got some African migrants in the chat comparing Black Lives Matter to the KKK. Guess what? The average Black American doesn't rock with the organization that is Black Lives Matter, funded and spearheaded by George Soros and lesbian women. Try again. Try again. That's like the African the other day tried to tell me some shit about, oh, but there's Black Americans who were Garveyites and Pan-Africans. So the average Black American isn't a fucking Garveyite. We know that Marcus Garvey was a tether-ass agent provocateur, friends with the Klan, friends with Walter Plecker. Y'all be trying to like big up motherfuckers that we don't even rock with and then act like we somehow rock with them. I mean, it's strange. It's strange, but it speaks to the identity crisis. Yeah, Brock, EBA, everywhere but Africa. Everywhere but Africa. Skeef says, he said we infatuated with them, but he hosting lives about other races. Common sense is your enemy. Well, no, actually, this live is about my community. The title of the broadcast on YouTube is Black Americans Are Indigenous to America, Get Over It. The title of the broadcast on TikTok is Black Americans Are Indigenous. So I'm sorry if you're insecure that my cue card on the screen mentions the African and Latino identity crisis. The only reason why we're even talking about you foreign imbeciles is because you try to graft yourself onto our community. Dumbass. Let's keep it going, y'all. Let's keep it going. Butterfly Blessing says, Lord, he should have known better before coming up on the panel. Gots to be more careful. Hey, guys, I'm just giving you a perfect case study how to deal with these foreigners. He asked me a question. I gave him an answer. Instead of trying to negate my claims, his response was, you sound like a white person. Okay. And you sound like an insecure African. Cool. Got it. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Let me see what else you guys are talking about in the TikTok chat. The TikTok chat is moving so fast, y'all. The TikTok chat is moving so fast. Y'all are saying facts, big facts. Chief says, yes, it's supposed to be the motherland, but they're fleeing from the motherland. Make it make sense. Exactly. I had an African in London call in 2 nights ago trying to tell me Africa is the motherland. I said, if Africa is the motherland, why did your parents move you to London? He said, for economic opportunities. I said, motherfucker, there's 54 countries in Africa. Your family couldn't find a single country out of 54 where you can get shit popping? You know what he said to me? No, Mike, we couldn't. I said, damn, do tell more. Why? He then said, because of colonization. And at that point, I basically laughed in his fucking face because how dare you try to make the excuse that because you got colonized for 40 or 50 years, that's the reason why you got to move to your opposition's kingdom? Motherfucker, we've been colonized by several different European factions for 500 plus years, and we're still colonized to this day, and Black Americans en masse don't flee America like you Africans flee your motherland. If your mother's so poppin', your mother's so cool, your mama is so warm, your mama does so much for you, why you want to run from your mama? Make it make sense. I'll wait. I'll wait. Stephanie says, facts. They real quiet on this one. Yeah, they real quiet. We got 80 plus people watching on TikTok alone. You know, a vast majority of them are Latinos and Africans, and they're afraid to call in right now. I don't know why. I don't know why. We got Yanni calling in on TikTok. Yanni, I'm gonna bring you up in just a second. Let me get caught up. Let me get caught up with the chat. Tamika says, scam is up. We know who he is. Exactly. Up past his bedtime. Exactly. Hey, 10 o'clock. Motherfucker, it's 10 o'clock in Cameroon. You should be going to sleep because you have a Chinese factory in Africa to go work at in the morning. You think I don't know about how the Chinese is running amok in your homeland? Okay. Skeef says, LOL, only reading comments that comfort his anger. Well, since I just read your nonsensical comment, I guess I proved you wrong, Skeef. And I guess you're obsessed with us and too insecure to call in, because why else would you even be here in the first place? And then not only be here, but be here exclusively in the chat. Why don't you call in and say it with your chest? Come on. Let's talk about it. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure to check out my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. I built it out with tons of historical resources. We've got a digital archive with over 600 documents, family photos, obituaries, ex-slave interviews, Indian fugitive slave ads. You can download these to your computer. Oh, wait, hold on, y'all. Y'all aren't seeing my screen. I thought y'all were seeing my screen, but you're not seeing my screen. Time out. YouTube seeing my screen, but we got to fix this for TikTok, y'all. We got to get it right for TikTok. Who else you know stand on lineage like this? 3 different live streams at the same time. I mean, come on. Let's talk about it. Yeah, we'll do display capture. We'll go with display number 3. Perfect. So as I was saying, guys, go to blackancestry.com. I built it out with a digital archive, over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, you name it, all citing our indigenous origins. We've even got Black Indians painted in German churches in the 1700s, but motherfuckers want to try to tell us we're not indigenous, but you don't want to go tell the Germans that, right? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. And as always, if you guys need personalized guidance with genealogy research, you can actually access my calendar straight through the website. Schedule a day and time that works for you, and I'll teach you the 3-step process that me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. What are you waiting for? I've even got a book list that I personally curated of most of my primary sources. You can read most of these books straight through my website. So again, it's one thing to get online talking about Black Americans or indigenous. It's another thing to have the documentation to back it, to have the tribal citizenship to back it, to have the heritage and the lineage to back it. Darnell, I see you backstage on YouTube. Your device is not connected. As soon as you connect your microphone, I'll be able to bring you up. But I think I got somebody on TikTok first. Oh, and guys, as a thank you for visiting my website, nativeblackancestry.com, you can download a free copy of my ebook, Reclassified, The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast from Indian to Negro. So definitely make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. And let's get into it. If there's anybody that's new to the broadcast, you see what time we on. Latinos and Africans have the biggest identity crisis. Black Americans are indigenous to America. Prove me wrong, call in. Darnell, we're going to bring you up in a sec. First, we're going to bring up the person on TikTok. I believe that's Yanni. I think it was Yanni. Let me see. Is Yanni still backstage? There we go. Yanni, when I bring you up, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yo, what's up, man? My name is Yanni, and I'm calling in from New Jersey.
Okay. And where's your family from originally, Yanni?
Crete, Greece.
From Greece?
Yes.
And so are you a first generation, second generation, third generation migrant?
First generation.
And first generation means you're the first one in your family born in the US of A, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Well, what's on your mind? Lay it on us.
Okay, so I have questions, and I'm not coming off in an ignorant way. I'm genuinely curious because of what I see and hear. So it's just, I'm seeing some stuff. I want to just clarify or give some more information on it. The indigenous, the Africans indigenous, or native.
There you go.
Right.
We ain't saying nothing about Africans being indigenous to America.
Right.
Africans
That's why I
come from
stopped
Africa.
myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So I guess, can I say black, right? That's fine?
Yeah, black indigenous,
what should I say?
native black American, black aboriginals,
so
whatever you want.
So people who are black who say that they're from Africa, America.
Hey, so subconsciously you just automatically link black to Africa.
Right. That's what you're trained to do as an American, right?
Exactly. That's what you're trained to do as an American.
Right.
You hit it on the head.
Right. So my question is, I'm just a regular guy. I go around, and now I'm seeing this topic, and I have questions, and I'd like to hear some more information about why these type of people would be indigenous to America, because from what I see, I don't see that type of, it doesn't make sense to me. So that's where, based on some things that I have, some information I have, and then I would like to hear some information from you.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if we should start with my part.
Yeah. I think it probably would be best to start with your part, because this is news to me. You're saying that
coming from.
Yeah. This is very new to me. So you're saying that you've seen evidence or some kind of sources that make you confused about Black Americans claiming indigenous American roots?
Yes.
And what are those
And
sources?
these, okay, so from what I see, so I see humans, and I like to look at humans and be able to guess who they are, or what their ethnicity is, who they're mixed with, judging on their skin color, their eyes, their nose, their facial features, and I'm pretty good at it. I can look at someone and say, hey, are you
Wait,
from this island?
Let's not engage in lookership. Let's not say that the man from Greece just can look at someone and automatically tell where they're from. I asked you what sources you have. List of sources.
Right. So initially when I came up here and I said to you, I didn't say I have sources. I said based on what I know, because
based on what you know, where did you get your
Right,
knowledge
right.
from?
So yeah, I get my knowledge studying. I look at people I meet. I meet a lot of people through. I meet a lot of people. I mean, so when the Greek guy comes up here and says he sees people, usually someone I can pretty much say where these people are from based on what I'm saying.
Hey, and there's a lot of people new to the broadcast, so let me just reiterate what's going on. This caller calling in from New Jersey. He's a first generation migrant from. I know. Really, hold on, and there's a little bit of background noise. So while I get everybody caught up, I'm just going to place you on mute for a second. We have somebody calling in from New Jersey. The caller just said, "Hey, I'm from New Jersey." And now you guys see why I always inquire as to where is your family from originally, because it turns out he's a first generation migrant from Greece. And he's telling us, hey, what's up with this Black Indian stuff? I mean, based on what I see, like Black folks aren't indigenous to America. And I ask, well, what's your source? Where's this coming from? And he's like, well, I just see people and I can just know by their phenotype where they come from.
I never said if they were here from not. I never got to that point.
Sir, here's the rules of engagement. When I mute you and I speak, you don't unmute yourself and interrupt me. That's poor decorum. As soon as I'm done with my statements, I will literally say, go ahead, unmute yourself. Continue. So, as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, stay on mute. There you go. He's basically saying that this guy from Greece, or really guy whose ancestry comes from Greece, he can just look at people and like a Terminator, he can just analyze them and their nose and know what country they come from. Okay, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know what else is on your mind.
Wow. So I didn't know this was going to take a turn like that. You really just got passive aggressive out of nowhere, and you made an accusation and said that I said something, and we just.
What did I just say? That's passive aggressive. You literally said, "Yeah, I'm muting you because it's my platform and I'm speaking and you're interrupting." How dare you say I'm passive aggressive when I just repeated what you literally said? Guys, help me out. He literally said, and I quote, "This guy from Greece can look at someone and tell where they're from." You guys heard him say it, right? Can I get some fists or feathers on YouTube if you guys heard him say it? Can I get some fists or feathers on TikTok if y'all heard him say exactly that? But when I repeat what he says, I'm passive aggressive? Okay, whatever. Unmute yourself. Go ahead. Everybody heard what you said.
The way I said it is not like, so I guess you might have took it the wrong way, and I'm not sure why. And I see how this conversation is kind of turning hostile.
Sir, it's not about taking it the wrong way. It's very disrespectful for a foreigner to come to our country and think that he can visibly tell people based on lookership where they come from. That's rude. That's disingenuous. That's distasteful, but that's neither here nor there. I was just trying to get your sources so that I can share with you my sources, and you already let us know you have no source. Your evidence is what you see in your suggestive reality. That's your source.
Okay, so I'll just jump to the source part.
There we go.
Okay, right, I'll just jump to the source part. And we know, for example, people with wider noses come from humid climates, and we don't find these type of climates in America. We also don't find
we don't find humid climates in America.
You're a pussy, bro. You're a pussy. Fuck you and your life.
It's not that I'm a pussy. You're an insecure little white boy that wants to come and dictate heritage to us because you think that people with wide noses come from humid climates and there's no humid climates in America. What is he talking about? Guys, apparently the Americas has no humid climates. There's nobody with wide noses in America, guys. I'm a pussy. I'm passive aggressive. Clearly, you're infatuated with us, our indigeneity, and your colors just show through. You just exposed yourself. How can you say I'm passive aggressive when you literally just crashed the fuck out and fled the stage? That's passive aggressive. Don't come up here acting like a little bitch boy. And the crazy part is, if he could have gave me a source, I could have gave him a source. If he could have said, Mike, here's a book that says all people with wide noses come from Africa, then I could have gave him a source to counter that. If he said, Mike, here's the name of a researcher, of an academic that says that there's no humid climates in America, then I could have provided a source to counter that. But we couldn't even get there because his opening remarks were predicated off of what he thinks based on what he sees. All right. And the confusion lies in this. You think somehow I'm being rude by muting you. You think somehow I'm being rude with the way I'm engaging with you. But let's call it what it is. We have yet another fucking foreigner trying to come to our country, our house, telling us who we... Motherfucker, stay in Greece. Why aren't you in Greece eating fucking olives and shit and touching on little... Oh, wait, we ain't gonna get there. You know how them Greek get down, right? Y'all know how them Greek folks get down, wearing the robes and touching on little... Oh, y'all know how the Greek people get down. If you know, you know. Wasn't Socrates fucking on a little... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. We know how y'all get down in Greece. And we got a first-generation migrant from Greece trying to call in and say, hey, bro, like, I see people and I can just, like, tell where they're from. Didn't he say that verbatim? Didn't he literally say verbatim, I can see people and tell where they come from? And when I repeat his asinine statement, I'm passive-aggressive. So I guess when you curse me out and run away, you acting like a baby-back Greek bitch. Okay. Okay. I got it. We've got so many people backstage waiting to speak to me. That's why we got to pause you and mute you, because we're trying to get to sources and we're not going to let you babble about what you think people are based on what you see. Next caller, Darnell. Darnell, when I bring you up, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hello, Mike. Yeah, my name is Darnell. I'm calling from Stockton,
Shout
California.
out to Stockton. Yeah, I'm from Sacramento, not too far away.
Right, right. Yeah, I have a question regarding this ethnogenesis that Tariq always talks about. I believe that blacks been in Americas for like thousands of years, but it seemed like when he bring this up, he make it seem like there was only a few indigenous black people here. It wasn't
No.
until
Tariq Nasheed and his whole FBA movement is his personal cult. He does not promote the notion that Black Americans are indigenous to America. Let's get to the nitty gritty. If anybody knows anything about FBA, Tariq Nasheed's personal cult that he spearheaded, you know that they even have a flag. If you look at the FBA flag, you clearly see the date 1526. Well, what does the date 1526 refer to? Well, let me show you. We can go to the official FBA.com, and it says right here, in 1526, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon brought the first documented enslaved black people to the shores of what is now the South Carolina and Georgia coastline. So don't get the movements confused. I'm not a foundational Black American. I'm a native Black American. What's the difference? Foundational Black Americans think that they come from African slaves shipped here by Spanish colonizers in 1526. And I know for a fact my family's been here way longer than 1526.
Right. And I just dug up some pictures of my great grandmother. I'm in my late 50s, and they don't look nothing like an African, even back then. So my thing is about the ethnogenesis. It was this big mix with all these different people, which made us a new person.
No. What Tariq is trying to claim is that we're the coolest Africans out of the bunch. We come from Africa, but we've been here since 1526. And since we've been here longer than the recent African migrants, we've had an ethnogenesis. That's not where I'm coming from. That's not what my movement's about. That's not what my people believe. We believe that we have been here since the beginning of time, and we are a completely separate ethnic group than Africans. Some of us also have some African heritage because 4% of the African slaves came to North America. And when those Africans were trying to fight for their freedom, our indigenous clans let them into our tribes because that's just the nice people we are. Just like some of our tribal members helped these starving pilgrims on the coast of the East, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay, well, that cleared up a lot for me. I appreciate you taking my call.
Hey, brother, I appreciate you calling in because correct me if I'm wrong, but you basically typed the same thing in the comment section, and I was like, "Yo, call in if you got a question," and you called in, so I thank you.
All right, I'll be at you.
All right, till next time, brother. Peace.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, next caller. We've got a couple people. We've got a couple people over on TikTok backstage. Let me see, and y'all better hurry up and call in. I'm up here for a short amount of time today. I got like maybe 40 more minutes. Maybe 40 more minutes. I got shit to do. The next person is going to be Third Eye, and then we're going to bring up the person who has the star logo. All right, Third Eye. Where are you calling in from, and what's on your mind?
Calling in from Texas. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you shut the last young guy down because he's very delusional. He's a true hater, and his facts stink. So he got ghosts and got to running. And I was glad to see you make him run. That's what you call running. Ron Favre's Ron. That's what that was. Because he didn't have no facts. So yeah, I'm with it though. It's a new day. So you need to stop coming up here and stop playing because we don't have time for it. Everything is plain, and anybody that want to know the facts, all you got to do is just go check the record. The record don't lie.
And the sad part is, I could have easily showed my sources. I could have easily proved my claims, but the burden of proof is on these foreigners coming to us, trying to tell us, hey, I'm a first-generation Greek migrant, but I can just tell where people come from because of their noses and stuff. And there's no humid climates in America and no wide-nosed people, so you guys all come from Africa. I mean, sir, that's not a source. That's some pseudo shit.
Right. He was lying through his teeth from the beginning. He knew all the facts. He already know he's just a hater. And see, a hater is not going to accept the truth because that means he got to give up the lie. And as long as they can maintain the lie, that fake belief system they got make them feel proud. But it's all fake. So,
Nah, I feel
let them go.
Well, hey, brother, go ahead and provide us with some closing remarks, and I got a couple more people backstage to bring up.
Okay, brother, I just want to say I'm supporting you, and I appreciate the good work you're doing, and I'll be reaching out to you soon.
Appreciate it. And hey, if by reaching out, you're referring to booking a genealogy consultation with me, make sure that when you book through my website on the checkout page, you use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase, and that's going to hook you up with a 20% discount.
Yes, sir. I got you. Appreciate it.
All right. Till next time. Shout out to the OGs. We got 3 callers backstage on TikTok. This is going to be the order that we bring them up. We're going to bring up the person with the star logo. Then we're going to bring up Zach. Then we're going to bring up Chief. Then we're going to bring up Arrow. Caller, where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Portland, Oregon.
Okay. Yeah, I was just out there. And where's your family from originally?
My family's from Mississippi and Ghana.
Okay. And I had to ask because I know since I've lived in Portland for several years, there's more African migrants in Portland than there are authentic Black Americans. But when you say Mississippi and Ghana, which side of your family comes from Ghana and which side from Mississippi?
My dad's side come from Ghana, and then my mama, she's native. She come from Mississippi.
Okay.
Choctaw.
Nice. Choctaw. All right. Well, lay it on us. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to know what's your beef with Africa, man. I'm not coming hostile or nothing, but I just wanted to know.
What beef do you think I have with Africa?
I don't know. It just kind of seemed like you're getting a little hostile when it comes to Africa. I just wanted to know, you know what I'm saying?
No, I totally understand. I'm just asking you plainly to tell me, what have you seen from me that makes you think I'm hostile towards the continent of Africa?
Not the continent, just the people, you know what I'm saying?
Again, what have you seen from me that makes you think I'm hostile to African people?
It's just how you be talking about the Africans sometimes. I just be seeing it. And, I just wanted to know if you had some kind of beef with what's going on over there.
Are you familiar with the phrase, you only see who throws the second punch?
Nah.
Well, since you're not, fully ingratiated in our community, I'm not surprised that you haven't heard that. Every Black American knows of that phrase, knows what that means. This is what it means. I'm gonna break it down for you. What that means is it's like sports, right? Let's say we're on the basketball court. I'm on a Muskogee Creek basketball team, and we're playing against some Africans from all across different African countries, right? And one of these Africans get mad that I'm sticking to such crazy defense on him. He can't get past me. This African gets mad. So what does he do? He punches me in my mouth. And after he punches me in my mouth, I uppercut him. He falls to the floor. He's knocked out. Well, guess what? The referee, he only saw me uppercut him and knock him out. He didn't see the first shot. So that's what the phrase means. You only see who throws the second punch. So again, when you say that you come through my streams and you see me say certain things about Africans, you're probably not seeing what I'm responding to in the first place. You're probably not hearing the asinine statements from Africans that I'm responding to. You only hear my response. You don't hear what initiates it. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand you, man. But I'm just saying, I feel like, we all should work together. We Black, we all Black and stuff.
No, we're not. We all don't need to work together. We ain't all Black and stuff. Stop the cap. Africans don't call themselves Black. They're tribal. They go by their country. They go by their tribe. They go by their clan. Yeah, if you know that, then don't try to do some flat Blackness over here. That's not the way it works. It's not no we all Black. You're in Portland. You know the Africans in Portland, Oregon are clicked up as a motherfucker. And they're little.
They don't even fuck with me. They don't even fuck with me. And I'm
the Africans in Portland don't even fuck with you because you're half indigenous Black American, but you telling me we all Black and we should work together.
I know. I'm just trying to keep the
No. Time out. The Africans in Portland don't even want to work with you and you half African, but you telling me I should go out of my way to try to work with an African?
No, I'm saying they should try to work with us, but at the same time, we
Sir, respectfully, there is no us. You are not a part of our community as you think you are.
What you mean?
I'll say it again. There is no us. There is no we. You may think that you're a part of our community, but you're not.
How so?
Perfect example. I don't have a Ghanaian father. I'm not half African, half indigenous American. You're not a member of our community.
I ain't grew up with my, African family shit. I grew up with my indigenous.
Sir, honestly, I don't even really take with more than a grain of salt that you're really half indigenous from Mississippi. I mean, you Africans get online lying all the damn time. I mean, I'm
for real. I'm for real. I'm Choctaw, man.
Oh yeah, okay. You for real? You Choctaw? We'll go ahead and give us some closing remarks. I got 3 more people backstage, but just so you know, I'm not going out of my way to try to start some alliance with foreigners on the other side of the world when those same foreigners don't even accept you as one of them, and you claim that you're half African.
Hey man, I'm just trying to keep the peace. You know what I'm saying?
Hey. If you're trying to keep the peace, if you're trying to rock with us, you know what you do?
What's that?
Support us. Take your ass to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Portland, Oregon. Go to Keys Loaded Soul Food. Go get you some soul food. Go become a patron. Hey, I know. I was just out there. Hey, I waited 2 hours for my plate, brother. I waited 2 hours. And guess what was crazy? When I was waiting in the soul food line, I saw so many Africans in the line. There was Somalians, there was Eritreans. They was camped out waiting in line with me to get some of our soul food. That's how you can participate in our culture. Actually participate in it. Don't get up here claiming that we should be allies with Africans just because we all have melanin. No. Try to come to our cookouts, try to rock with us, and we'll see if we let you pass. But thank you for calling in. We're going to go ahead and get to the next caller. All right. Who do we have backstage? Who's next? We've got Zach. Then we're bringing up Chief. Then we're bringing up Arrow Sharp. Then we're bringing up 3G. Zach, when I bring you up, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I have a question.
First, you have to answer my question. Where are you calling in from? Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Zach. Where are you calling in from?
From Maryland. Sorry, my bad.
From Maryland. Okay. And I got to ask, your family wouldn't happen to be first, second, third generation migrants?
Yeah, my parents are from Uganda. I'm from Uganda, but I grew up here. They brought me here when I was like 2 years old, so I grew up here.
Okay. So you're kind of like not first generation, we'll say you're like 0.5 generation migrant.
pretty much. But like, I mean, all I know is here, right?
Yeah.
But I do speak the language. I've been back and forth like a couple times, so like I understand now. Like in regards to the other caller, like, would you agree that all types of they're different types of Jewish people, right, or in the world, like different from different areas, but they're all Jewish, right? Would you agree with that?
No.
You wouldn't agree that there are different types of Jewish people from like Turkey, that are not just from Israel, but from all over the world. There are different types of quote unquote Jewish people, correct?
Sir, if you really want to get into it, Jewish is a psyops. Most of these people aren't even true Jew. A lot of them are. I mean, come on. Try to use a different analogy. Hey, let's not bring up the Jews because I'm gonna go into a rabbit hole exposing the Jews if you bring up the Jews.
Well, no. It's not even about that. My point was, would you agree that their willingness to continuously accept their own, regardless of whether
Sir, you descend from Ugandans. Why don't you give me a Ugandan example instead of bringing up the Jewish community? Go ahead, unmute yourself. Give me a Ugandan example. Jews have a huge identity crisis. They don't know if it's a culture, is it a people, is it a religion? You got Zionist Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, Kabbalistic Jews. They all fighting amongst each other. I mean, come on. But unmute yourself, Zach. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay,
Can you give me a Ugandan example?
Forget Jewish people, right? Like, let me give you an example of like Chinese people, right?
Sir, don't give me a Chinese example. Give me an example with you Africans, please. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Give me an African example.
I'm about to get to that. Because the last caller, you were talking about how there's no need for an alliance, right? Amongst Black people. Like there's a differential between Black people, and there's no need for an alliance. But I'm saying is like the success of other cultures is primarily based on the fact that they just like stick together regardless.
That's false. That's false. And that is false. We have been successful without any African involvement. So why are you trying to make it seem like we're all Black and we're all one big Negro and we have to be together to be successful? That's cap. We've been over here doing our own thing for thousands of years, and we are globally revered. We are globally successful without any African involvement.
So you would say that Black people in this country are more successful than any other race?
Sir, don't move the goalposts. We are talking about an African and Latino identity crisis. We're talking about Black Americans being indigenous to America. We're not getting up here and comparing Black American success in America to all the other migrants that flee to our land. We're not going to compare the success of Black Americans to our colonizers who stole our riches, stole our continent, and are still exporting wealth from our nation to this day. What are you up here talking about? Stick to the topic at hand.
To say that we wouldn't have these issues.
There is no we. Are you French? You come from Ugandan migrants. There is no we. You're not a member of our community. I don't know who told you are.
So you're talking about, when you talk about the slavery and taking away a lot of the culture from the Black.
I didn't say a damn thing about slavery. I said they invaded us. They took our continent. They're exporting wealth. I didn't say a damn thing about slavery. Right, you're talking about slavery.
And that's true. Now, my question is, like, in order to bypass that and to like move forward, like, what do you suggest? What do you suggest?
Why are you even asking that question? What are you talking about move forward? You're acting like you're a part of our, and stay on mute when I mute you. You got a bunch of static and shit. Stay on mute. I'll finish speaking. I'll say unmute yourself. That's how it works. Stop acting like you're a member of our community. What do you mean move forward? You're acting like you're a member of our community and we all have to collectively move forward somewhere. Sir, you're an outsider. You're a foreigner. You come from Ugandan migrants that got you here at 2 years old, raised you in our ancestral homeland, because for whatever reason, they thought that there wasn't a single country in Africa where your family could be successful. There is no we move forward. We're over here doing our own thing, and you African migrants are doing your own thing. There is no we. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Wait, so I have to stay in my country to be successful? Because we are successful in Uganda, but we also just have
If you're successful in Uganda, then why did your parents flee Uganda? Go ahead and mute yourself.
They
what?
What are you saying?
If your people in Uganda are successful, why did your parents leave Uganda to have you raised in my ancestral homeland?
We didn't leave.
How did you not leave if you're in America right now? You're not calling in from fucking Uganda. What are you talking about? You didn't leave. You didn't leave, but you're calling in from my country. You didn't leave, but you're not calling in from Uganda. You said you've been here since 2, but you didn't leave? What the fuck are you talking about?
No,
Go
people
ahead,
travel.
unmute yourself.
People travel.
People travel. Your family traveled here when you were 2, and I bet you you're over the age of 18. You have been here for decades. You did not travel over here for vacation. You didn't come over here and get a temporary visa. You motherfuckers permanently migrated to my land talking about you didn't leave.
If you're rich and successful,
you're an imbecile. You're not worth my time. Next caller. We didn't leave, Mike. But my parents migrated from Uganda to America, and I've been raised here since I was 2 years old. We can be successful in Uganda, Mike. Well, then why did your parents flee Uganda for you to come over here? No, Mike, we didn't leave. Okay. Chief, go ahead. Let us know where you're calling in from. What's on your mind? Motherfucker ain't got no date that he's returning back to Uganda, but he didn't leave. Go ahead, Chief. What's on your mind? Where are you calling in from?
What's going on, my brother? I'm calling from Detroit, Michigan.
Well, lay it on us. What do you think about that last Ugandan?
Man, my thing is this. Everybody is trying to reconnect with all of us indigenous people and trying to create some type of alliance or whatever, because they already know like all of the things that their ancestors did to us, traded us off, killed us, and all types of other stuff. They're trying to make things right. You can't make things right, just let it be. You know what I mean? Like, and like you said, how you make things right is support us. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You don't need to do anything else. Like, there's no alliance, there's no coming together or nothing of that nature. Like, you guys got what you got over there, and we have what we have over here. You know what I mean? It's the truth.
Support us any way you can, and we'll support you if it's convenient for us. For example, in March, I was in Puerto Rico. I was with my lady. We going through Puerto Rico, Old San Juan. My lady sees an African vendor with fake Gucci bags and shit.
Right.
And to my surprise, my lady said, yo, I want to go check them out. I want one. In my mind, I said, well, God damn it. If I can buy you a $60 bag, I'll do that, because I ain't spending no $2,000 on no bag for your ass. I don't like you that much, right? And guess what? I ended up patronizing that African migrants' little stand of fraudulent bags, and I bought like 2 or 3 purses for my lady. I supported you.
What?
You're welcome. If it's convenient for us to support you, if you've got some business, some services, for example, a lot of Black American women, they go to the Africans to get their hair braided for whatever reason. That's how the Black American women support you. Now, how are you supporting us in return?
They don't, bro. They don't. They really don't. Like, I don't know. Maybe some of them do, but I haven't seen them like openly really support us. You know what I'm saying? Like, they support us like that. So,
but our ancestors supported them. We've sent Red Cross rice. We were their fucking pen pals. We was going over there building wells so they didn't have to walk 5 miles one way to fetch a pail of dirty water. Our elders told us you better eat all your food because there's a starving child in Africa somewhere. We supported you all through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, had a whole pan-African movement and shit, and we got nothing in return.
I will. Exactly, my brother. Exactly.
We gave the 25 cents a day to keep the flies off your belly, and we ain't get shit in return. Y'all can't even give me a hookup on some diamonds because the Jews control your diamonds.
You feel me?
Y'all can't even give me a hookup on some cobalt because the Chinaman controls your cobalt.
Man, gold, silver, platinum, palladium, nothing. None of the resources, bro. None. That's crazy. We can't even get the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's all we ask for is the truth, bro.
Hey, let's take it a step further. 4% of the African slaves during the transatlantic slave trade went to North America. They estimate that's between 90,000 and 300,000. Guess what? For those that do descend partially from African slaves that were shipped here, guess what? Their African family members in Africa never went looking for them.
Nope.
Africans to this day aren't doing a bunch of DNA tests trying to connect with their long lost cousins in America.
Nope.
But we supposed to, now that we're globally successful, now that we went through occupation, spiritual conversion, colonization, all this shit, Jim Crow, segregation, Reconstruction, all this shit, civil rights era, war on drugs, all this shit, and we made it out the mud and we're globally revered. Now you want us to come help you and connect with you? Okay. Hey, bitch, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym?
You know?
Say it one more time for the people in the back. You wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
None of those times. We got it out the mud ourselves.
Oh shit, these Akatas are very famous and successful. Let's try to form an alliance with them now. We called them lazy Akata cotton picking niggas, but now that they're successful, let's try to form an alliance. Say,
Absolutely.
But go ahead, brother. Leave us with some closing remarks, and then I got how many people waiting back? Like 4 or 5 people backstage. Go ahead.
Man, only thing I want to say is shout out to all the indigenous people of the Americas. Shout out to our ancestors. Shout out to us revealing the truth. Because the truth, it will set you free, bro. You know?
It was
and shout out to you, brother, for telling the truth, revealing the truth, being truthful to who you are. I salute that.
And I thank you for your viewership. Thanks for rocking with me. Till next time. And guys, this is the order of appearance for the people backstage. We're going to go to Arrow Sharp, then we're going to 3G, then we're going to D, then we're going to Southern Imperium. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I really want to hear from the naysayers, the detractors, you motherfuckers online claiming we're pretending wabos. Guess what? I got all the evidence in the world to prove you wrong. I can share my screen. I can go through federal documents. I can prove you wrong. But the burden of proof is not on me. It's on you. So the first naysayer that can come up here and cite a source to support their claim, then I can cite all my sources and show all my receipts. That's the way it works. Shout out to Shell the Lump, long-term viewer over on YouTube. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for supporting the mission. Let's go ahead and get into it. And real quick, guys, make sure to check out my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. I built it out with tons of historical references. I've got a book list where you can check out my primary sources. You can even read many of these books directly through my site. No need to buy them on Amazon or anything like that. I've also got a tribal surname tab. It's a total misnomer that we get our last names from slave masters. Guys, I'm a genealogist. I've personally done genealogy work for hundreds of Black Americans. A lot of us don't descend from plantation slaves at all. At all. So where does the last name comes from? Well, most of you may not know that indigenous tribes during the process of forced conversion, forced assimilation, adopted European surnames. So this is a good first step for a lot of Black Americans. Go to nativeblack.ancestry.com, check out my tribal surname tab, and see if your family's last name lines up with any of these prominent surnames of the 5 civilized tribes. Beyond that, I've also got a digital archive with over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, essays, ex-slave interviews, Indian slave ads. The list goes on and on and on. It's only $15, a funky $15 to access the digital archive. When you get access, you can download all these images to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media, all that good stuff. And I update the book list and the archive regularly with new content. Beyond that, if anybody out there needs personalized guidance with genealogy research, you can even go to the homepage of my website, and I make myself available. You can pull up my calendar, pick a day and time to have a one-on-one hour-long consultation with me where I teach the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. And before we bring up the next caller, let's hear a quick word from one of my recent clients.
Hi, my name is Vishelle, and I came across Mike on YouTube showing some historical information about how, we're not all from Africa. And of course, it got my attention as I've been doing my genealogy research for a little while, but I hit a brick road and I needed more help. So the consultation that I had with Mike It was great, very informative. It showed me a lot of history that I was unaware of, and it's made me more aware of what I don't know. So with finding him, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up a new door, information about who I really am, who my lineage is, and I'm excited to get started. I'm so happy to have found him, and I recommend him to anyone who may have hit a brick road, who is interested in, going a little bit further than they may have been able to get, or just to find out the truth about your ancestry. Contact him.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. What are you waiting for? Make sure to check out nativeblackancestry.com. And as a thank you for visiting my website, you can get a free copy of my ebook, Reclassified, The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast, from Indian to Negro. Lots of primary sources in that free ebook, so check it out. They call me the king of receipts, after all. Let's talk about it. Now, let's go ahead and get on to the next caller. Before we get on to the next caller, we've got another super chat coming through on YouTube. I appreciate the support. Melanated says, do any Amerindians own any resources here in North America, though? Respectfully, how can we talk about one group and the Khazars still on North America with their system? I don't want no smoke. Yeah, I'm totally confused by your statement. I appreciate the super chat, though. I urge you to click the link and call in. Ask any questions you have of me. And if you don't know how to call in from the YouTube side of things, just go ahead and click the StreamYard link that I just put in the chat. Next caller. Let's see. Who's next? We've got Arrow Sharp, then we're bringing up 3G, then Southern Imperium. If there's nobody else calling in after that, then we're going to wrap up this broadcast. Arrow Sharp, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind?
Man, I'm up here in Atlanta, Georgia, man. How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. How about
That's
yourself?
Great, man. That's great. Oh, I'm shit, man. I'm mighty fine myself, man. I agree with you, man. And hey, everybody laugh when I say that, man. We got to spread that one. I'm gonna have to coin that phrase, mighty fine. But man, I'll tell you, man. I've been all over that continent over there. Not all the way through. I haven't been on the east part, but I've been on the west and been southern and been that picture of me right there is in Zimbabwe. But I've asked the people there about the the transportation. I don't like to get into too much of it, speak too much about it, but nobody knew about it. Nobody had any relatives that I knew. I've checked from Nigeria, Togo, Gambia, South Africa, but anyway.
No, hold on. For the people who don't understand, we've got a Black American who's been to the continent of Africa, and he's saying that he spoke with continental Africans, and they don't have no oral tradition of no transatlantic slave trade, which makes it even more stranger that they're getting online telling us that we descend from West Africans trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade.
And I definitely have, proof from my own experience. Experience is the worst teacher, but it's the best teacher you can ever have. And at the same time, my experience proved to me, and I've been to where they don't too much have libraries there, but they do have museums and I would say certain historic things that they showcase. But that's my experience, man. And none of them knew anything about it. I was embarrassed to even bring the idea to them. And, I kind of did a my bag thing to them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just going to leave that alone to the side right now. But I do want to get with you on that genealogy thing, because I ran into my grandfather and I found out he was from Georgia. And it was like a stunner to me, because a lot of my family thought that he was from New Jersey, and he happened to be from Georgia. That's where I'm living at now. The one I'm loving the state of Georgia. I'm actually from Florida, but as a matter of fact, South Florida. And I probably need to get with you on that. I need to go through your document. I've been following you on YouTube for a good little minute now, man. And I appreciate your knowledge and everything, man. And I'm glad young folk like you, and excuse me for saying young folks, I should say mature people like you.
It's all good. I got an old soul.
Really, Right, right. And you've been here before, and you've given knowledge that, that comes to you through your energy, through the times that you came and you set place, and you're giving us that. And it's very, very good that we have people like you, and even the up and comers, they coming up, man, they laying this thing out. I told one guy, he was telling me about excuse me to say this, the VOTE word. And I don't do that anymore. And I told him, I said, he asked me why. I said, well, if you own the land,
why are you going to vote on
land,
which colonizer should
Yeah.
be in control for the next 4 years?
Right. My words exactly. If you own the land and Walmart build a store there, why are you voting for the president of Walmart? What are you talking about?
If
you
anything,
just need your revenue and you're done, right?
If anything, your participation is you giving credibility to this foreign entity.
Exactly. And just moving right along about that, my grandfather being from Georgia, man, I ran into a block right there. Excuse me, I ran into a block right there. And I definitely have to get with you on that. And I appreciate that. But one thing about it is, I don't know if you probably covered it. You probably did. And I just want to probably ask a question and probably state a statement at the same time. My take of the so-called CIVILWAR, it was to burn the records to me, from what I understand and what I have studied. A lot of the facilities that house the information about our ancestors were burnt down during that time. And to me, it wasn't about the S word. It was more about the taking over the land to making it look like it was from the S word. And another thing, as far as they saying that the industrial civilization was coming in, it was going to come in anyway, But, I'm just leave it there. I don't know if you covered that, but I just, when I looked up everything and my spirit went through it, the burning of a lot of the historic documents and the Freeman's Bureau and all this kind of stuff during that time was to get rid of the identity of our people. And I'm just asking a question and making a statement too on that. Could you kind of give me a little collaboration on it?
Well, that was a long statement. Are you talking about during Reconstruction era with a lot of the archives and libraries and census records were destroyed?
Right.
Well,
right.
I mean,
right, exactly.
To be honest, it's too much history to just try to cover in a few sentences. This is the type of stuff that I break down during the genealogy consultations. There's actually an option when people book where they can pay a little extra to have the session recorded, or they can pay a little extra for a history lesson. And if you opt for that history lesson, that's where the meeting goes from 1 hour to 2 hours, because I'm spending that whole extra hour breaking down everything from A to Z, including Reconstruction era, the whole reclassification tactics, labeling us freedmen, the Freedmen Bank scam, the Freedmen Bureau, how they siphoned trillions of dollars of generational wealth out of our communities, forced us up north, vagrancy laws, sharecropping system, all of that. But it's too much of a rich history to just kind of willy-nilly,
Right. Yeah. I was just, trying to touch on it, and a lot of people haven't really, solidified and known about that whole thing. And, because from my take of it, just run around the corner right quick. My take of it, a lot of it has to do with a lot of that you said. I mean, all of it really does. And just to get the identity away from the indigenous people, and to making themselves the, per se, rulers of the land, which is, it is what it is. But I digress. I land the plane. I'm gonna look everything you up, and I'm glad you mentioned that a little before you poured me in, because it gave me more information to look into on your website there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, I just can't get too in depth on that topic just because there's so much to cover, and I'm about to wrap up this broadcast sooner than later. But here's a little gem I'll drop. If the plantation slaves in the Southeast came from Africa, then guess what? When they got emancipated after the Civil War, they would have left them alone. Guys, you're free. Pay your taxes. be positive members of the society. That's it. They would leave them alone. But if these slaves weren't from Africa, if they come from prisoners of war enslaved in place, then guess what? We can't just leave them alone to be free in this country. We then have to start the KKK in 1865. We then have to start lynching them and terrorizing them and have the Union through Reconstruction force them through the Freedmen's Bureau to sign labor contracts, forcing them right back to those same plantations, right? We would then give them the illusion of choice. Hey, you guys are free, but listen, here's your two options. You go back to that cotton field, or you come up north to work in a factory. And it's the illusion of choice because guess what? If you chose neither or, they had something called vagrancy laws, where if they saw you around town just chilling, hanging out, they would kidnap you, put you in a chain gang, and send you back to the plantation that way. So again, if these plantation slaves were just Africans, then when they got freed after the Civil War, they would have left them alone. Pay your taxes, be good members of society. That's it. But if these are really indigenous Americans reclassified, disenfranchised for centuries, then guess what? We can't just leave them alone. They're too powerful. They're too successful. They're going to reclaim their land. So that's why you get the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Bank and the vagrancy laws and the sharecropping system. Guys, the Union didn't free a goddamn thing. Black folks in the Southeast did not get their freedom after the Civil War. They got legalized slavery. I've read the labor contracts. You haven't. These labor contracts stipulate that our ancestors have to go right back to the same plantation, work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, call this person master still, respect them. It literally had in the contract, call him master, respect him. And guess what? They're supposed to be getting paid now, though. And this is how they're supposed to be getting paid. At the end of the year, when harvest comes, they're supposed to get a percentage of the crop. But guess what happened? When the harvest comes in, the slave master says, oh, wait, he's not your slave master anymore. He's your boss now. He's your employer. He went from slave master to employer. They just flipped some labeling. You see how this works? When it comes harvest time, he pulls out a book and says, you know what? I know I owe you a percentage of the crop, but you owe me rent. Yeah, I know you've been living in a slave shack for generations and never had to pay rent before, but now you have to pay rent on it because you're free. So you owe me back rent. You owe me money for the medicine you used those few times this year you got sick. You owe me for the tools you've been using. Matter of fact, you're in debt to me. So not only do you not get a portion of the crop, but you're now a debt slave. You're now working this land for me for free to make it out of this debt slavery system that the Union just forced you in under the guise of emancipation. And guys, if I can drop a gem like that willy-nilly, imagine what I'm going to teach you during a one-on-one genealogy consultation. Let's get on to our next caller. I'm about to see Predator Badlands IMAX 3D in about an hour, okay? I'm trying to smoke me a couple joints beforehand. Let's talk about it. 3G, I'm going to bring you up. Then I'm going to bring Southern Imperium. If anybody else wants to call in, this is the last chance to do so. 3G, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind?
Hello, I'm from California, and I just wanted to call because I did my ancestry test, and I've just been really interested in where Black people come from, and then I came across this live, so I just want to talk to you and ask you a couple questions.
Yeah, for sure. What's your question?
My question is why, what really makes you think that Black people come from America? Just out of genuine curiosity.
Well, the fact that you asked that question and stated it that way makes me feel bad for not asking you the same follow-up question I've asked everybody else. Everybody else that came up here, I say, where are you calling in from? And then I asked them if their family's first, second, third generation migrants.
I'm African American. My family can been traced back since the slave trade. I could show you the ancestry, but yeah, I'm from early African American descent.
When you say you can show me the ancestry, when you say you've done ancestry on ancestry.com, you're talking about a DNA test, right?
Yes. Yeah.
We don't need to go into circle. Oh, why don't you read the terms and conditions of that DNA test you took?
Oh, I know. It says for entertainment purposes only. That's why.
Whoa. Time out. Stay on mute until I tell you to unmute yourself. You're coming up here saying you're African American. How do we know we're indigenous? You traced your heritage to transatlantic slave trade, but you traced it by taking a DNA test. I tell you to look into the fine print, and you admit that it's for entertainment purposes only. So what are we talking about here? Why are you still using that DNA test if you know it's just for entertainment?
I know it's just for entertainment purposes only, but I just wanted to use it as proof that I do come from African Americans.
If it's for entertainment purposes only, how can it be used as proof? No government, no tribal nation uses DNA testing to prove your genetic origin. What are we talking about?
So I should just do the genealogy then?
Yes, 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 yes. Genealogy has nothing to do with DNA testing. You should trace paper trail records, censuses, birth certificates, death certificates, bills of sale, deeds, wills, military documents, census records. Yes, you should do your genealogy. Do the hard work of genealogy. Don't do the cop out of sending your spit to a company to tell you they think you might be 10% this, 20% this, 30% this, and then use that pseudoscience to come over here questioning us on our indigenous roots when we've actually done our genealogy. You see how that works? You haven't done your family's genealogy. I've done my family's genealogy. My family tree has no Africans on it. You don't even know if you have Africans on your tree because you haven't even started one yet. You see how that works? Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Yeah, it only linked me to like European people. It didn't link me to any Africans.
Oh, well, this is even more stranger. You took a DNA test with Ancestry.com. It didn't even say you're linked to Africans, but you're up here saying you descend from African slaves because of this DNA test. What are we talking about?
Yeah. So I come on this because I'm like looking for more clarity because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Here's the clarity. Here's the clarity. Do your family's genealogy. If you don't know how to do genealogical research, you can go to the website nativeblackancestry.com. You can book a one-on-one session with me, and I'll teach you exactly how to do it. Or if you don't want to book a session with me, shit, go to ChatGPT. Ask it, hey, what are the steps to tracing my family genealogy, and follow their directions. But sir, you need to do your genealogy, not take a DNA test.
For sure.
Yep. Well, hey, thanks for calling in. I got to get on to the next person. This is going to be a shorter live stream than the ones that you guys are normally used to. Next caller is Southern Imperium. Then we got Wendy Wee coming through. Southern Imperium, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind?
Yeah.
Yep, where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from Maryland.
All right, and you wouldn't happen to descend from first, second, or third generation migrants, would you?
Yeah, but I'm from South America, so I consider myself American. I'm just Southern American, so yeah.
Well, I mean, that was a lot of splaining. If you descend from migrants, why don't you start by letting us know what country you migrated from?
From Guyana, South America.
Okay, and how long have you been in the States?
Probably like about 35 years.
Okay, nice. And what's on your mind?
So just like, because we're having the same issues going on in the South and especially the Caribbean. We're having problems because we have our own tribal stuff down in the South too. We have big empires down in the South. I see a lot of your pictures you post, the Inca or the Yinga. You know, we're also melanated descendants in the South too, in the Americas. And we're having a problem too with, as far as people trying to tell us that we have to have African descent. Like we have to be mixed with African. And my family Arawak, and we all look what you call melanated, but we are not African. And you know, that's the point that I was trying to, you know, so if you know about our tribal system too in the South, because we had the Mayas in Central, we had the Yinga, the Inca, which was in Peru.
And you also had the Spanish importing millions of African slaves to their Spanish colonies. You also had the Blanco and the Major La Raza, right?
Yeah, but we don't consider like the indigenous, like when we talk about the Yinga, they're not.
Let's start here. Have you done your genealogy?
Yeah, I've done my genealogy.
Okay, if you've done your genealogy, time out. If you've done your genealogy, how far back were you able to trace your maternal and paternal line?
Maybe like three generations back, as far as I went, 3, 4.
Give me an era. We talking 1800s, 1700s, what?
Probably like 1700s.
Okay, so you traced your mother and your father's side of the family back to the 1700s, and did you see any slaves?
No.
Okay. So did you see any Mayan, Aztec, or Inca, or what?
So most of the what we call Arawak and stuff, those are on the coast, and the Yinga was basically a main empire in Peru, but that's like more 14th century, 13th century, 12th century. So when their group broke up and splintered off, a lot of the different fragments of that empire moved to different parts of South America, as far as the North Coast, Colombia, you had the Muisca. So we have a lot of people, but in the time and the knowledge that they gave us, they told us that we all came there, we were slaves. For us being there black and being in South America, we came through slavery. And, you know, like having to do this genetic stuff and look and see, and, you know, the opposite is where we realized that we're all indigenous. But at a certain time, even the information that my grandparents had was like, oh, they came from Africa. And then my other grandparents are like, they're Arawak. So they're like,
Time out. I asked you if you did your genealogy. You said yes to the 1700s. I said, did you see any African slaves? You said no. I said, did you see any evidence of indigeneity? I'm not sure about your answer. But now you're saying that you do have oral tradition in your family of African slaves?
What I'm saying this, I did the family.
I asked you a very specific question. Did you just say that you have members of your family that claim you have African heritage? Yes or no?
I'm according to the basic education that they had without checking at their genealogy.
Stop being insecure. Did anybody in your family claim to have African heritage? Yes or no?
They never claimed to have African heritage. They claimed that we came.
Help me out, guys. Isn't that what he just said? Didn't he just say that there's one part of his family that claims African heritage? And I mean, I'm confused. And yes, guys, he said he traced it 3 generations, and now he's saying the 1700s. I mean, doing a lot of over-explaining. We know that the Dutch colonized Guyana, the British colonized Guyana. They shipped about 250,000 African slaves just to Guyana alone. But he claims he did his genealogy to the 1700s. No slave ancestry, but he's a richly melanated black person. Okay, we're just confused, sir. Go ahead. You have the floor.
So what I'm trying to explain to you is that the educational system, without us even coming to like how you are right now, sitting down doing all this stuff that we're doing now, it wasn't privy back then in the early 80s and stuff. So they went on the basic educational system saying that, oh,
I get it. Your family was miseducated, just like we've been miseducated.
Yes.
I got a lot of people backstage. I got a movie I'm about to go see. What is your point of calling in? Do you have a question?
my point is that we do have indigenous tribes down in the South.
Okay, so we're talking about our Black American indigeneity, and you're calling in to try to graph yourself to our discussion, talking about, hey, in Guyana, we have indigenous people too. Okay, I get it. You're not a part of this discussion. We're not talking about Guyana. Go do a live stream with your fellow South Americans, and you guys do the genealogy and the digging and learn about the paper genocide and the reclassification. Jesus. Next caller. Shit. Hey, Mike, you guys say you're indigenous. We're indigenous too. This is how I know. Da, 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 da. And we're not worried about you in Guyana, but you worried about us. Okay. Matter of fact, I think he said he's lived in the States for 35 plus years. And I'm sorry, caller, I just have short patience right now. What you're talking about isn't relevant to our discussion. Day-Day, where are you calling in from? What's on your mind? Where you calling in from, Day-Day?
I'm calling in from Atlanta.
All right. And you wouldn't happen to be descended from first, second, or third generation migrants, would you?
I don't even know. I'm gonna do the genealogy. I just was I don't know if you see my comment in the section or whatever or whatnot, but I'm gonna get straight to it because I see you just got short patience today. I lost my job because I said Africa is not the motherland at my job. It was in a discussion. It was on a religion discussion or whatnot. So I lost my job or whatnot. And the only reason why I lost my job is because I believe that I'm more educated about who we are. I need people like you around me because for me, the Africans scam, they do a lot of scamming, they do a lot of things. You know what I'm saying?
How did you lose your job?
I lost my job because it was a discussion going around about who African is. Are we really indigenous to this land, or are we really African?
What kind of field of employment was this?
This was at GXO warehouse. It was at a warehouse. We just sitting down.
So why are you at a warehouse job discussing Black Americans' ethnic origins?
Because the warehouse manager is African, the employees are African. They mixed in with.
You fucked up. You fucked up. The people who decide your fate at the workplace. Time out. The people who decide your fate at the workplace are Africans, and you decided to, at work, debate them on the origins of the motherland. I'm not surprised you lost your job. Read the room. If you had I'm not saying your boss was actually African, but if the owner of the company is African, and on the lunch break, in the break room at the water cooler, they talking about, yeah, all Black Americans come from Africa. Then guess what? Unfortunately, you got to bite your tongue and not say shit. Why? Because your job's on the line, feeding your families on the line. That's why I motivate Black Americans to be self-made, to start their own businesses, to be entrepreneurs. I've been an entrepreneur since 17 years old. I've never had a boss. I've never had a clock in like that. I've never had a 9-to-5 like that. So I can speak freely. I'm oh so free. So guys, use this as a case study. I have a lot of callers that call in and say the workplace is filled with Africans. And on Black History Month, they bring in their flags and doing this. And y'all be at work debating these Africans on your lunch break. Why? You're there to work. Get your check. Go home. The workplace ain't the place to be debating our ethnic origins. But go ahead. Unmute yourself, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't. What I was getting at is, I didn't start it. I was minding my business. I was one of the people that like kind of educated, so that's why I was brought in to the conversation. I understand everything that you're saying.
How were you brought in? You're chilling at work. Somebody's talking about something, and they bring you in. How?
I was really just verifying my pallets and counting the quantity of the pallets or whatever. I was on the computer. I was minding my business.
Okay, so you're on the computer. You count pallets, and somebody comes to you and says, "What
is Africa the motherland or not, or was we slaves?" It was a young chick. It was a girl.
And she was African?
No, she's actually American. She just be fucking the Africans at the job, to be frank.
Okay. So wait. You letting the fucking bunny hopper at work fucking on Africans bring you into a discussion about African origins and get you fired. Playboy, when that African fucking thought rocket came to you while you was doing your job, you should have told her, I'm working right now. You should have told her, my name is Bennett, I ain't in it. You gonna let some little slut fucking on Africans bring you into a discussion with Africans and get you fired because the manager's African, the staff are Africans, everybody around you is Africans? Stay on your pivot, player. Don't let no woman get you caught up like that.
Yeah, I accept that. I take that on the chin, but I do like what you're speaking on because I never believed we was from here, and I never believed that we was from Africa, and I have been speaking on that, and I have lost friends for the past decade about we're not from Africa. I believe that we're indigenous here, and this is stuff. Even when you were speaking on the Mexican stuff, I know about the conquistadors bringing them into Spain and running us out. I know about I believe some of our history, Black American history, is in South America, not Africa. I mean, it go on and on.
Also fill in the blanks for us. So the thought rocket at work asked you this question. You responded, no, I don't think Africa's the motherland. And how did that lead to your termination?
She went around getting reports and asking people was that uncomfortable, asking the people reference the Africans.
You got set up. You got set. I got to the bad, bro. So some little thought fucking on Africans came to you, interrupted you at work, asking if you think Africa's a motherland. You said no. She then went around with the clipboard talking to all the employees, talking about is that insensitive at the workplace, and it ended up getting you fired. Guess what? Yeah. Instead, you should have told her, I'm working. I'm not here to discuss that with you. And if she continued to press you, then you should have went to HR saying, hey, I'm working, counting my pallets, and this woman's trying to talk to me about Africa and stuff. I'm uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, and you know what? I should have did that, but me, it ain't really no but. It's just I'm one of them people that's like radical with it, like, and I want a lot of people to join, but it's not my choice.
Time out. If you was really radical, then this is how you be a radical. You don't discuss this with foreigners or compromised members of your community. Even if that woman was a native Black American herself, she is compromised. She is stigmatized by the men of the bush. She love her some bush meat. She's an agent. She's compromised.
Yeah, and when she got pissed off when I was speaking about Queen California, because she was like, how you know about the California and like who was Queen California? And I was like, it's a lot of stuff that I know that I just don't want to speak about, you know what I'm saying? And it's because I believe it's sensitive. That was week 1 when I first met her. And the second week she came with that, and then I got out of there. I only had been there for a month. And I had made a lot of people, I mean, aura is a strong thing if you believe in aura. Yeah. And before I even opened my mouth, before people even know what I knew and who I am, I was already getting like, disgruntled, like looks, people weren't like standoffish, people was closed off. Like I'm new at work and I'm asking the lead like what to do, and he not even telling me. He telling me in bits and pieces to really set me up, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I just know who I am, and like that's why I take it on the head. I hear everything that you saying because I'm really a comedian. I should just take off with the comic stuff. I got 12,000 followers on TikTok. I should just take off with that. But right now,
hell yeah, monetize that. Hell yeah. Hey, do whatever you got to do to feed yourself and keep the lights on, but in your spare time, work on your craft. This is the internet era. You can take that 12,000. If you already got 12,000 followers, and guess what? You can make it to 20,000. If you can make it to 20,000, guess what? You can make it to 50,000. If you can make it to 50,000, guess what? You can make it to 100,000 followers on TikTok. And once you get there, you can monetize that.
Yeah, you're right. I just been lifing, man.
The reason why y'all hear me saying what y'all wish you could say but could never say publicly, the reason why y'all hear me talking like this on the internet is because I'm self-made. I cut my own checks. If I worked a job, I would have been got called into HR. Mike, we got 1,000 phone calls last night and voicemails from people with thick African accents saying that you're disparaging the African community. Mike, this is a bad look on the company. We have to let you go. That will never happen to me because I am a self-made entrepreneur, just like all of our ancestors were. And we need to get back to that. It's the digital age. There ain't no reason you should be working for another man. Let's talk about it.
Okay, and the last thing I'm gonna say, man, is the thing that you doing, the thing like how you feel like, okay, it's not okay. How I'm on your live and how everybody, all these ladies and gentlemen on your live. I have a thing about it's not my job to wake up everybody. It's just my job to just put it out there with the people that are listening, that are people that are coexist and stuff like that. Like that's one of the reasons why I got into that problem at that job. Because I'm thinking like I should be the one out here just waking up everybody. But in a sense, people not gonna wake up unless they gonna wake up. Some people are too far gone, some people too stuck in their ways. But if I could wake up, if I could talk to 100 motherfuckers, and I don't mean to cuss, but if I could talk to 100 people and I can only grasp 2 to 3, then I did my job in reference to waking up the people that I need to wake up. Because everybody's not gonna wake up to this. But I take that like a badge of honor and I put it on my shield. Like it's a lot of stuff like in Atlanta alone is mounds, ancient structures, free energy structures that was here way before that didn't nobody build. You know what I'm saying? I say that the white tea people didn't build. You know what I'm saying? We been here building everything. And the thing what really struck them was I know about the First World War, was 1493 to 1776. I know about the First World War, where 7 countries attacked us 200 years simultaneously.
Whoa. If you know all this, then make content around it, build a following, make a website, offer a product, offer a service, and now you're your own boss. Most of the members in our community don't have the knowledge that you have. Entrepreneurship is about solving a problem or providing a service. Do you know why I do so well financially? Do you know why I'm so financially free? Because I solved the biggest problem in our community, and that's genealogy research. I have a monopoly on Black Indigenous genealogy research. Why do I have a monopoly? Because there's no Black American in the US of A that has tribal citizenship that is providing products and services to teach their fellow Black Americans how to trace their heritage and get tribal citizenship as well, if that's something they're into. Are there Black Americans with tribal citizenship? Yes. Are they providing services or products for our community? No. Are there genealogists out there providing services and products for our community? Yes. Do they have tribal citizenship? No. I have a monopoly. This is the blue ocean strategy. Look it up, read the book. So you need to find your niche, and an easy niche for you to be a part of is this Black Indigenous one. We need more people like you.
Yes, sir. You're right. And I'm gonna take that. I'm definitely gonna do your genealogy research and really
it's so easy. Book a session with me, learn how to do your genealogy, trace your family's heritage, then create content around that. And when Black Americans are online wondering about tracing their family heritage, they don't have just Mike to go to. They also got you as an option.
Yeah, I like that, man. I really like that. I'm definitely gonna look into that. And Mike, I appreciate you really waking me up, man. to you. You said something. Damn, I'm gonna remember. I'm probably gonna look at. I try to post some highlights to this live. Because you said something earlier. Because I've been watching for about like a good 30
Time. For everybody watching on TikTok, all of my live streams on TikTok are also on YouTube. Go to YouTube. The name of the channel is Mike TV. All you got to do is go to my YouTube channel, Mike TV. We are live on YouTube right now. For any of you guys who came to this broadcast late, you're like, damn, Mike, how do I catch what was said earlier? I missed it. Go to Mike TV. I pop right on up. We got 3 different live streams going on right now. 2 on YouTube, 1 on TikTok. All of my live stream replays are on YouTube for you guys to watch. I've got an archive of content just waiting for you to binge on YouTube. So go to Mike TV if you want to catch up. But go ahead, brother. You said earlier, I said something that resonated with you?
Yeah, you said something that resonated, that just really touched me with the Caribbeans. And damn, I can't remember what you said, but I just correlate this. Is it a reason why? Oh no, you was talking about the empires. Buddy was talking about the empires, and right now I'm studying the Empire of Haiti, Hayti, not Haiti, the Haiti that we know.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, as I'm studying it, it's crazy that you said something about it, and I feel like a lot of us need to study that empire, that particular. You know what? I just had an epiphany. I'm gonna do everything you said, man. Like I can't even say. I'm just gonna do everything you said. Like for real. Nice to meet you. I'll be joining your lives a lot. Like I said, I do got a lot of followers. I'll be coming to you for advice, and I'm gonna book a session with you. And brother, just stay up, man. Keep enlightening people. Like it's gonna be people like me, but keep enlightening the other people that's waking up, because we need more people to wake up, man. And yeah, man, I enjoy talking to you, man. Like I appreciate you waking me up, though, for sure.
No, that's what it's all about. Each one teach one. And before you get out of here, I see some people in the TikTok chat wondering how to book a consultation with me. Just go to my website, nativebblackancestry.com. Scroll down. I've got several testimonials from recent clients, so you can see what other people are talking about. And you can access my calendar, pick a day and time that works for you. I got 3 different types of consultations. You can get a basic consultation. You can get a basic consultation that's recorded, so you don't have to take notes. So I'll send you a copy of the recording. Or you can get a consultation with an additional history lesson where I teach you historical context on Black Americans' indigenous roots. So yeah, if anybody wants a book, just go to nativebblackancestry.com. And when you check out, use the TikTok code, or excuse me, use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase, and that's going to hook you guys up with a 20% discount.
And another thing, brother, is please stay like vigilant, because when you said, well, a lot of people don't do a lot of things, you know, they killed a lot of our leaders, regardless if they was going to be on their payroll, regardless if they was going to do what the white man say. As soon as the leaders start really figuring out what was going on, I don't want to say the leader name, but because there's a lot of people that's sensitive about how I feel about some of the leaders that the government appointed. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to offend nobody, but they killed a lot of our leaders that has the I just say the balls like you to do what you're doing. And the people, the government do not like people like you, because they don't want us to wake up and know who we are. So I want you to just stay vigilant, because the reason why I have 12,000 followers on TikTok, but as soon as I hit the 12,000 mark, it's like I hit I've been at a standstill, a stagnant. It's because I posted something on TikTok, and ever since I posted that, they took 3 of my videos down, and they took the audio off some of my videos. So I stopped posting in reference to what you do. You know what I'm saying? And I did it on Instagram, and it happened on Instagram, it happened on Facebook. It was just a domino effect. So that's why I say people don't think people are watching people like you and people that's kind of woke, but it's actually like a cyber gang watching you.
Oh yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? And people are watching you. So just
don't get it twisted, guys. I am doing this to drive traffic to my services so that I can build a national organization that lobbies Congress for a congressional hearing on the racial reclassification of our ancestors. If I actually come even close to accomplishing that goal, guess what? They're going to take me up out of here.
Yeah, they're going to,
Hey, it's okay. I've made my peace. I'm most likely not going to live to the age 45. I get it. Now you guys know why I do 5, 6, 10, 12-hour live streams, why I do genealogy 9 hours a day. For the same reason why somebody like Tupac Shakur was up in the studio 24/7. Because when you're anointed, you're anointed. When you have the vision, you have the vision. When you know they're going to come for you, you do what you have to do to create your dead man switch. So no matter what happens to you personally, the message lives. That's what it's
Yeah.
all about. It's not
The
about
energy
me. It's
never
about the
die.
message.
Yeah, energy never die
And
anyway.
and energy never die. They're just gonna take me off this realm to the ancestral one.
Exactly.
And guess what? I'm gonna be in the ancestral realm, fucking them up too.
Exactly. So and people don't know that. Like that's why I tell people do not know that. Like when you I don't want to say my experience, but how I know that I'm not afraid to die is because it's just a lot. Like when I was, it's a lot you see.
I know they're coming for me. I'm ready. Last month I was having my weekly 2-hour massage. Somebody called me.
2-hour massage is crazy.
Every week I got to get a 2-hour. I sit in this fucking chair for 12 hours a day. Yeah, I need a 2-hour massage every week. I sit in this chair 12 hours a day and then I sleep on the floor for 3 hours. Why don't I sleep in the bed? Because if I sleep in the bed, I won't wake up when that timer goes off at 4 a.m. If I sleep in the bed, I'm gonna stay in the blankets. My reptile brain, my subconscious is gonna keep me asleep and comfortable. So I sleep on the floor. So when that alarm goes off, I get my ass up and it's ready to go. But check this out, y'all. A couple months ago, I was having my weekly 2-hour massage. Somebody called me. They said, Mike, what is going on? The police are surrounded outside your house. You know what I thought immediately? Oh, damn. It's my time. And guess what? I was at peace with it because I already have the procedures in place to make sure the mission lives, to make sure the message survives. But guess what? It actually happened. I finished my massage. Of course, I wasn't relaxing during the rest of the hour massage. I was like, damn, hey, I'm getting my back worked on. And I'm like, okay, hey, you prepared for this moment. Hey, you gonna catch the Uber, go to the house. They probably got some trumped up charges and they're gonna rendition you. Okay, it is what it's gonna be. But you know what? I went there and I faced it. I get out the Uber. There's 4 sheriffs outside the house. I walk up to them. I say, what's going on? They say, sir, the alarm to your house was triggered. They're there because there was a false alarm. The sensor on my front door triggered the alarm. I thought they was ready to come rendition a nigga. I thought it was my time to go. And I was ready and accepting because I put in the work to make sure the mission never dies. The message never dies. They took out Martin. They took out Malcolm. Did the message die?
Nah.
Did Martin and Malcolm put in enough work while they were alive to where the message will never die, to where they got new interviews on TV and books they wrote and essays and speeches? You do the work that you need to do so that no matter what happens to you, no matter what weapons form against you, the message lives for your people. That's it. That's all.
And they should have got rid of them earlier, because once Malcolm started realizing what was going on, and once Martin started realizing what was going on, that's when they killed them. You know what I'm saying? Once they was finna meet in the middle. You know what I mean? They was gonna meet in the middle. But I know a lot about that. But you're right, man. You're right. And the message that's getting out there now, the more and more you wake up people, the more and more you're gonna have cybersecurity, the more and more you're gonna have false alarms like that. But like, you're a vigilante, man. We need leaders like you that's not afraid. All the leaders that I know, a lot of people that know a lot of things, but they're afraid about the outcome. Me, I'm not afraid of the outcome.
Yeah, you can't be
I
afraid.
just need
of
a
the
little bit
outcome.
more information, man. Just a little bit more information. I'm gonna stick my head out there.
Yeah, you can't be afraid of the outcome. You just got to put in the work. Hey, guys, I'm about to catch an Uber to go watch Predator Badlands IMAX 3D. I can die in a car crash today. And guess what? I've got the infrastructure and the back end set up to where videos are still going to be published on YouTube and TikTok for the next 6 years. That's what you have to do when you're walking a path like this. It's called a dead man switch. I have people across the country with a terabyte hard drive with all the content I've ever made so that no matter what happens to me, the message still gets out. That's what you got to do. That's how you can move like I move without fear. Because not only are the ancestors got me, I mean, I'm protected like a motherfucker, but even if somebody takes you up out of here, if you put in the work, they can't stop the mission. You can kill a man, but you can't kill a mission.
Hell nah, you can't. And I'm gonna get up out because I feel like I could talk to you a long time. But I'm gonna say this to you, and I'm gonna say this to everybody that's listening. Guys, y'all gotta realize how we get closer to who we need to be. It's little stuff like eating meat, cotton shirts, our clothing. Everybody think cotton is indigenous. Cotton is a fake plant. Our clothing stop us from being who we are. Our food stop us from being who we are. The water they stop from being the water that we eat and cook with stop us from being who we are. The air, it's a lot of things that stop us from being who we are because it's the metal, lead, all that goes into our thinking brain fog, headphones, Bluetooth, charging your phone at night. All that is caused by brain fog and it get us away from who we are. The more and more we decrease of eating meat, getting away from this worldly stuff, unity is really what we need is unity. And that's what they've done since day one, since the Inky and Leo times. I can get into that too. They broke us away from being unified. But unity, getting away from meat, getting away from cotton, and just coming together and knowing we're still in the time of information and just look, think outside the box. Just think outside the box. That's all I can say. Mike, I love you. I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm gonna really finna look. I'm finna get on your website right now. Like I'm a hell of a procrastinator. So I'm gonna get on your website right now so I can go ahead and do that. I'm gonna book one in. I'm Day. I'm Day as my TikTok, but you can still see I'm Day. And
hold on. I got to wrap up this broadcast as well, but I got some people on YouTube that wanted you to go more in depth on the whole First World War. I know what you're talking about with the First World War. A lot of people don't know. So this is what I want you to do. I'm going to challenge you. Today, you're going to sit down, get help from ChatGPT if you need to. You can use ChatGPT to create a script. Just plug in the information.
Is it accurate? Is ChatGPT something I can really trust? That's all. I don't mean to cut you off.
It's not about trust. It's a tool, and you have to know how to use any tool appropriately. It's not about trusting it. It's about using it as a tool. It's about sitting down and saying, "Hey, ChatGPT, watch this. I'll give you a perfect example. Here's what you do. Watch this." And actually, we're not going to use a voice. We're going to use this. "Hey, ChatGPT, I want to create a 3-minute long TikTok video about what I believe is the first true world war, which is when several different European nations came to invade the Americas. Can you help me with a brief outline of a script that I can use for that video? My audience are Native Black Americans." Hit enter. Perfect. That's a powerful topic that fits your style and audience perfectly. Here's a 3-minute TikTok video outline and script tailored for Native Black American viewers. Hook. Most people think the First World War started in 1914, but what if I told you the real First World War began the moment Europe set foot in the Americas? Spain, France, England, Portugal, all fighting over our land, our people, and our gold. And then it's telling you should cut to the map, zooming in on the Americas, then overlay it with flags of these European nations. They didn't just fight each other, they united to erase the original nations, the copper-colored, dark-skinned indigenous people that were already here. Then here's part 1. Think about it. The Spanish invaded from the south and the west. The French pushed in from Canada and the Gulf. The English stormed the East Coast. Even the Dutch and the Portuguese had their share. These weren't separate conquests. It was a global race to control one continent. Different languages, same mission. Destroy the indigenous empires that had already built civilizations, cities, and trade networks across the America. Part 2, the hidden alliances. Here's what they won't teach you. These powers didn't just fight natives, they fought each other on native land. The 7 Years' War, that was really about who would control the Americas. Spain fought England, France fought Britain, tribes got caught in the middle, but the real war was global. It stretched from Florida to the Caribbean, Africa, and even the Pacific. Millions of our ancestors were enslaved, reclassified, or wiped from history in this global free-for-all. Part 3, why it matters. The age of discovery was the age of invasion. European wars didn't just start in 1914. They started the day they came for the Americas. This was the first time every major empire joined in a single race for global domination, and it began with us. Our ancestors were the first to face the combined armies of Europe, and they survived through paper genocide, enslavement, and erasure, but the bloodlines of those first warriors still live in us. That's what I talk about. Use it as a tool. Now, you can take that script, you can tweak it, you can tell it to change it a bit, and you can make you a 3-minute video today. Let everybody know right now what the name of your TikTok is. I'll shout it out. And that's how we use the tool to our advantage.
Oh yeah, because the part 2 is all about Louisiana Purchase and the top 10 most wanted Indians. I say Indians with a quote because they was us. But yeah,
Wait,
part 2.
stop. I got to get up out of here. What's the name of your TikTok?
Shit, Day Day. I need to be a little bit more professional.
No,
but
wait,
shit,
stop. It's called what?
Shit, Day Day.
Did Day Day what?
Shit, Day Day. SHI DDIMDAYDAEDAE.
Wait, hold up. Shid. So SHID, and then what else?
Let me put it. Shit.
Oh no,
Day Day.
I found it. It's right here.
Yeah,
Shit. Hey, and in the future, maybe you want to make an easier username if you're now going to get into content creation, right? Guys, here's his TikTok for everybody on YouTube. Y'all go to his TikTok. Y'all follow him because at some point today, he's going to publish a video about the First World War. So go check him out.
Thank you. And I'm off today too. So yeah, you put me on the spot.
And you off today. Come on, let's talk about it. All right, everybody. Hey, I gotta go catch. I'm about to go watch Predator: Badlands IMAX 3D. I gotta roll up a joint beforehand. So go ahead, leave us with some closing remarks. Then I gotta pack this cone and get up out of here.
All right. Hey, me too. I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, y'all go follow me. I'm definitely gonna do what he said. He put me on the spot, so I'm definitely gonna do what he said. Y'all follow me. I'm definitely gonna go live around. I'm gonna say 8 o'clock because I didn't know it was 5:30. So 8 o'clock, I'm gonna go live and I'm gonna do my thing. So y'all look out for me, follow me, and y'all keep on keeping y'all keep y'all head open, man. Just keep y'all head open. Stay outside the box, man. Think outside the box, y'all.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about. Thanks for calling in, brother. Till next time.
Okay.
Peace. And for anybody that needs the spelling of his channel, it's SHIDDIMDAEDAE. Shid. I'm Day Day. And for anybody on TikTok that's like, Mike, I thank you for spelling it, but I didn't catch all that. Go to YouTube. You can watch the replay of this live and you can pull it all up. But what I'm about to do is get caught up with the chat, play some music, pack this cone, because I got a movie to go see. Okay. Now, I don't partake in a lot of recreation, but I'm a big fan of the Predator franchise. I'm excited for this one. Not a lot of movies get me out to the IMAX. Last movie I seen in IMAX was Sinners. I saw that 2 days in a row. Of course, I didn't like how they threw in that West African shit, but hey, it's a mainstream Hollywood movie. They still gonna come with some fuck shit. You already know how they get down. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, while I wind down, while I pack this cone and listen to some music, I want you guys to let me know what was something that you learned. What was a sensational moment? What do you guys think about that Greek migrant boy trying to call? I mean, we had 2 or 3 Africans calling in. I mean, let me know what y'all think. Well, I get some music going, and what do I even want to listen to, y'all? What do I want to listen to? Let me see. I know what I want to listen to. Here we go. Let's go, y'all. Thank you for showing up and showing out, as always.
Christmas came early.
Hey, this little Drizzy rapping Creek. My brother Capo from the way from the street. Wanna fuck with me, but baby, I'm discreet. Hey, thinking about this pill I took, pillow talking, Shorty Brinson, Dylan Brooks. Can't believe this nigga talking down. My bank account is Magnolia Millie rocking. Hey, widows in my comments talking about some Millie Bobby. Look, bring them jokes up to the game, we get to really flopping. I send a finger to your mama and some FedEx boxes. Open up, that shit is jaw dropping, really shocking. Hey, I ain't pretty Flocko, bitch, this shit get really rocky. Hey, damn, what? Dirty how I did them in a way. Say, she acting Hollywood, this ain't LA. No way, she a pretty little lie like she shake, but that's bae. Long as she don't lie to me, then it's okay. It's just another late night with my bitch. Ay. Just another late night with my bitch. And I hate to even call her as my bitch. Cause I love that hoe, don't even make no sense. Just another late night with my dog. Just another late night with my bitch. And we riding around trying to make sense. Or whatever comes first comes next.
Slip out on proudly now from the 6. My dog, you lucky ignorant from the brick.
Hey, y'all, TikTok is weird. It don't let me French kiss on Mary Jane on camera, so I'm gonna have to block my camera a little bit so that I can have a smoke. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Y'all let me know what was something you learned new today.
Thinking about this star club, really walk. Let her fucking want my ops to see who really poppin'. Demolition gang pop out, yeah, we get it knockin'. Boost a white bitch up and now she thinks she really poppin'. But my bitch new body, sadly, I got demo white. My bitch know it's us without opening either her eyelids. This bitch so pure, don't even fucking tryna raise our mileage. You take G6 knowing you'll never take one with polish.
Damn. Saturn says when Mike said to the bi-ethnic he wasn't us, that was funny. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one.
I let her go, she fine as hell, but baby wasn't stylish. She had big tits like Billie Eilish, but she couldn't sing. We catch the ops, don't want no apologies, just kiss the ring. Yeah, ring. Yeah, ring. I support the ops before I support Steven Green. We up in targets with 20 bitches, just me and my team.
It's just another late night with my bitch. Just another late night with my bitch. And I hate to even call her as my bitch. Cause I love that hoe, don't even make no sense.
All right. And that's all I got for you, y'all. I got to get up out of here. Thank you to everybody for showing up, showing out. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. And I'm sure you will be seeing me sooner than later. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. I'll be back, y'all. Don't worry. Don't worry.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them in. This shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Oh, shit. Hey, that's like the best comment of the night. Come on.
Because it has to be 80 degrees to create a hurricane. We will float over as we reach our nirvana. Take it so pure, lift up the ground. I know you will.
I chose not to be a slave. Drop the wave runners, now we run away. Like we ain't had all the hood rats and mud rats. Like you ain't had them with good stats and nothing. Nobody gon' ruin me. I just call my wife up, let's get Hoover free. I put all my ice up in my Louis V. I just caught my mama crib, I'm back over east. See this in 3D. All lights out for me. All lights out for me. Lightning strikes the beach. 80 degrees. Warm it up for me.
Sins over the deep end. Sipping to my stomach hurt this month. I done lost 3 friends. Early morning brainstorming. Normally I can't sleep in. Sometimes I just wanna restart it, but it all depends. If I'ma be that same young Logan from West End, but my heart is wrongs and the crazy part ain't got no pen. Maybach interior came with sheepskin. Still remember when I just had 3 bands. Now I'm the one everyone call on cause I got deep hands. Flo told me the way to beat the game is on the defense and never face my.
Hey, shout out to Dazzle. Dazzle says, it's so many haters of us out there. Guys, give me some feedback. Am I not a righteous defender of our community? Aren't I like on the front lines of all the haterism, just blocking all the shots and hitting the matrix bullet time and shit. I mean, guys, there's so much hate out there, and I catch it all, absorb it, and redirect it right to they dumbasses with facts, evidence, sources, receipts. I mean, guys, if there's anybody to take the shots, if there's anybody, I guess it's gonna have to be me.
My name that they might call me, but they gon' respect it. And I feel like you better off trying to call. I might not get the message. And she just tried to run off with my heart, but I blocked off the X. Yeah.
I know you all. I know you all. I know you all. I know you all. I know that you look over us. So we silently rain down the rain.
Hey, Empress refers to me as chief. Is that not what it means to be a chief? A chief isn't somebody that gets up and tries to make themselves a chief. A chief is someone who's elected as such by the people, by the community. The chief is the one that acts as the representative of the tribe, goes and deals with them pilgrims, goes and negotiates the treaties, lets you know when it's time for war, when it's time for peace. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it.
I was up for self. I was up for sale, but I couldn't tell. God made it rain, the devil made it hell. Dropped out of school, but I'm the one at Yale. Made the best tracks, it still went off the rail. Had to go down, down, down. This a new town, town, town. This a new 10, 10, 10. I'm going in. Here I go on a new trip. Here I go acting too lit. Here I go acting too rich. Here I go with a new chick. And I know what the truth is. Still playing after 2 kids. It's a lot to digest. When your life always moving, architecture digest. But I need a home improvement. $60 million home. Never went home to it. Genius gone clueless. It's a whole lot to risk. Alcohol anonymous. Who's the busiest loser? Heated by the rumors. Read into it too much. Fiending for some true love. Ask him, what do you love? Hard to find what the truth is, but the truth was that the truth sucked. Always in the do stuff, but this time it was too much. Everybody so judgmental. Everybody so judgmental. Everybody hurts, but I'm no judgmental. It was all so simple. I see you in 3D. The dawn is bright for me. No more dark for me. I know you're watching me. 80 degrees, burning up the leaves. Finally I breathe. Finally I breathe. As I go out to sea, I can walk on your
Hold on, y'all. Call me petty. I gotta play a different song. Because I swear with these Africans, I just heard so many Africans on my line crying tonight. I just heard so many Africans on my line calling in crying. They're upset. We're delineating. They don't know what to do. The Africans call in, right? The Africans call in and they say, I've been trying to make you love me. But everything I try takes you further from me. I mean, you Africans just have the biggest identity crisis in the world. You trying to get so close to a community that wants nothing to do with you.
Someday I wanna wear a star. Someday, I wanna lay down like God did on Sunday. Someday, I remember things on Sunday. That way, yeah, way, that day. Someday, I wanna tell everybody, someday, I wanna hit the red dot and everybody, someday, I've been trying.
And it's the African singing to us right now.
To make you love me, but everything I try just takes you further from me. Someday we gon' set it off. Someday we gon' get this off. Baby, don't you bet it all on a path of fentanyl. You might think they wrote you off. They gon' have to wrote me off. Someday the drama be gone and they'll play this song. Sometimes I take all the shine, talk like I drank all the wine. Years ahead, but way behind. I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No half truths, just naked minds. Caught between space and time. This now is good and mine, but maybe someday. I've been trying to make you love me, but everything I try just takes you further from me.
Whoa, once again I am a child. I let go of everything that I know. Yeah, of everything that I know. Yeah. I feel kind of free. We're still the kids we used to be. Yeah, yeah. I put my hand on a stove to see if I still bleed. Yeah, and nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. We're still the kids we used to be. Yeah, yeah. I put my hand on a stove to see if I still breathe. Yeah, and nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. We're still the kids we used to be. To see if I still bleed. Yeah, and nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. We're still the kids we used to be. Yeah, yeah. I put my hand on a stove to see if I still bleed. Yeah, and nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. They don't want us to be who we're supposed to be, but we are who we are, and that's the way that it's going to be.
God damn it, I gotta run that back. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that exactly what we're dealing with? They don't want us to be who we supposed to be. And that's why y'all spend all day and all night calling into me, trying to convince us that secretly our ancestors came from another country? I'm sorry, guys. It's within our culture to rhyme. So you know, I didn't even try to rhyme that shit right there. I mean, just think about it, y'all. That's why the Europeans call in, the Africans call in, everybody call. They don't want us to be who we're supposed to be, but we are who we are, and that's the way that is going to be. Period.
They don't want us to be who we're supposed to be, but we are who we are, and that's the way that it's going to be. They don't want you seeking for the truth, and it's hard to find it hidden right in front of you.
Oh, that's a bar. Wait a minute. Hey, we ain't even heard Lauryn Hill's part yet. Wait till Lauryn Hill gets on the track. He said, what? They don't want you searching for the truth, and it's hard to find it when it's hidden right in front of you. God damn if that ain't a bar. God damn if that ain't prophetic. Truth hiding right in front of us. Where do we come from? Right here. Shit, I gotta run that back, y'all. I'm sorry. I gotta run that back. Shout out to the late great Bob Marley. This is what Bob Marley's great grandson right here. This is YG Marley, Lauryn Hill's son.
They don't want us to be who we're supposed to be, but we are who we are, and that's the way that it's going to be. They don't want you seeking for the truth, and it's hard to find it hidden right in front of you. And they're showing us to fight through every struggle. Never ever let them put you in the bubble. And the brimstone we rain from our fire. Tell me if that is what you desire. Control. They want control of me, and they want control over me. We'll keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us down, but we'll keep on surviving. It goes to the ground. We'll keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us down.
That same bullet killed a Mumba. That same bullet stole Fred Hampton's thunder. That same bullet put Sam Cooke 6 feet under. That same bullet took Medgar Evers out. Bobby, another Kennedy. Split the nation of Islam up for the enemies. That same bullet traumatized would-be men. Turned would-be revolutionaries into Barbie and Ken. That saw Peter and Ahita. We lost so many leaders. Many niggas turned automatons. Afraid to get shot down like Malcolm X in the Autobahn. That same bullet took so much young black potential just because they're black. They're perceived as a threat. And containing that power in a premature death. Some just walk down the street. Some for resisting arrest. Some at home in their bed. Some just for taking a breath. Or for daring a dream. Or for having success. This construct is tricky. It was made for a few. If you don't hold your peace, they'll come after you too. That same bullet is for population control. And we'll all have to face that dark night of the soul. You can walk with your soul. If you haven't been told, you're gonna have to have faith. It's calculated and cold. That same bullet tries to control the appeal of men like Huey Newton and his man Bobby Seale. That same bullet even shot at Bob Marley for preaching one love as a single authority. And that bullet doesn't have to be literal. They'll try to take a man down just for being political. Assassinate character with the click of their thumbs like a gun to make the people go deaf, blind, and dumb. So overcome to be content with the crumbs. I keep reminding my sons that's how business gets done. And reminding my daughters to watch for verbal assassins. Should they decide not to cash and they like puppets, they control the strings, levers, and pulleys. And if seduction don't work, then they'll be back to bullying.
Control. They want control of me, and they want control over me. Control. They want control of me, and they want control over me.
early in this morning, as I open up my eyes, something just feels right. 'Cause I can see the dawning. It's not so far away. And all my life I've been waiting for a day like today.
So I'll live like it's the last time for a long time at the wrong time. When's the right time? Is it my time? And if I'm dreaming, then please don't wake me up. Oh, last time I seen the sun, I was free and on the run. My sins and all I've done, Lord forgive me one more time. Last time I seen the sun, I was free and on the run. My sins and all I've done, Lord forgive me. And let me see the dawning. Yeah, it's not so far away. All my life I've been waiting for a day like today. So I live like it's the last time for a long time at the wrong time. When the right time isn't my time. My time. My time. Yeah. And if I'm dreaming, then please, don't wake me
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all I have for you this evening. Thank you for showing up and showing out. I will see you next time. Peace.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them in. This shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Because this is going to educate so many people. We're hearing in the news about the Creek Freedman court case, the movie Sarah Rector movie, Sarah's Oil just came out. There's no way that I can give a simple short answer. So let me just stretch my wrist real quick. Let me just crack my knuckles. I'm about to break it all. Now, guys, what I'm about to break down is actually part of a presentation that I give during the one-on-one genealogy consultations I provide. So consider this just some free game, right? But in order for me to properly break this down, I got to bring up an online whiteboard. So give me just a moment.
Okay.
Check this out. I'm gonna break it all the way down. I said earlier, I'm your resident expert, right? Some people are new to my broadcast. They're like, you what? How are you an expert? I'm going to demonstrate my expertise right now, live and direct. Check this shit out. Check this out. We got to switch the screen a little bit on TikTok so you guys can see the whiteboard better. And away we go. All right, so first and foremost, you got to understand, when we talk about freedmen, there's two different types of freedmen. You got freedmen of U.S. territory, And pardon the chicken scratch. You know, you guys try drawing with a mouse on an online whiteboard. It's pretty challenging. You got freedmen of U.S. territory, and you got freedmen of tribal territory. Now, what's the difference between tribal territory and U.S. territory? Geographically, not much. We might be in Louisiana. Some of the acreage is owned by a local indigenous tribe, so that's tribal territory. The rest of the land is owned by the U.S. government, so that's U.S. territory, right? Well, let's start by covering some of the similarities between the freedmen of U.S. territory and the freedmen of tribal territory. First similarity. In U.S. territory, you did have some folks that were enslaved, and then they were freed, hence the term freedman. Pretty self-explanatory. Nothing wrong with that, right? Same thing in tribal territory. You had some folks that were enslaved, and when they got freed, they're regarded as freedmen. But here's the thing that most people don't realize. In U.S. territory, there were also people that were never enslaved, and they still got reclassified as a freedman. How does that work? Here's a good example. A couple months ago, an older lady, she hired me to trace her family's heritage. When I presented the results to her, I showed her a document where her grandfather had a labor contract negotiated in Louisiana through the Freedmen's Bureau. So this lady says to me, "Oh, Mike, my ancestor was a freedman, so he was a slave." Well, I then show her more documentation where her same ancestor is listed in the 1840 Louisiana census as a free person of color. Not only that, her ancestor owned plantations. Not only that, her ancestor owned slaves. But wait, there's more. I found the actual purchase agreement where her ancestor was buying slaves to grant them their freedom. It's called manumission. He would write in the contract, "When this transaction is concluded, so-and-so is free and has the full protection of my family." But this lady would assume that her ancestor was enslaved at some point because of this freedman classification. See how that works? Now, you also have free Black Indians, free people of color in tribal territory who are never enslaved, but when it came time to sign up on the Dawes Roll, they get racially reclassified as a freedman. What is the Dawes Roll, some of you are asking? Some people who've heard of the Dawes Roll think it's just like the Indians keeping count of their tribal members or something. No, much more nefarious than that. The Dawes Roll is named after Henry Dawes. Who is Henry Dawes? A Massachusetts senator. They sent a white boy from Massachusetts out to Oklahoma to pick and choose who's an Indian and who's not an Indian anymore. They created a Dawes Commission. They had white federal agents go interrogate our ancestors in their homes. Where are your people from? Do you speak the language? How long have you lived in the territory? And guess what? If they didn't like an answer to one of their questions, or if they didn't like the way they looked, then their Dawes Roll application got rejected, and they get absorbed into a Negro, colored, or mulatto category. And if they were lucky enough to get placed on the Dawes Roll, well, if they failed the brown paper bag test, if they were too dark-skinned, they got racially reclassified as a freedman. Now check this out. What incentive does the European-ran Dawes Commission have in racially reclassifying indigenous people as freedmen, even though they weren't slaves? Check this out. When we talk about Indian removal 1830s, I told you guys earlier, it was half-breed Scottish sellouts who were signing these treaties. And when the tribes go west of the Mississippi to Arkansas, Oklahoma, they're going there thinking it's now Indian territory. They're going there because they now have a treaty with the U.S. government that says, go west of the Mississippi. You can have these hundreds of thousands of acres. We will not fuck with you. You will not have a single white settler step foot on your land. You're going to give us all your rich land in the Southeast, the finest agricultural land in the world. You're going to give it up in the Southeast, go to Oklahoma and Arkansas, and we ain't going to mess with you no more. That was the agreement. That was the treaty. But guess what? A couple decades later, some Europeans sneak over to Indian territory. They go report back to Uncle Sam and say, Uncle Sam, have you lost your damn mind? You don't realize that that land we gave them Indian folks to relocate to is rich with oil. So what does Uncle Sam do? They create something called the Curtis Act, which dissolves tribal governments. Hey, tribes, you ain't running yourself no more. We run you, the federal government, that is. After the Curtis Act, they come up with the Dawes Rule, the Dawes Commission, where these European agents come out to Oklahoma and pick and choose who's an Indian and who's not an Indian no more. So many of you guys have heard of the term $5 Indian, and you've probably asked yourself, how were these European settlers able to pay $5 to get placed on the Dawes Roll fraudulently? Because their European buddies were in charge of the Dawes Roll. That's how. Let's talk about it. Now, here's a difference between the freedmen of U.S. territory and the freedmen of tribal territory. The freedmen of U.S. territory were promised 40 acres and a mule. They never got it. The freedmen of tribal territory were owed 160-acre land allotments per person. Instead, they got shorted and they received 40 acres per person. So I guess you can say one group of freedmen got their 40 acres, the other did not, metaphorically speaking. Now, this is where the story of Sarah Rector comes into play. Look up Sarah Rector. They don't even really say nothing about her being a Creek Indian. Remember, I'm a Creek Indian. That's my tribe. She was a member of my tribe. They don't really say nothing about that. They call her the youngest, richest colored girl in the world in the early 1900s. Well, how did her family get all that wealth? Because they descend from Creek Indians who, because the color of their skin was too dark, were racially reclassified as freedmen. So instead of getting 160 acres, they got 40 acres, but they still got lucky because their 40 acres had oil beneath it. But I don't really know if it was a blessing or a curse. And then I don't really know if the movie actually gets into this in detail. I know they're going to talk about the conflict. I know they're going to talk about the conflict a little bit, but they're going to whitewash it. They're going to sugarcoat it because check this shit out. Check this out. When I researched Sarah Rector, I found out when the land that she inherited had oil beneath, she was assigned a white guardian. When I heard that she had a white guardian, I said, what? She was an orphan? I know she didn't have a mama and a daddy.
She had parents, and they still did it.
Exactly.
Still did it. And imagine how many other wealthy Black American Indians they assigned guardians to when their families were still alive and well.
No. Hold on. I'm gonna place you on mute. I'm gonna keep cooking, but I thank you for interjecting with that. She said, I wonder how many. Every single one. Every single Black Indian who already got disenfranchised by being racially reclassified as freedmen, by getting only 40 acres instead of 160 acres. Well, if their land had oil, the local government said that they were unfit to manage such wealth, so they were all signed white custodians, white guardians. Sarah Rector had a mother and a father, a whole nuclear family, but they still assigned some white boy to manage her financial affairs. She had grown men camping on her front door trying to marry her at 12 years old to get her oil money on some Tears of the Flower Moon Osage Clan type shit, but we wasn't going for it. The Klan tried to terrorize her off the land, come through with miniguns and shit. They're going to show a little bit of that in the movie, but I'm sure they're going to water it down a bit. But guys, when you look up Sarah Rector, you hear about the youngest, richest Black girl in the world, but they don't lead with she's a Black American Indian. When you hear about Tulsa, Black Wall Street, Tulsa Massacre, Greensboro, they tell you this is a Black town. Where's this Black town? In Indian territory. How did all these Black folks get all this land in Indian territory to make these Black towns? Because they were Indian. They took their land allotments and made the city of Tulsa and other famous Black towns all across Oklahoma. But you guys don't know that this history is hiding right in front of us. And now you see why I'm so passionate about what I do. Now, when the sister said earlier, Mike, is there any Black Indigenous Americans that didn't get racially reclassified as freedmen? Yes, my ancestor is one of them. But to be a richly melanated person and not get racially reclassified as a freedman, it seems to me you have to be a very notable person. And this is what I mean. If you go to my website, nativeblackancestry.com, and you scroll down, I have a little excerpt on my grandfather, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, Creek Indian Town King, Chief Justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation in the 1800s. He's also written about in this book, the Indian Territory, its chiefs, legislators, and leading men. Matter of fact, he has a whole chapter written about him. And this is not the only book that writes about him. There are several. He was a very, very prominent individual. And God damn it, if I bring up the photo of him and blow it up a little bit, hold on. For anybody wondering if I just rip some random photo of some dude off the internet, I mean, God damn it, tell me you don't see a resemblance. Let's talk about it. But when you say, are there any Black Indigenous people that didn't get racially reclassified as freedmen? Yes, there are some, but it's challenging.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.